What's up, everybody? It is game night. Woo woo! Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Give everybody a chance to get in. Thought we'd do game night. All you have to do is people prefer to have two devices. That way you can see what's going on the panel, but also play from your other phone. The only thing you need is on your other phone is go to jackbox.tv, and that will get you into everything that we're doing. I'll let Casey explain it a little bit better too. What does everybody got to do, Casey?
Everybody needs to go to that link. Once I click on a game and all that, there will be a code up there to join the room that we go in, and you enter the code, and you enter your name to play.
Sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm. It is.
All right.
So anybody is welcome to join if you want.
All right. Cut my other phone on. And what's up, Issei? 420. White boy. K9. Christine. Katrina. Hopefully everybody's having a great day. Mine's been kind of blah, but I'm here for game night, so hopefully it'll get better.
It'd be all right. We have some fun. And we laugh a little bit too.
Yeah, I need that.
I know that's right. Everybody do.
Simmer down, simmer down. Lazy's in the house. Lazy loves me.
It's your biggest fan right there.
If no one else loves me in the world, I know Lazy loves me. God bless it.
I know that's right.
Alrighty. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. Hopefully everybody, we'll see everybody join the game.
Well, let me see here. Let's see. Katrina, which one do you want to do?
We're gonna pick a game. Just.
The reason I'm asking is because there are a few packs up here that need to be updated. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Right. Well, Katrina's not playing, so pray.
You said she was going to play a few.
Oh, I thought she was going to bed. My bad.
Yeah, she said she'll play a few, but she's going to go to bed after.
So just download a couple of them right now while we're in the midst of talking. I thought all this stuff was already done.
No, I didn't know, girl. They just
This is the problem we had last time. I don't want to lose people because we're downloading games.
No.
I thought you got off and downloaded them.
No, I didn't know there was updates for them. Seriously, I didn't. They just showed up.
Okay, can we do that?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Game nights. It's harder than what it seems to be.
I'm like, damn.
We said we was gonna do this.
Oh, these are quick. Yeah, it'll be all right. Okay. 2 more and that's it.
That's not too bad.
I know. This is quick. Shit. They're little. It's all good.
Hello, Christine.
Hey, honeys.
How are you?
That's good. How are y'all?
I'm good.
Been fighting a freaking raccoon, if anybody cares.
Oh, shit.
Ugh.
You might lose that battle.
Well, no. Not going after my chickens.
All right. I will do that pack. That is one that had to be updated real quick, so it's done.
Katrina says Pack 5 Mad versus City.
Yeah, I got it. It's Pack 5. I gotta share it to the screen. Give me a second. Okay. Hang on. Yeah. She said Mad versus City. Okay.
Alrighty, what game are we doing?
Mad versus City. She wanted to do that one.
Alright, let me get logged in.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was like, shit, I gotta do it on my phone.
So we go to Jukebox TV.
Yeah,
Or
Jackbox
Jackbox.
TV. Yeah.
Jackbox TV. There we go. And what is our code?
Oh, hang on one second. I was just waiting for you to get up there. ETA is YLGL.
Alright, you guys got to put this in your room code. YLGL. Oops.
And that's what I did. There you go. All right.
Alright, we give everybody another second just for you all to get your all's things, just in case. Alright.
Ooh, we got a lot of people playing. Let's go.
Alright, well, we got people. Okay, let's go.
Let's get ready to start.
What's up, Jonathan, Garrett, everybody? Yeah, you have to have 2 devices to play.
Yep.
Hey, yo, it's Shadow Master down here. Try not to step on a brother, alright? DJ Rach, tell them how the game plan is about to go down. Hey, yo, don't step on that.
Where are you? Never mind. Here's how you do it. We'll ask you for a word or a phrase. We'll use it to complete line 1 of your rap. You then write a line that rhymes with it. You do that about 3 times and you have your 4-line verse. We hear it back and we vote on that winner, which honestly you all are. Check it out. We need another MC. Where is the cool kid Gene at? Come on up here and get on the mic. Hey, Shadow's back.
No, it's cool. Let him stay. I was hoping to get stomped through the pavement today. Check it out. It's time to get it in. Grab them mics. All right, all my hip-hop heads. We need you to write a word or a phrase. then an entire line that rhymes with the one that you give back to me. You gotta do that twice. Now, if you need help, just use that suggestion button. Hello. You got about a minute left. Go, 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 go. Hitting the writer's block. Remember to use that right for me button. Yo, sometime today, running out of time. Here's the draw. Check out who's going up against who. Check it out. This is the first battle of the night. Let's go, y'all.
Oh,
All right,
me and you, Summer.
Well,
Well.
let us know if it's whack or dope.
Yeah, I didn't finish mine.
To be the president of the Rockies. Sounded like I've got a case of the cockies. I keep success in my pocket next to my drill bit. I can't afford a people doctor, so I got you a vet.
I know this is your first time. Never come back here with that whackness. I'm gonna screw every bolt in your body.
Your turn. Get ready.
I've been known to rhyme amazingly. This is called a cliffhanger. I'm the cream of the crop on top shelf frosted flakes. My arms are so hot they evaporate.
Alright, peace and love. Let's move on. Okay, y'all, now the battle is over. You gotta use your devices to vote. Time to vote. Voting, and this is what happened. Congratulations.
Go, Christine. Go, Christine. Go.
Next battle, next two cats to step up and get down.
I like this. This is fun. Uh-oh.
420. Watch out. I got time machine and I'm super.
My lines are so smooth, you'll see. I also let other people pick out my clothes.
Pass on that. This is your first time doing this, but don't ever come back with that whackness.
Santa's got elves, I got my hot dogs. You got animal that sits out there.
Right. I see what you're
Okay,
saying.
Katrina.
Time to vote. So start clicking that button. Let's get those votes in.
My next one will be better.
It's me and you.
Here's your winner. Congratulations, Shorty. Good job. Now it's time for the next couple of MCs to get down.
My fast users wanted to see my stability, and that's why they call me Lil Snap Cake. I've learned all I know from watching Legion. Wrapping is harder than Trulio makes it seem.
Yo, time to wait. Let's keep it moving. You got an answer for that? Come on now, you got to come strong with it.
Can't get over me. I'm like a tease of men. Can't get over nothing like a tease of men. My words are so deep you'll need a vehicle. I didn't come here to meet friends.
That was not good. Ding, ding. The bell was rang. Vote to see who's the dopest MC.
Casey, can you bring your mic a little closer? It's apparently hard to hear.
Yeah, we can't hear the game.
Let's get those votes in expeditiously.
We have gotten our winner. Congratulations.
All right, where my next two MCs at?
Can y'all hear better?
I'm a killer with a heart of girls. Just shake your ass and give some whirls. I make new rules like the modern Washington. That your butt weighs tons.
All right. You heard that. Let's keep it moving. Now it's you.
Kanye and Drake, they call me the tent. Something, I'm the best. You're not good. They call me the ruler of life. In the stars out of sight.
That was okay. Now let's keep it moving. Check it. Tell me who was the whack cat.
Okay, Native and K9, I see y'all.
Yeah, you can hear a little better.
You got to get them votes in.
Okay, Native.
And our winner is you. Congratulations.
Good job, y'all. Good job. Now let's check out the numbers. Let's see who's winning this right now. All right.
Katrina, she always wins.
I know, right?
Hello.
Yeah, Grace, you have to have two phones, and then you can put the code Y LGLN, and then you'll be able to see more so you can play the game if you want. Anybody's more than welcome to join. But I suggest you have two phones, one or computer or phone, whatever. That way you can see both. It'll make more sense then.
You know you can use rhyme for me to have us fill in your line. Here's the undercard and main event for round 2. Better get some of that money. Y'all ready for the first battle? Let's get it in.
You're not on my level, you're way too silly. You're just a silly Billy. No dress rehearsal. This is a convention. Was that too hard? Wasn't my intention.
That was kind of cool. I think you can do better than that, though. Time for you to answer. You gotta come strong.
The only chance you got is when in 6 billion. You have to listen to the rhymes I'm not saying. Got somewhere to be? You look kinda mad. Trees and clouds and butts and donuts.
Okay, Casey.
Now we gotta move on. Okay, now it's over. Who's the dopest rapper? Who's the wackest cat? Hit the voting button. Pick somebody.
Fifty.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your winner. Courtesy clap. Now let's keep it moving. Where my MC's at? Come on and get down. Let's get it started.
Okay.
So I'll just leave my resume and wait for your call. You can't find your way out of a paper jar. I deserve a lot of negative votes.
Okay, K9.
Come on now, you gotta answer that. Where's your strength at in your words?
Go back to school to learn some weaving. Let's just keep scoring our heads. You think you're a cowboy, but you're really a beggar. I'm not too lazy to rhyme. I'm just unmotivated.
All right, thanks. Appreciate you. All right, y'all, it's voting time. Let's make it happen.
420. When this one's over, we'll play a different type of game, but on the same thing. Okay, 420.
All right, you see it. The numbers don't lie. Congratulations. Now my next two battlers are up and they ready to roll.
Not to match my face and your hand. Get over it, you're just another stunt. You want to be me, but you're just too, my style is vicious. I hope these rhymes will get easier.
That was okay. Wasn't the best I heard, but it wasn't the worst either. Now you know it's your turn, right?
Class is in session, my best. I can't believe you beat me on my birthday. I look great. You look like a lunchbox. Bow wow wow for yo hit me.
Okay, all right, that's cool. The battle is over. It's time for you to pick up your devices and vote. Voting time, right?
Okay, Native and Christine, y'all did y'all's thing. What's up, Native? How you doing, baby? Okay. Native's taking the bread home today.
Hey, there's your winner. I need my next two couple of MCs to step up.
Oh shit.
Okay. Oh shit, me and Katrina.
Serving you up like a piece of Twinkies. Thinking that cream letting it drip like Slinkies. Your corn on the cob, I'm pot roast. I nibble your kernels and take me up.
Damn.
Thank y'all. Let's keep moving. Did you hear what they just said? You gonna let them get away with that?
You're like a cartoon, a regular Mickey Mouse. I go for that, but this line runs. If I had money, I wouldn't buy you a blouse. Get my name and I'll return your child.
Let's go. Now let's keep it moving. So check it out. Now it's time to use your devices to vote on who brought it strong. Hit the voting button. Pick somebody.
Well, at least I got something.
Everybody voted, and we got our winner. Congratulations.
I don't know what the hell my shit was saying. It was stupid.
I know.
Now let's check out the scoreboard.
I'm still in fourth place. I'm not losing. Woo
All
woo.
right, get them lyrics flowing. You gotta get in them, so let them have it.
I think this is the last round. All right. Get out of my car. What's up, Satan? How you doing, babe? This thing has a lot of different games on it, so we'll do this one and then we'll play a couple other ones. We bought the whole package, so we have all the games. Shout out to everybody that helps out and donates to our channel, because that's the kind of things that this is the kind of stuff that we're able to do when you guys, donate and all that good stuff. This one is weak sauce. I know, right? We'll pick another one though. We got to play them all so we can see which ones we like and which ones, Salute to you too, babe.
Got about a minute left.
They give you a long ass time on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I like it. I think all of them are cute. I needed something funny in my life right now.
Final matchup.
Look at all
shit.
that.
Oh shit, y'all. Gina's on the scene. You better watch out, baby. Thank you for the super chat, Gina. Woo woo. Y'all know we in trouble now. Gina's in the chat. Between Gina and Katrina, man.
Just pay compliments. I'm sweet as honey. You're sour as peanut butter. One thing's for sure. I wrote this live.
All right, thank you. Now we gotta move on. All right, it's your turn.
All you trash in the garbage ain't that pale. I try to eat healthy, but I can't stand kale. You're so wrong to think you're Tom Hanks. He said hi to me once. I just answered thanks.
No, damn.
Take it back to the drawing board. All right, now you got.
Boo, K9, let's go. All day.
Let's get those votes in.
Woo, woo.
Okay, here's your winner. Congrats.
Shit, no, you're doing good, K9.
Robots.
You're doing good.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh, Casey and Katrina.
No, it's Christine.
Or, I mean, Katrine, that's what I meant.
My job, and I'm on my coffee break. It's like this. I'm through being quiet. Comedy is all about timing, and I don't have any.
That was okay. Now let's keep it moving. Where the next spot at? Grab the mic and get busy.
Your head is as empty as a line. My flow is so bad, my urologist is concerned. One look at you and I want to spit. I only pretend to be friends with you.
Damn, I only pretend to be friends with you.
Well then, what the
These little
fuck?
robots are ruthless. Uh-oh, where'd it go?
Damn. That robot was cutthroat.
We're gonna do some trivia next.
That was a ratchet motherfucking robot.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Like, damn,
Yeah.
mean ass.
I got a ratchet one.
Congratulations, Shorty. That was pretty decent. Good job.
Woo woo. All right, who am I battling?
Let's get it in.
Money.
All right, 420, let's go.
This line only rhymes if you really believe. You can't shit me, I'm made of snot. Maybe I'll win the electoral vote.
Am I roasting myself for 420?
Answer that. Put some weights on them muscles and get them words out.
I'm falling asleep. Reverses are staying. I've killed before and I'll kill again. I've got to be honest, you are cheating. I've never brushed my teeth.
I've never brushed my teeth. What?
So fuck.
Now, to both y'all,
420, I'm gonna need you to get that toothbrush, baby.
let's get those votes in expeditiously.
Oh, we
And now we got our winner. Nice job, kiddo. Here's the best of the best, y'all. Time to see who's really number one.
Oh shit.
I think, bro, you're missing the fight. My bark is not worse than my bite. You're slipping and sliding as if standing on KY jelly. Flip over and take some on your belly.
Oh shit.
Yo, time to waste it. Let's keep it moving. Now it's
She
your
talking
turn.
about KY jelly and shit. Well.
Why don't you go back to being a cook? I was really out there being a crook. Quit looking at me with that face so scared. Smoke, but every day I didn't listen and dare.
Thanks. Appreciate you. All right, now it's time for you to use your devices and vote.
There's your winner.
No contest. Now let's see who won. Congratulations to the
Well
winner.
then.
Y'all gotta get y'all big selves up out of here. Beat it.
Congratulations, Katrina. It's free to play. You guys, we're going to do a trivia one next. You don't have to sign up for anything. All you have to do is go to jackbox.tv, and then we'll give you a code to enter. We're not going to play this game. We're going to find us a trivia game. I think she was talking about Party Pack 6, Trivia Murder Party 2. We'll do that one next. But yeah, y'all join up. Join up. And you guys can join the panel. You can, play in the chat. You can hang out on the panel and play. We'll send you guys another code here in a second. We're going to give all the new people that might be tuning in that might want to play. And you don't even have to put your name if you're a lurker and you decide that, hey, wait a minute, I'm lurking, but I want to have some fun. You can just put any random name in. Just play. It's, we talk a lot about politics and all the shit we talk about. I wanted to have a fun night where we could just be silly for a little bit. So that's what tonight is.
Let's see.
I think is the link in, hold on, wait, I gotta post the link. Comments. All right. The link is in the chat for anybody that wants to join. The panel. Anybody wants to join, you're more than welcome to join the panel if you want. And then we're going to play a trivia game. Casey's pulling it up now. As soon as she gets it pulled up, we'll get going.
Yeah, it's loading.
Okay. That's cool, Grace. I just thought it'd be something a little different, something silly, a little fun. Why not, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alrighty.
All right, you guys. The new code is TBXI. TBXI. I'm a green monster. Holler.
Mm-hmm.
We got 3 more slots, you guys. We got 1 more slot. Somebody go and fill that last spot up real quick. That's right, Grace. We all need a break sometimes, 100%. And that's why I said I want all of us to come together and have a good time and be silly and laugh a little bit because, in all the chaos and stuff, sometimes we all forget to laugh a little. So that's why we got this, so we could do that. Have fun with you guys.
I assume nobody else wants to play. There's 1 slot left. Anybody, come on. Before I click, everybody's in.
All right, go for it. Let's go.
All right.
Here we go. Katrina and Gina's going to kick our ass.
This hotel was run by a mysterious family for several generations.
Oh, shit.
Unrelated news, the Trivia Murder Party killer is still on the loose. Up next, Sassafras.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die. Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Jets in the air, and there's free coffee in the lobby. Only one of you will survive. And what a story you'll have about your vacation. That's fun. Okay, first question. Which of these is a style of mustache? Use your device to answer the question. I'm talking to you too, audience. almost out of time. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right? The rest of you, it's time.
Oh damn, we're out the first round. Oh no, we're back. Okay. Oh.
I'm going to dictate a message to you. Write down as much of what I say as you can. The player who writes the fewest of my words will die. You're lucky this is such a good letter, and I'm starting it now. To the good people at Precious Cat Magazine, congrats on another
To the good
knockout.
people, congrats on another knockout issue. Just when I thought cats could not get more productive, you give us funny Mrs. Fancy Paws. I would like to double my subscription. It is a thing.
Okay, now let me just look back at my beautiful words as trick. And here's how you did.
Right back.
You know who to be the most mad at here. I mean, one of you thinks this is a letter I could send in the actual mail.
Oh shit.
You're not going anywhere. Dying doesn't mean you have to drop out. Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Oh, by the way, the audience is a player now and can win the whole frickin' game. Hot tip, you can join the audience at any time. Let's try another one. What does it mean to describe someone as milquetoast?
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Time's almost up. Who picked this?
Damn it.
The rest of you who are still alive, come with me.
Oh shit.
Welcome to room 227. Let's roll them bones. Roll as much as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score, but go over 21 and you die instead. And don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score. It's like blackjack, dice, and skulls. Well, it made sense when I first put it together, okay? Ooh, busted.
What the fuck did I do?
Skulls, dice, explosions. Now that's entertainment.
Well, shit.
Let's keep moving. What does the V in V8 engine mean? Time's running out. Yes.
Christine's the only one that got it. Good job, Christine.
Let me show you something.
He said I want to show you something. Oh shit.
Ring, ring. It's for you. I'm giving each of you a telephone, but I only have 3 phone numbers. Dial one of these numbers on your rotary phone before anyone else, or you die. I thought about including an area code or international exchange, but we don't want to be playing this game for hours. line. If the line is dead, then you're dead too.
Oh shit! Katrina lost what?
We're here.
Alright, here we go.
Player is left alive.
I gotta get back alive again.
Next question. Which house is in Latin America? Almost out of time. Who picked this?
Yay!
Only a ghost got it wrong. I don't like seeing that. Let's try another one. What's that thing called where you involuntarily jolt yourself awake right as you're falling asleep? I hate that thing. Time's almost up. Who picked this? Follow me.
No, I don't want to.
Did I lose?
Nothing more fun
No,
than
you got it.
fogged up mirrors.
Oh shit!
Oh, hey, look! The ghost of my Aunt Mildred is writing on this mirror. Pay attention to her unique handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else. Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred's. Let the drawing begin. Pay attention to the words as they appear, and try to spot my auntie. So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up? Oh, that's a weird mistake. It's time for you to join my Aunt Mildred.
Damn.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means. Glad to see you're the one to make it here alive, but will you be the one to escape? I'm going to give you a category. Squash. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Time is almost up. Let's see the right answers. You move forward one space for each correct answer. You're on your way to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute.
Right, Grace?
Up with you, they will steal your life force.
You taking us spirits with your ass.
Here's everyone's next question. And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up. Does the audience know they can play this part? Always happen on a Sunday. Let's just call that a fluke. please. Don't fall behind. Are you afraid of the dark? Necktie knots. Time is almost up. Too slow, so you gotta go. Lyrics and Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire. When ghosts can smell your life force, medieval weapons. The darkness approaches.
Yeah, we gotta get her.
Restraint. Time is almost up. Tell your friend. Better get away fast.
Ah, Katrina?
Lights out for you. Not so fast. The perfect answer for your final escape.
Oh, did Gina die?
And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Or did Gina escape?
Gina's still up there.
Oh, okay.
You have to get all the right answer choices.
Uh-oh, Katrina's about to escape.
Golf clubs.
Damn it, Katrina.
I told you it's Katrina and Gina, man, but especially when it comes to trivia shit. Katrina escapes.
Play the sequel.
Katrina said, gotcha. Y'all want to play this one again, or do you want to play another trivia game?
There's a sequel to it, so. This is actually fun. I like this.
Murder.
What'd they say?
Just pick another one. That way we can get an idea of all the different ones we got.
All right. I did not say that. No. Damn it. Okay. Okay.
She said same room. Joke boat. It's nothing for you guys because we paid for to get all the packages. Jonathan.
Okay.
It might be that boat right there. Is that joke boat?
Oh, hold on, it's loading.
Oh, okay.
She said joke boat, right? Okay.
Ahoy! Are you the next big cruise line comic?
Welcome aboard. I'm Chuck Hull, the ship's captain and MC.
All right, you guys. For anybody that's playing, you got to go to jackbox.tv, and then you got to put in code PMWV to play this game. PMWV.
Let's move it, people.
Well, don't I look like a hot mess?
Oh, look at me.
There's the code.
Before the ship leaves the dock.
PMWV. We all got googly eyes.
Summer look whacked
There's one
out.
more spot open for anybody that wants to grab it. We'll wait a couple more seconds.
Anytime now.
Alrighty, we're loaded up. Let's go.
All right. Damn.
Gather round, comedians. Here's tonight's itinerary. We're gonna write some jokes and then test them out on stage. But first things first. It's brainstorming time. Before we jump into the jokes, let's do a little writing exercise to get inspired. On your device, you'll be prompted to write various topics like animals, people, or objects. Fill in whatever you think has a lot of comedic potential. If another player uses one of your topics in a winning joke, you'll get some bonus points. Generate as many as you can. You have 45 seconds, starting now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, time to wrap things up. Now that your noggin is moving at full steam, it's time to write some comedy. Follow the steps on your device to construct 2 jokes.
Let's fuck that up.
If you haven't started your second joke yet, now would be the time. Time's running out, so do what you can. Looks like some of you didn't finish your jokes. Too bad. You all ready to laugh? I can't hear you. For real, I have tinnitus. Please welcome our first comic.
If it affects you. So you don't.
What the hell?
Don't forget your catchphrase. Which comedian told a better joke? Vote now. All right, let's hear it for our next comedian.
What the hell?
Who won this joke off? Place your vote now. Here's another comedian, whether you like it or not.
Ring a ding dapper. This game's funny. Weird.
Mm-hmm.
going for our next comic.
I
Ahoy!
choked.
What's coming?
I like that.
I don't know. The fuck, I wrote something.
Well then.
Okay, up next.
Shit.
Please welcome our next comic to the stage. Okay, you jokers, let's tally the scores. Oh, this is shaping up to be a hot night of hoots and ha-has.
Oh shit. I'm
All
second.
right then. Yeah, I'm third.
Well, we're sinking again. There's no time to write jokes from scratch. So, here's the plan. Let's rewrite another comic's joke. You'll use the same setup, but we'll attempt to write a funnier punchline. The better the original joke did, the more points you'll earn for beating it. Will you steal the spotlight before the boat sinks? Let's find out. Please leave your personal belongings behind, but bring your laughter back for our performers. What do you think? Does this joke beat the original?
The little lobster claws.
Did they successfully beat this joke? Vote now.
Good job, Gina. Let me vote.
Ah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to sink or swim, meaning the winner gets a life vest, and the rest of you, well, let's see those scores.
Whoop, whoop. All right, let's try one more, a different game. OG pack. Lieswatter.
Is it in this pack?
That's a different pack, I think.
Oh, hold on a minute. Let me look. All right, hold on 1 second. Which pack did she say?
She said something about it's in the first pack, I think.
The
Lieswatter.
one without a number?
Maybe. I don't know, to be honest.
I just want to make sure. The first one without a number, I think. Right, Katrina? Okay. Let's see. There we go.
Hello, Christine.
Hi, sorry, I'm a little delayed. That's why I got booted out.
No, it's all good.
Now, which one does she want to play? The lie one?
Yeah, the Lieswatter.
Okay.
Salutations, and welcome to Lieswatter, the massive true or false trivia game. We can accommodate a huge number of players in a game. At least 99, probably more. All right then, before we get started, don't forget, new players can go to the website and enter this room code to join the game at any time. Let's begin. You're going to see 7 crazy facts pulled from the following fact categories. The audition process to become a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader takes 3 years. Use your device to pick whether you think the fact is true or a lie. Three of Columbia University's fraternities have been classified as gangs by the FBI. groundhog in the film Groundhog Day was actually a deep-billed porcupine. Blue whales' voices as a species are getting deeper every year. The founder of Taco Bell is the great-grandchild of Alexander Graham Bell. Carnegie Mellon University offers a bagpipe scholarship. Echidnas have bowl-like milk patches instead of nibbles. And here's where everyone stands at the end of round one.
I joined late.
Here are your next 7 fact categories. Ben Franklin flew around the world in a hot air balloon. Trained cantaloupes were used as balls in the first ever basketball game. A group of cheerleaders in their 80s called the Geriatrics tour college campuses. Birds are more likely to poop on people who wear perfume. Takeru Kobayashi ate 200 Lego bricks in under a minute. The Indiana legislature once tried to legally change the value of pi to 3.2. Nicole Kidman suffers from a butterfly phobia. scores. For the final round, all the facts will be about one category. That category is natural redheads. Is it true that these people are natural redheads, or is it a lie? Julia Roberts. Thomas Jefferson. Lindsay Lohan. Malcolm X.
What the fuck?
I know, right?
Lucille Ball. Kathy Griffin. Amy Adams.
Christine's kicking ass in this game.
Scores.
And play again.
It's time for another game of Lieswatter.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're going to see 7 crazy facts pulled from these fact categories. The #1 cause of death in seagulls is constipation. The most watched sitcom in Iceland is based on the Airbud movies.
What's up, bud? No, you're not late. You can join if you want. The code is up at the top of the screen. It is for this one.
The U.S. is called Boone's Farm.
It's FRFZ.
That's the code to get in the game if anybody wants to join it.
When Dirty Dancing opened in China, it was translated to repulsive gyrations. "25% of Canadians have played hockey professionally." Singles was a line of baby food targeted at single adults.
My fucking thing's not letting me answer.
Mm.
I'm gonna go back out and come back in.
Woodstock attendees burned down a burger stand because the prices were too high. And here's where everyone stands at the end of round one. Here are your next 7 fact categories. Time moves backwards on Mercury. In Germany, you need a license to own a hamster.
The fuck?
Alrighty then.
The entire country of Liechtenstein was once offered for rent at $70,000 a night.
Damn.
Fans of the Minnesota Vikings put hundreds of pounds of salt on Green Bay soil in 1993. Polynesians use hollowed-out eggplants as shoes. Soda bubbles because corn syrup has a very low boiling point. Victoria Beckham popularized bird poop facials. Here are your scores.
Okay, 420.
For the final round, all the facts will be about one category. That category is real Barbies. Which of these
Shit.
are real Barbies that have been sold in stores? And which ones did we make up? Grandma Barbie. Chimney Sweep Barbie. Nip and Tuck Barbie.
Oh my goodness.
Walgreens manager Barbie. Comptroller Barbie. Hoop and Scoop Barbie. Dialysis Barbie.
Christine ain't playing with y'all in this game.
Let's see the final scores.
Do y'all want to play it again, or do y'all want to play another one? Gina said, "What?"
What you want to do now? Let's see.
Pick from another thing that we haven't done yet.
Well,
Is there another package?
yeah, there's 10 total, but Katrina knows which ones that.
Go to package 4.
Okay. One second. Let's see.
Isn't that a great picture?
Gina, if you don't know Jack.
Oh, she said pack 5. I'm on pack 4. Wait a minute.
No, Gina wanted to play a game, but it's in pack 5, not 4.
Yeah, that's. Wait a minute. That's what I said. Because I didn't see it on pack 4. All right.
Because Gina apparently thinks she knows Jack.
Yeah. If you guys would give me just a minute, I need to go pee really bad.
Why don't you go potty?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, and sure. Grace, my sister lives in more of a rural part of Minnesota, and my son lives just on the outskirts. But yeah, my grandson, yeah. But no, all America is pretty much ridden with gangs. gang activity at this point. It's not really a safe place to go. They say you can't beat yourself up, sweetheart. I told you. Kids don't come with instructions. And you did the right thing by having a discussion with them. Next time. We live and learn with our kids. Honestly, we do. It's the only way you can. Think about it. Potty break, yeah. Everybody take your potty breaks. Get your snacks. Checking on the raccoon, that freaking raccoon. I have to stay up all night protecting my chickens. Any popcorn? I got popcorn. Some popcorn. I know you're cheesehead. I'm giving you nothing. But I'm not giving you nothing, cheesehead. Skull! My son even has purple shoes. And when we lived there, I had a purple car and my husband had a yellow car. Oh, whatever. So yeah, when we moved to Florida, we had both those down here. It was funny. But yeah, we were big Vikings. My kids still are. There's something to do up there, but yeah, I don't like green. Green's not my color. Well, and Grace, we all raise our children differently, and we all have to look not only the age but the maturity. Like one of my oldest granddaughters, she didn't get a phone until she was 16, and two other granddaughters that didn't get phones till they turned 15. And it was, but then I've got a grandson who's 13 and does just fine. It's kids are different. Okay, sorry. I'll be quiet now.
Sorry about that. All right. You don't know Jack, right? Alrighty.
Binge Pipe offers everything you need, including menu screens. As the next hot thing in streaming services, Binge Pipe is more than just the trivia hit You Don't Know Jack. It's also a deep well of content that we cannot legally guarantee you'll ever be able to access or interact with.
With my old streaming service, I could never get a hold of a customer service representative. Now that I'm a Binge Pipe customer, they never leave me alone. The second I have a problem, they're there to explain why it isn't a problem and why I should be more grateful for their ever seeing eye.
The second my Binge Pipe router went out, the service team was in my home. I didn't even know I had a back door.
I thought the volume was off on my programming, but the Binge Pipe doctor discovered it was my ears that were wrong.
Not only do they closely monitor my enjoyment of their services, but they reward me if I turn in fellow customers who are not completely happy. Thank you, Binge Pipe.
Thank you, Binge Pipe.
Thank you, Binge Pipe. Thank you.
Where's Summer at?
Binge Pipe. Binge Pipe. Binge.
The following Binge Pipe
Might have had to do a potty break.
not only
Oh, okay.
shoes one of the most comfortable pairs of shoes
And I'm not pressing nothing until she gets back.
we donate another pair to kids in need. But if you return a pair, We take a pair
Go
of
ahead. I'm going to join in a second.
Bob shoes. You better order the right size.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
I'm up here. I'm just seeing if anybody else is going to join before you do.
Why not try
Yeah,
it?
no, go ahead. Y'all can start the game.
All right.
A box of Harvest Fresh ingredients arrives at your door, along with fun, easy
okay,
recipes.
IWLO's the code.
Binge Pipe is honored to be the new home of You Don't Know Jack. Binge Pipe. Remember the dog your parents said went to live on a farm? We have him. Keep watching.
Cookie Masterson here. I'll be hosting the game, and at the end, maybe you'd like to invite me over for dinner and introduce me to your nicest aunt. That's a respectable turnout. And right this way, please. Time for question one. First, syntax to the max. Grammatically speaking, what's a contraction? What's a contraction or question mark? Okay, let's take a look. A contraction is when a noun and a verb combine and you replace the omitted letter with an apostrophe. Here's what I like to call Justin Trudeau is hot. If Justin Trudeau is such a hot Canadian that he boils water at 100 degrees Celsius, how hot would that make him in the United States? A 212 degrees Fahrenheit hottie, a 265 degrees Fahrenheit smoke show, a smoking 335 degrees Fahrenheit, or smoldering 400 degrees Fahrenheit. And how'd we do? Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius or 212 degrees Fahrenheit. I never thought I'd be attracted to a Canadian, but what can I say? Gender is fluid. How about this one? You chat me at hello, and it's time for this or that. I'm going to read 7 things. For each, I want you to tell me if it's the name of the leading male on The Bachelor or a brand of literal beef sticks. Don't think too hard. I'm only giving you a few seconds to decide between The Bachelor or beef stick. And you're all doing this together, so look alive. Okay, let's do it. Jack Links. Ben Higgins. Armor Gritch. Jake Pavelka. Lorenzo Borghese. Eddie Package. Matt Grant. Most of you earned my respect, but player 3, you failed the best.
Dissatisfaction has been noted.
Oh, that means it's screw time.
That's right, Cookie. Using a screw makes it harder for all the other players to answer in a variety of pleasurable ways. And you'll receive a monetary bonus for anyone who answers incorrectly.
Great, thanks.
Consider yourselves nurtured, consumers.
No answer incorrectly.
Take a good look at. Every kiss begins with klimt.
If you've ever been in a college dorm, you know that Gustav Klimt painted The Kiss, but I'm pretty sure he didn't paint anything called The Next Day Phone Call or The Making a Real Commitment to This Relationship. If the lady from the Viennese painting The Kiss were depicted going to town on a traditional Viennese dessert, what would that painting of her eating her Viennese feelings be called? The tearful tiramisu, the sobbing in a soccer torch, the pitiful profiteroles, or the choking on a croquembouche? So who got it? Hey, did you hear the one about the wrong answer? Soccer torte is a decadent chocolate cake that was invented by Franz Soccer in Vienna, and it's just fun to say. Soccer torte. In the end, chocolate will never break your heart. Coming up, go against the migraine. According to Matrix rules, based on its color, which pill should I swallow if I want to continue my blissful ignorance of illusion? Tylenol regular strength, Aleve, Motrin IV, or Advil? I love this part. Aleve makes blue pills, which, according to the Matrix, is the pill sheep take to remain sheep. Here we go. Okay, let's continue this game. Round one is officially behind us. Let's look at the scores I'll be sending to your parents.
Currently, player 4 is in the lead. Speaking of the exact opposite of that, these players are doing the bad thing. Your performance has triggered the need for more screws.
Round two screws are more powerful, and they'll net you more cash for each player that gets the question wrong. So don't be afraid to use them. The rest of you better answer fast before you get screwed. Oh, and remember, questions are worth twice as much in round two.
Just wonderful, Cookie.
6 strong bones is not a worry.
I call this one Nougat Feuds. You know, the weird thing about the novel, The Three Musketeers, is there's a fourth musketeer wandering around that book, and it's time we started talking about it. If the musketeer left out of the umbrella term Three Musketeers angrily trademarked their own candy bar, what could they call it? Lumiere's Nut Log, the Porthos Peanut Chew, Maurice's Milky Way, or D'Artagnan's Date Bar? What'd you guys pick? Promise me you will never go near something called Lumiere's Nut Log. D'Artagnan is pretty much the star of the Three Musketeers, but he spends the whole book as Musketeer number 4. The Three Musketeers in the title stands for Porthos, Huey, and Martin Short.
Hey, question.
At Binge Pipe, we value your needs. Would you like a question with air horns or a question about air horns? Pick an option on your device now. The votes are in. We graciously accept your choice.
L'aspect chemin.
There is no hiding from a question about air horns. I wrote a poem about air horns, and you can help me with the ending. It's true that I'm an air horn addict. I love them because they are rheumatic, pneumatic, chromatic, or phlegmatic. Okay, what'd you pick? Air horns are pneumatic devices, meaning they use compressed air. Compressed air is also what I call the air coming from my... Sorry, I had to get at least one in there.
'Twas then I learned to heed the winds of air.
And now, the magic of the digestive process. I've been working on some magic skills lately, and watch me pull this scarf from my throat. Ta-da! Since it's commonly known as the magic capital of the world, where did this never-ending magic scarf most likely originate? Colon, Michigan, Big Gut, Nova Scotia, Liverpool, England, or PP Township, Ohio? So what'd you pick? PP Township is magical in its own special way. Let's skip the insults. Nobody got it right. The little town of Colon, Michigan is the self-proclaimed magic capital of the world. Not the most important fact, but I really needed an excuse to say PP Township. Feast your eyes upon this. A community first, a business second. Who wrote that track?
Binge Pipe recommends. Because you showed interest in Polaris and Vega, we thought you'd like Dancing with the Stars, RuPaul's Drag Race, Shark Tank, or Duck Dynasty.
Hope you like what you picked.
Polaris and Vega are the names of stars in our galaxy, so Dancing with the Stars would be what you want.
If there aren't YouTube stars named Polaris and Vega, then what are we all doing? It's time for Flush to Judgment. No, sorry, I had to take a bathroom break. Okay, moving on. What does it mean if your poop is white? Asking for a friend. My friend is lacking bile in their stool. My friend is bleeding internally. My friend is eating too much fatty food. Or my friend is evolving into a bird. Let's see who got it. White poop is a sign that the person, aka my friend, is lacking bile in their stool. Okay, so I guess I could buy a tub of bile somewhere, but then I have to figure out a way to get it up my butt. Ow. You made it to the attack. When you see an answer that matches the category, tap it on your device. The faster you pick a right answer, the more cash you make. And more than one answer can be right. But each time you're wrong, I'm taking some cash away. And be careful. It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Traditionally in it. I'll show you an ingredient. You tell me which dishes traditionally contain it. 6 has it. Nice work, Player 6. That was a real rags to riches story. I can't wait till you get back to rags because you don't know Jack.
We're gonna have to do a match off between Katrina and Gina.
I know, right?
All right, guys. We can do one more round of this and then do a panel, or we can open up the panel. Which one do you guys want to do?
A lion punch.
Yeah, just let me know.
Revelation. Master of
We can play one more round and panel, or just go to panel. Up to you guys.
5 stars of the Rogue Korgon. We've on 3 seasons of this show. I have to avenge my father, and that's what I'm going to do because I have to do it. But the main guy.
All right, one more round.
So play this again.
Side mission. I won't follow you. Just
Yeah, they want one more round.
I
All
have
right.
to avenge my father no matter what. I have to do it, and I will do it with or without you.
Actually, you know what? I better come along after all.
But at least he's one hell of a fighter. But
All right.
Binge Pipe is pleased to bring back You Don't Know Jack. Binge Pipe.
no. I'm Cookie Masterson, and this is You Don't Know Jack.
And right after this, you guys will open up the panel.
Culture Collide. Yeah, it's a fun slogan. We don't say it much.
Anytime, CA.
I've never met a group of players I didn't like because there were few. What do you say, shall we?
Doctor question 1.
To get started, close but not close enough encounters. Which title character is an alien? The Martian, the Giver, the Thing, or Herb? Who picked what? The monster that attacks an Arctic research station did in fact come out of a ship from outer space. I hate confusing titles. I walked out of The Iron Lady furious it wasn't a movie about Meryl Streep fighting crime in a suit of armor.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Oh, here's a good one. Playing with my pills. Once a year I organize my medicine cabinet, and I just like to put on little plays with pharmaceuticals. Well, if it isn't me old nemesis, acetaminophen. It's me, ibuprofen, but you might better know me as Tylenol, Percocet, Aleve, or Advil. Okay, who chose what? Advil is one of the trade names for the pharmaceutical ibuprofen. Ibuprofen also masquerades as Motrin and Nurofen. Ibuprofen is to be taken for fever, menstrual cramps, and headaches caused by amateur theater. Why not try Black Windshield? But don't trust your smartphone because it's a this or that. I'm going to list off 7 titles, and for each one, you tell me if it's an episode of Black Mirror, you know, the depressing sci-fi anthology show about the internet, or an old driver's education film. Think fast, you'll only get a few seconds to pick between Black Mirror or Driver's Ed. And you're all doing this together, so pay attention. All set? Here we go. Options to live. Be right back. Nosedive. Safety or slaughter. Last date. Metalhead. Anatomy You can't spell disastrous without us, but player 3, you failed in ways numbers can't truly explain.
Actions have been taken to ensure you have a better playing experience.
Great, you summoned her.
Your poor performance has earned you a screw.
Don't forget, screwing the other players makes it harder for them to answer the question.
We care enough so you don't leave us.
I don't need you anymore.
Coming up next, every kiss and reality star begins with K. Place the 3 Kardashian sisters in alphabetical order by first name. The oldest, the second oldest, the youngest, the youngest, the second oldest, the oldest, the second oldest, the oldest, the youngest, or the youngest, the oldest, the second oldest. Oh, look out. Player 3 just let loose a screw. Luckily, this question's even better backwards. Let's see how that shook out. Whoa, whoa! Chloe, spelled Khloe, is the youngest. Kim, Kim, is the second oldest. And Courtney, Kour, etc., is the oldest. If you are just a little bit angry after this question, you might want to check your pulse. Nice use of the screw, player 3. I believe this belongs to you. Introducing the periodic table of Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart is in everything. I mean, he's in everything. If in his next movie, Kevin Hart played the element that is most abundant in the universe, what would the trailer say? This holiday season, Kevin Hart is carbon. This summer, Kevin Hart is hydrogen. This fall, Kevin Hart is oxygen. Or next year, Kevin Hart is helium. I love this part.
Oh, hey, helium. What are you, crazy?
Sorry, just working on my Kevin Hart impression. Well, nobody got this one, so let's just move on with our lives. Hydrogen makes up about 75% of all matter in the universe. And Kevin Hart movies make up 75% of new releases. Round 1 is dead to me. Here's who you have to destroy.
Currently, these players have the same number of points. Weird. And down here, these players are highly valued, but their scores are not. We have some more screws to help our targeted numbers.
And keep in mind, round 2 screws screw even harder. And you'll net more cash for each player that answers wrong. So don't forget to use them. The rest of you better answer fast if you don't want to be screwed. Oh, and by the way, all the cash in round 2 is doubled, in case you care about things like that.
It's like the first round didn't even matter.
6 strong bones is not a parade.
Behold, Vansplaining. What's something a woke Rip Van Winkle would say to those around him after waking from his 20-year nap? Washingtonians, gender is not binary. New Yorkers, cultural appropriation is bad. Georgians, white privilege is real. Or, tangents, I'm a feminist. Okay, what'd you pick? Afraid not. Rip Van Winkle, the short story by Washington Irving, takes place in the Catskill Mountains of New York State. An old white guy saying something progressive is how you know it's a work of fiction.
Hey, question.
We'd like to initiate a moment of playful interactivity. Would you like a question about great sex or a question about great sax? Contribute your percentage of the choice now. choices have been made. You have engaged with the process.
Next up, a question about great sex. Sit down, I've got some real hot goss. My friend went out with a plant last night who reproduces through exposed seeds. And I was like, girl, sounds like you went out with a real gymnosperm, angiosperm, endosperm, or pteridosperm. What's this? My friend's player 2 has unleashed the screw. Let's flip the script on this question. Hope you like what you picked. Hey, F for effort. Gymnosperms are plants that reproduce through naked or exposed seeds. She told me once you go gymnosperm, there's a lot of cones. The seeds are often in cones. Just cones everywhere. Nice screwing, player 2. Spend this wisely.
'Twas then I learned to heed the winds of air.
Here's one for you. Who, what, why, and warehouse. If Men's Warehouse wanted to start marketing their suits towards pursuit men, what would you hear at the end of their commercials? It'll distract from your oversized facial features, I guarantee it. It'll cover your excessive body hair, I guarantee it. It'll fit over your giant gut, I guarantee it. Or it'll complement your pale skin, I guarantee it. Who picked what? What's the difference between a double-breasted suit and a single-breasted suit? I mean, you got this wrong. I was just wondering. Look, I'm not going to pretend any of you got this right. Pursuit is just another word for hairy. They would be marketing to hairy men. Here we have Octopus Coffee, Queen Elizabeth, or Frankenstein.
Octopus coffee, Queen Elizabeth, or Frankenstein. Sponsor.
First discovered in Switzerland. Octopus Coffee, Queen Elizabeth, or Frankenstein. And how'd we do? Nobody picks that one. Author Mary Shelley first conceived the idea for Frankenstein while staying in Geneva, Switzerland with her husband. Switzerland, come for the chocolate and the cheese, stay for the tortured monsters. Next, the plot thickens when exposed to certain temperatures. Ugh, bodies of flowing liquids are just so mainstreams. I wish they would let more non-Newtonian fluids play a titular part in movies, like in my favorite film, The Shape of Water, Lorenzo's Oil, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, or Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Oh, here it comes. Player 5 has invoked the screw. Let's make you guys a bit more secure. Okay, let's take a look. What? No. Honey is the only fluid on this list that doesn't have a constant viscosity, making it the only non-Newtonian. Maybe honey doesn't have constant viscosity, but it has constant deliciosity. Science. Hey, good work with that screw, player 5. Here's that cash. Wow. Welcome to the attack. When you see an answer that matches the category, tap it on your device. The faster you pick a right answer, the more cash you make. And more than one answer can be right. But each time you're wrong, I'm taking some cash away. And don't forget, it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Sue talking to me? I hope you can find the correct talking animals. Good luck. Player 5 takes it! Congratulations, Player 5. There are no small victories, except this one. You barely won. I guess what I'm saying is, you don't know Jack!
This menu screen is a bit.
I was like, where the fuck did everybody go?
I'm back. It's back.
Well, that was fun.
There we go. Fixed it.
I enjoyed that. That was fun.
It was. I'm just going to put the link in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure she's coming back. I kept getting booted off, so it could be the same with her. You got more screwed more times tonight. Lacey, are you paneling up with us tonight? Are you? Link's there. Panel's open.
So it kept booting you off?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Well, out of StreamYard, but my iPad. I have an iPhone, but it's not really activated. It's not activated at all. Set back to factory reset.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have that second device. I may have to activate that iPhone, Gina.
Mm-hmm.
Be an iPhone and a Droid user.
It was.
I haven't had much rain. You can tell my grass. My water bill is going to tell too. I'm still watching for that freaking that freaking raccoon stared directly at me, trying to get into my chicken coop, and I'm out there, and it just stared right at me. I'm like, you little stinker. And I can tell my rabbit's kind of in uproar tonight, so that raccoon's got to be somewhere. And I swear, that raccoon gets my chickens, we're going to have a problem. I have to keep the light on.
He wants to be your friend.
Is not my friend. Thank you, Katrina. No, actually, I have a Droid, but I have an iPhone too. It was set back to factory restore.
I
didn't
have
like
both.
it.
I originally had an Android to start with, but I didn't like the new style of Android, so I went to iPhone.
I like my Droid. I couldn't do that. What you gonna
do to it?
Oh, I'm gonna have to. It was set back to factory reset when I took it from somebody. Well, I didn't really take it; it was mine to begin with, but I took it back. Should I say? I took it back. Should I say? And I just restored it back to factory. But
You repossessed it.
I did. It's mine anyway. How can I repossess? Yeah, it's mine anyway, right? If it's mine, I can't really repossess something. It's mine. My dogs are in there barking because they hear that freaking raccoon out there. I got the
Raccoons are
possum.
vicious too.
Oh,
Yeah, watch those damn
well,
things.
I lost one chicken a couple weeks ago, and that just pissed me off.
Damn.
Oh, not the phone. What I'm going to do with the raccoon? There you go, Grace. I am saving my chickens. I like my chickens. No, Fozzie, you're not going to.
You need a trap or something for that fucking raccoon.
Well, I thought I had one, and I know my husband put one out there, but when I went to go get it, looks like it might be a spring might not be working on it. So I'll just leave the okay, fine. No, Father, you're not going out. No. Okay, fine. Go out, but you go by there, we're gonna have a problem. I don't want my dog to get in a fight with the raccoon. Hey Don, how you doing? Not on the raccoon. Yeah, well, Grace kind of said that. I've got it sitting right here. I'll get that little booger. Even my bunny, you can tell something's going on. He's just all up in arms tonight. Fozzie, get away from there. Go. Oh,
Hey,
gee. Their chicken coop's open again. God dang it. See, they can't get in because we put this, I guess it used to be closet shelves that we had. and we cut them. And so we put it all on the outside of the chicken coop. But now I just come out here and the freaking door was pushed open and the latch is up. Freaking raccoon. The
That's a
raccoon
smart
wants my
one.
chickens. I'm just saying. Right?
You're probably gonna have to.
Well, if I leave the light on, the yard light on all night,
You might have to do something different with that door.
close it again. Latch
You
but
sound like a robot, Christine.
raccoon stew. That's safety. Well, we know we did. No, it was a possum we did before.
Ew.
Okay. Now, the chicken's all settled, I think. The 3 babies are on top of their little coop, and the 3 big ones, they're circling like. The girl's okay. It sounds like there's something in their cage, in their coop. Hold on, I need to undo it all to see if the freaking raccoon is in their little coop thing, their little house where they lay eggs.
Kick yourself off, I see.
And the girls,
Uh-huh.
hey, babies.
Oh.
I know. They're a little on the wild side tonight and there's the babies.
Aren't they cute?
Yeah, they're not really
Welcome
babies.
back.
But, hey, welcome back. I was just showing my.
They're
No,
cute.
I just jumped up because I thought you jumped up. I'm still handling something.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Where'd Gina go? Gina, did you disappear on us?
I don't know.
Okay, you girls stay. Fozzie, no. I was just entertaining with my chickens.
They're cute.
Vinegar, cayenne, pepper, oil, coyote urine around the coop. I don't have coyote oil. I have vinegar though. Will that keep the raccoon away? Could just bring him in on the lanai and close the lanai, the door. Then I'm gonna have bird poop all over. I don't want that. That's washable, I guess. latches on it. Is Grace raining hard? Put some, you got some buffs. Oh yeah. Yep, they're good. I have good laying chickens. I have good laying chickens as long as the freaking raccoon stays away. I'm going every morning to get my eggs. I got one that lays in the evening though. It's weird. Okay. Well, I've done the best I can.
No, don't do that because he'll think it's okay to go get some chickens. No.
No. That raccoon needs to go away. Comes back again. I got it solved. Tell you, hold on, you're pop. You know why?
Hey, I don't blame you.
I know it sounds horrible, doesn't it? Oh no,
Well, no, not particularly because they carry rabies and shit. So, and they're very destructive animals.
Yeah,
they tear your fucking trash up and everything.
Jonathan, I don't sell my eggs. I use them, and I've got a couple of neighbors that I share with. I don't have that many eggs. I mean, I only got now 6 chickens left.
We get chicken eggs here too, but we don't sell them. We just give them away. And if I need some, I get some and all that. They're pretty good. I like chicken eggs.
Yeah, I'm not leaving that trash panda alone because there's not trash back here.
Yeah, they're hunting for food and shit too. That's another reason it's there.
Well, I will share though. We have had a problem with our county and picking up the garbage because they got this new company, and the new company sucks. And so garbage hasn't been being picked up when it's supposed to. So it's been sitting out on the street longer. Normally, people put out the night before and the cans are back in. People are leaving it out there, so I think more of the raccoons are coming out of the wooded area.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And that's what's happened.
Mm-hmm. I haven't really seen any around me. I'm more or less see possums a lot.
Well, we had a family of 10 possums.
Deer. Well, mostly deers and shit are around here.
Well, we have a wild boar out there again.
Oh, good gracious.
I know. But we had a family of 10 little possums, but we resolved that issue. I'm not dealing with that. So, you see anything exciting today on the news or anything? I haven't really watched too much.
Nothing but the same old shit.
I heard something come across about Kamala's going to try to stabilize the food prices by...
Oh yeah, she introduced her economic plan shit today. She was over in North Carolina.
How do you do that with food? I don't understand unless you're going to...
No, she claims she's going to bring this down and bring that down. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, I don't know how you're going to control food prices because unless you're going to take away companies' rights to make profits, that will be a problem.
Yeah, it will be, and I don't think it's really going to matter much either way.
Yeah. Going after price gouging. But Jonathan, how is food being gouged? a supply and demand and profit and loss.
Well, some people are I guess what he means by and people are up in their shit more than what everybody else is doing a little bit more. And I've seen it, but I doubt it'll be a input to that either. Because again, supply and demand.
Right. And, I guess they can consider price gouging if you don't have competition.
Mm-hmm.
But is that really price gouging? Again, it's supply and demand, right?
Yeah.
If only one or two stores have that are in the area of groceries, I mean, there's a higher demand. I know, like during hurricane season, or when they call a state of emergency, people can't like gouge or gas prices or water or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because gas prices will totally increase, and water, case of water, will like double and triple. Break up the meat monopolies. How do you break up meat monopolies unless more companies come to the U.S.? Well, Tyson Food, just like Jolly Green Giant.
Mm-hmm. And meat is actually one of the main highest fucking things right now. And it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's extremely high. I don't know how
50 or more percent, I think, right now. It's just like those big rolls of the hamburger. I'll just use this as an example at Walmart. The big ones, the big long ones. Those motherfuckers are $30 some now, and they used to be less.
really.
It's like, damn. Yeah, and that's here, $30 some for those things.
See, I go to the meat market and I'll buy, X number of pounds of
It's fucking
whatever,
insane.
and they'll wrap it, but it's really not that expensive at our meat market. And you get a variety. So your beef and chicken, ends up averaging out because I'll pay $200 and I'll get enough food for, a little over, meat wise. For like a month, but I always buy extra because I've got this 26-year-old that shops at my house.
Oh yeah. my brother, oh my god, you talk about that. He, even though he didn't live with us when he left, went out on his own, he would always come over to mama's, be it go shopping in the basement for something, or furniture or something, anything my mom had, or he would fucking go straight to the refrigerator and just help himself to the food in there. Make sandwiches taller or longer than your damn arm. I'd be like, "Excuse me, Mama just bought that fucking luncheon meat, and you gonna eat it all?"
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah, he just helped his fucking self.
yeah.
It was funny.
Jamie gets Little Miss like on Wednesdays and takes her back on Monday mornings or Sunday nights. And
Yeah.
he normally only comes shopping when he has her. And I always buy things for her. I buy the healthy things.
She's such a cutie pie.
And she's adorable. My God, she's just way too cute. So
Yeah, she
vegan,
is.
I suppose you can. See, I guess it depends if you're a complete vegan.
And if you're complete vegan, then they eat tofu and shit. They don't mess with any kind of meat, period.
Right. No dairy, no nothing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but people eat a majority of the time the tofu and stuff.
Yeah. I'm not much of a red meat eater. I am chicken and fish.
Yeah, I eat that and I eat certain kinds of fish, but I'm not really, really big on too much fish because a long time ago I had a bad experience with it and I was just like, nah, I only eat certain kinds now. But I
Mm,
eat seafood and everything though. It's just fish, certain types of fish I have an issue with.
yeah. And I'm not really a red meat eater at all.
Yeah.
Every once in a while I'll do red meat, but I'm just not a red meat eater. I like pork. I'm too weird for you. Okay, Stephen.
Bye. See ya.
know how I don't know. CNA, I'm thinking you're a little bit more weird than we are, but you go with that, honey. But I am a salad person. I can eat a salad with every meal.
Oh, I love those. I eat them all day long.
Yeah. And tomatoes and cucumbers. Jonathan, we won't get into Jesus. Right?
Yeah.
Not doing the Jesus tonight. Right?
Nope, because you have to have more than that.
Oh, yeah. But I do like grouper, and I do like tuna steaks. I like tilapia. I like tilapia on my tacos.
I'm not a big fan of that. My
Mm.
husband don't eat that shit. I'm like, I don't want it.
Mm. We go somewhere. A lot of times I'll get the fish tacos. I know. I'm weird. I'm not a soup eater. I don't like cooked veggies. Cooked veggies are not my friend. I just don't like. I don't know. It's just the texture I can't do. Hold on, I'm putting the dogs back in their kennel.
No, you're good.
And I don't eat rice. You need to go outside and go potty. No, I don't eat rice. Very few breads I eat. I'll eat some pasta. Not a lot though. Jonathan, I'm not Russian. People say what other countries do. I'm not those other countries. And, I don't live in those other countries and I don't follow their practices or anything. Jonathan loves eating meat. I do have sausage on my pizza.
Yep. We make homemade pizza here. It's good.
Sometimes I do. I used to. That's
My
not you.
husband makes, I mean, big ones. He all out on these fucking pizzas, and you can't eat but one piece of it, if that.
Do you have one of those
They're
pizza
good.
ovens?
Well, no, we use the oven,
Mm.
but it's a process because he makes the dough and all that stuff, and then of course he asks you what kind of pizza. Well, either say spinach or supreme, whatever, and he makes stuffed
Hmm.
crust pizzas. Even they're bomb.
Really?
They're really good.
I like white sauce pizzas.
Yeah, we eat some of those too.
Hmm.
My youngest, she likes this spinach pizzas, and he
Hmm.
makes them, and they're really really good.
I have a lamb roast, I think, in my freezer right now. Um,
Oh, looky.
yeah, let's see. Jonathan, I don't eat many hot dogs at all. I don't do steaks hardly. Free food every day. Well, when we lived in Minnesota, we used to get a cow slaughtered every spring and a hog slaughtered every fall. Because in the spring, you get all the steaks and burgers and everything for grilling. And in the winter, we do the hog so that we can have the roast and stews
Mm-hmm.
and things like that. What do you think about the game? I'm not a music person, not much of a game player though either. That's part of my problem.
Well, the games we played, they were fun. I like them. I mean, I
Yeah,
like the Jackbox.
yeah. I
That
had a good
last
time,
game though, we sucked at.
right?
I
Like
was
Gina
like,
and
damn.
Jan, Katrina and Gina.
I know, right? Fuckers.
You're gonna have to host, not play. Gina, Katrina. Damn it.
But it was fun though. I mean, I enjoy doing it. It's
Yeah, yeah. At first, yeah, the music one. I'm like, oh, I'm just not a
Oh yeah,
music
that was
person.
fun. I like that
Yeah,
one.
and I can see where music people do,
You just come up with off the wall shit is all just off the top of your head, whatever.
right? Well, that's what I was doing. I was just hitting buttons.
I know I did some, but then I wrote some.
I was hitting buttons.
What you want, kitty? What you want?
But
Leave me
I
alone.
do like lamb. I gotta admit that I do like lamb. Jonathan, I'm not a music person, so I couldn't tell you if I
Mm,
was or was not.
used to, but not so much now.
Meat with Pepsi. Jonathan, that sounds a little unhealthy and empty calories, honey. Just saying.
I have seen people cook with fucking Dr. Pepper. I'm like, no.
Yeah,
And I see this shit on Facebook and wherever, and I'm like, no, that's a fucking no for me. Mm-mm.
yeah, no. I mean, basically, all your meat does is need a little salt and pepper. That's all it needs.
Not a bunch of sugar and syrup and all that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
I will say when I make barbecue ribs, I do slather them in barbecue sauce.
Well, yeah, that's acceptable. Not no damn soda. Blech.
Yeah, no, not so much. Okay, Katrina liked Smashing Pumpkins when she was in high school.
Yeah, that's why I said used to. I don't fucking listen to that shit anymore.
And yeah, Grace, meat with wine because wine helps break down some of the
Yep.
cartilage, bristle, whatever it is you want to
Yep.
call
And people cook with that all the time. Now
it.
that's acceptable to use,
Yeah,
but not new fucking soda. That's
I do
fucking
with
great.
beer sometimes too, like
Yeah,
with
beer is
my
good too.
ribs.
Beer, people use it in a lot of things.
Yeah, I do use beer, and like when I make my beer cheese soup and my potato soup or my broccoli cheese soup, I do put a can of beer in it.
Mm-hmm. Very good that way too.
Jonathan, wine with ice. Okay, you need to stop the cheap wine, Jonathan. Red wine needs to be room temperature, and your white wine should be chilled nicely.
Yeah, wine in a box. Is that what you're talking about?
I know wine with ice.
Yeah, that's cheap.
Well, yeah, I can see using fresh
Oh
herbs.
yeah, that too.
That I have no problem. It's all that processed can and jars, bottle stuff. See, and I cook with very little salt. My God, pizza tonight. My husband takes like a half a salt shaker. I'm like, what are you doing? There's already enough sodium in it.
Damn.
I know, right?
No, I eat it like it is. Now I might sprinkle a little bit of Parmesan cheese or something on it, but I don't know. Hell no, ain't nobody gonna put no more salt on it. It's got
I
enough.
know, right? I'm like, what are you doing?
He's crazy.
I said. Well, bluegill, I couldn't batter. I mean, bluegill's so bony, I just kind of picked it off. Hey, Nafty, how you doing? We're just hanging out. You know, Friday night, old, not a lot to do. Here we are. Right? Oh, that's funny. I know you're not old, but it's okay. Nafty, if you'd like to, the link is pinned. Jonathan or Grace. Angel. The other day I bought some powdered. Oh my God, my dog went after the freaking raccoon that's trying to get it. Jesus. Fozzie! Hold on one second. I guess my dog will protect my chickens, won't he?
Apparently so.
Yeah, running. Yeah, that don't have the iodine that your body needs, though. Anyway, powdered water. But I didn't know how with that. I didn't get to finish reading. I'm like, wait a minute, I need to go back to that. What do you mean powdered water? Jonathan, do you really think I care if it is at this point? I am protecting livestock. And I do not believe a raccoon is on anybody's endangered list. Jonathan, you don't understand. I take a sledgehammer to Cuban tree frogs.
They're all over the fucking place down there because of the swamps and shit.
Well, but not, they're not the regular toads or the regular frogs. They're the Cuban
Oh
tree
yeah.
frogs. No, I have a little sledgehammer. I'll take after them. Yeah, I can shoot a raccoon. Yeah, Jonathan. They're supposed to in Florida. The Cuban tree frogs. They're invasive. They eat our regular good frogs. They're invasive. So yes, the humane way, according to Florida, is that you are to take them and put them in a plastic bag and put them in your freezer and then clobber them. Or you spray benzoin on them and then you clobber them. I just clobber little boogers. I don't think the frog's going to tell on me if it has pain, right? Yeah, you need salt, regular iodized salt. That's the easiest, best way to absorb it in. No, I don't think so. My dog's tail hit the chair and he jumped because it made a noise. Yeah, he's gonna protect my chickens from that raccoon, isn't he? He jumps at his own tail making a noise. Oh my God. Really, Fozzie? 110-pound dog. He jumps because his tail hit the chair and made that noise. I like frog legs. I like turtle soup too. I lived in Missouri. We used to have turtle soup. Ate the soup out of the shells. What, Angel do a drive-by and then left us? I'm on thin ice. Darn right I am. That's funny. No, Jonathan, even Google it. Cuban tree frogs in Florida. They're invasive. I tell you how to humanely kill them. Don't ask me. Just kill the boogers. Right? We've been quite dry after that little spell of a hurricane, supposedly. We had that fishtail one, or the fish one, but we didn't get any rain from that. I know we have bad rip currents at the ocean, at the beach. But that's about it.
You talking about Debbie?
No, Debbie got us good. No, there was another
That bitch
a
got us
nurse,
good too.
Nesto, or
Oh
something.
yeah. It didn't
But
even come.
it was a fish one, so it didn't even come close to us.
Yeah, I said goodbye.
Yeah, that's what I said when I heard it was a fish one. It's like, oh, please,
We
thank
were
you.
concerned it was gonna come here, and I was like, we don't need any more. Like we got all that fucking rain and a tornado outbreak, and I was like, no, please don't come here. And then when I seen the path, I was like, yes, thank you.
Yeah, it stayed out there. That's what they call a fish hurricane. Are you aware of that?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Stays out to sea, but it's put some bad rip currents. They advise no swimming in the ocean this weekend. So we'll see. See how many drownings we have. At least it's not Labor Day weekend, because Labor Day weekend everybody needs their last hurrah at the ocean. So I don't know. So I really don't have anything too interesting to say. Grace, you're welcome to come up if you'd like. It stopped raining. You can tell Jonathan your stories about trapping. Just saying. Yeah, Grace, you should do YouTube. You don't have to. Hey, Vinny.
Well, hello,
Hi,
Vinny.
how are you tonight, Mr. Vinny? How was your evening? Thanks, Katrina. Your neighbors are sleeping. Do you have thin walls? Not yelling, I promise.
The way he talks, it's they're paper thin.
Yeah, well, he says he has a loud voice.
Well, damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently so. You only have live traps? You hunt though, Grace, don't you? Oh, for frogs. Okay. Yeah. Jonathan, she may or may not want to. That's okay. It's just you're stuck with Casey and I, right? Now we could
Yep.
talk more about Trump. Just saying. Women's rights. It's kind of important. Oh, well, that's nice of you. Think of your neighbors if they're elderly. Grace, you're voting for Trump? And you don't have to disclose that. Everybody's vote is theirs. And whether you did or did not, that is still your choice. I know some things we all disagree on, and that's okay to disagree. What about him, Jonathan? Think the country's ready for a third party? An independent? I'm not sure about that yet. You need to be. We get 4 more years of what we've all just suffered in the last 4, 8, 12, 16.
At this point, it's like I said, it's fuck them both for me. Oh God.
Yes,
Whoa.
you can have a night off. Jonathan, we all have a different thought on who is a good president or not a good president. Gotta remember that. Not everybody thinks the same thing on what a good president is or what a good president is not. All I know is something's got to give in this country. I do know that.
Yeah, it does, but I don't see it with either one now.
I,
So
and to be honest, I don't either. And
I think
that's,
either way, we're fucked for 4 years.
well, I'll be honest, I don't see a change in my lifetime.
I don't see a change period ever. Probably not even in our children's fucking lifetime. Their children's lifetimes still be fucked up as it is now, if not worse.
Well, I gotta have hope for my children's generation and my grandchildren's generation that they might figure something out we didn't.
I hope so.
Yeah, Grace, you want to know? Well, and to be honest with you, it's not even going to stop after that. I'm going to say, yeah, we got till November the election, but it doesn't matter who gets in. It's still going to be a division. The debate is Monday, though, right? I think so.
I can't remember.
I think, and that's probably why Camilla released some of her stuff today. Kamala. I gotta say her name right.
I just call her Cackling Kamala, whatever the hell they call her these days. I don't care.
Yeah.
Ah.
Jonathan, why would I want to do that? Again, that's another hot topic. Yeah, Monday, that's what I thought, the DNC. Not the debate, yeah. The debate is September 10th, is my understanding. Yeah, the DNC. Jonathan, you don't even like guns. Why would you want to talk about gun types?
How about let's not?
Yeah, I'm like, why would you? You don't even like guns.
I think we talked enough about that shit yesterday, didn't we? Yeah,
Hmm.
we did. So, nah, I don't want to talk about that.
What would you like to talk about? The only thing that's in the world that is on anybody's mind are these freaking candidates in school, in schools, in school boards, romance. Let's see. I'm married forever. Casey's married forever. Katrina's married forever. What starts with a P and ends with porn? I know, you tell me. It's got to be something else other than porn because it's angel speaking. Popcorn. See, I told you. My mind wasn't totally in the gutter. You're doing dad jokes. You know your dad jokes. Grace Angel has some good dad jokes. I think we've had several hours of just life being fun and laughing and calling Gina and Katrina out because they're always winners at those games.
At least I won one of them.
I think I won one.
Yeah, I think you did too.
You know, one of the quiz things. I got those right. Not too much right, but I did get those right. Yeah, it was Ernesto that stayed out in the ocean. And I haven't really heard of any other big storms coming, have you?
No, it was just that one. And I hope it stays quiet the rest of the time because I don't want to see no more.
I know, but you know, this fall scares me. It's been way too hot and humid.
Yeah, I know. That's what concerns me too.
Way too hot and humid.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's this hot and humid, that concerns me. But I think Monday it might get down into like upper 60s or low 70s
That's what
during
it
the
is
night.
here at night now, and it's a I think they said a kind of a cold front was coming through here, cooler. I'm like,
Yeah.
hell yeah, but
Yeah, but our cold
then
front in August is still not even
then
during the
of
day.
course it's rain or whatever could come. So it's been bipolar over here.
Yeah. But no, it does concern me. We're going to have a tough fall, late hurricane season.
I hope not.
Oh, I know a few years ago, people had their Christmas stuff out, and we got one.
Oh yeah.
Remember that? That was not pleasant at all. You know, and hurricane season's supposed to end in November, so why is the hurricane not paying attention to the rules?
Because they make their own rules and say fuck us.
I know, right? Haha, I'm just kidding. You can't fool Mother Nature. Hold on a second, I gotta swish. But it's that time. I just finally got the last of my stitches dissolved in my gums.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, no.
Feeling better?
Yeah, still have to be careful what I eat, though. Hold on one second. Yeah, I don't want any infections. That's why I swish when they tell me exactly when. I try not to deviate. No, and I have another month or almost 4 weeks. And then I go back in for another part of it.
Damn.
Yeah. And that takes 6 weeks to heal. It's like, oh, and I hate dental work.
Oh yeah.
You know that, right? That's like, dental work, dental pain, dental surgery is like one of the worst pains you can't get rid of. You
Oh
really
no.
can't. Oh, I don't know why this dog.
That one episode I had, what was it, a year ago? I told y'all.
Mm-hmm.
That scared the fuck out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Never again.
Yeah. No.
My doctor was like, do not tell them, do not do but such and such. And I was like, yeah, because that was really fucked up what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
Yep.
scared the immortal shit out of me. Never have
Mm-hmm.
I had shit like that ever happen.
Yeah.
And I'm
Well,
wary of that shit now.
oh yeah, 100%. Well, because of my immune deficiency, I have to be very careful
Yeah.
on this dental stuff. So I really didn't want to do what I did, but I did. I ended up getting it done because I knew it was going to be a process. I mean, it's like a 4-month process total.
Yeah, and it'll be worth it in the end, I'm sure.
We'll see. Thanks, Grace. Dental, ugh, horrible. I'm still on antibiotics to make sure I don't get an infection. Jesus Christ. I don't know why my dogs are so, like, just unsettled tonight. Normally they're in the kennels and they sleep, but this one's just not happening tonight. I think it's because of that damn raccoon. Sure, Jonathan, why not? Are they just friends? I have male
I don't see a
friends.
problem with that.
Yeah, I have male friends. I mean, I even had a male friend that lives in another state, was down here in Florida on vacation. I haven't seen him in years and years and years. and he didn't have anybody. He had emergency surgery, and he had to recover, and he got discharged from the hospital, and he stayed at my house. My husband went and picked him up from the hospital and everything.
Yep, I
Remember that,
remember
Casey?
that. I do. Yep. Very much so. Yep.
I mean, I don't see a problem with it. Well, is the wife interested in that movie or interested in ball games? Oh, Grace. I mean, you got a lot of married women right here. Yeah, if she's not interested in the movie or the ball game, what's the difference what sex she is? I mean, as long as it's friends and nothing more, I don't see a problem with it. Casey, do you?
No.
Well, that's what I said. Is the wife has an interest in that? Do they still do things with the wife? Is it truly just friendship? Well, there can be lines. What do you think the lines are, Katrina? Grace, do you have friends that are males that, I mean, your husband knows of, but I don't know, I do.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I've always gotten along better with men. And I've been married 40 years and I've never cheated or even thought about cheating on my husband. I mean, that thought's really never crossed into my mind. Besides, it's cheaper for the two of us to stay together. You know how it's cheaper to keep her? I don't know. It's based on the relationship. Yeah, I mean, it is based on the relationship. I mean, is it somebody he's known for a long time? Is it, you know, somebody will talk to the wife too, and the wife's comfortable with it? I mean, does the wife feel her as a threat? Does she dress differently around him or act differently around him than she does out anywhere else? That would be a red flag. I was with a girl today that I've known for almost 12 years strong. And Garrett, is she your friend or more than a friend? But Garrett, you're not married. Sure, I would too. But let's say, for example, well, it's a little different. We've been married 40 years, but I mean, if we're only married 15 years or 20 years and he's known this person since, childhood, I'm not going to deny him that. Okay, Garrett. Yeah, but my husband is my best friend. Well, and I'm sure this guy's wife is his best friend too. I think Jonathan may be wording it differently. Oh yeah, absolutely, Grace. I feel 100% the same way. But I mean, for example, my husband wanted to go see Deadpool, and he's got this friend that he's had forever that's female. Well, I have no interest in going to see Deadpool, so I have no problem with it. Or if I wanted to go to a baseball game with a guy friend of mine, and my husband has no interest in baseball. Oh, Summer saw that and said it was really good. Twister. No, Grace, I 100% agree. Jonathan, why are you asking this? I am intrigued in tornadoes and storms. Oh, you have her intrigued. She's never seen a Twister movie before? Who's the boss in the family? Father and the mother? What if the kid doesn't listen to the mother? Hey, Sassoon Grooming Salon. Is there another live where everyone is at? Sassoon, I really don't know. I haven't really looked. Are you not seeing anything out there? You're stuck with us boring people. Have a conversation you'd like to bring up? Anything you'd like to talk about? We're just shooting the shit tonight. Kind of staying away from politics and just life. Jonathan, does there have to be a boss in the family? Okay, hold on a second. Thanks, Katrina. That's why I said, hold on a second. Heading over that direction. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Got that, Katrina? Just block it. Thank you.
And good, because I was about to. I'm back.
They'll come with another name, but that's okay. Anyway, Jonathan, I want to know why you think there has to be a boss in the family. You're right, great. We all have different boundaries, but I'd like to know why his question is, Christine, who's the boss in the family? The father or the mother?
Boss? What the fuck?
What if the kid doesn't listen to the mother? Well, it depends what it is, and the dad should step up.
How about equally, not one whole ass boss?
Yeah. We see you. We got this. We're handling it. Just took a second. We were given a little leeway.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, Mafty. There are no bosses in families. See, Mafty, there is no bosses in families. It works only if both are the same page, but inherently, there's not a hierarchy in a family. It's just awful. It's
Yeah,
just awful family structure.
it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, there should be. I mean, I know like in our family, my husband does some things and I do some things. And if I'm home, then I'm the boss. If he's home, he's the boss. And then I'll be honest though, he's a pushover and he knows I'm gonna say no. He goes, go ask your mom. It's like, will you stop making me the bad guy? So so I've been doing the same thing. Go ask your dad.
Yeah, my husband does that too. I'm like, oh, no, no, no. Then one child come to me, Mom, uh, no, I'm not gonna play
Right?
side here.
He'll do that. And right. Even they're adults. They're adults. And and they know I'm gonna say no. So they'll go to their dad. And
Mhm.
he's been told enough. You know, he knows what I'm going to agree and not agree to.
My
And he's
youngest
like,
does
go ask
that.
your mom.
Yeah, my youngest does that. When she don't get her way with me, she's going there, Dad, Mom said this. Well, yeah, I said it for a reason because I meant it. And sometimes her daddy folds, and sometimes he doesn't. I'm like, you can't do that shit. I told her no.
Yeah. Right? And that's where Scott ain't getting into that issue anymore. And after you are 100% right. And you know something? That is part of the problem when people and I'm so glad we're getting away from the term traditional family because define a traditional family in 2024. I you
There isn't.
can't. Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't and you shouldn't. What if you order your child to do something and the father says to the child, no? Yeah, that would never happen unless it was going to cause harm to the child, break something or cause harm to somebody else. But he wouldn't I can never foresee him sidestepping me that way. That would be blindsided, just as I wouldn't do for him. I think Western culture defines traditional families as well spoken Western Christian folks with two kids, a family dog, and it's far from the truth. Yeah, I don't know any families like that. I mean, I have three dogs, four kids, right? Grace has four kids. Casey got a dog?
Used to, but I only have cats now.
Yeah. So Casey don't have the dog. Katrina don't have the dog. She don't have the two kids either. Yeah, what Grace said. I tell our sons no. My husband backs me up. It's an agreement we have. They gotta know. Right. They gotta be on the same page. I think people neglect the fact that America was built on diversity, and that's its biggest truth. And it opens the doors to cultural differences and navigating that can be a headache in 2024. You're right. And you know, that's admit, you know, I'm a little I mean, and I'm really not old, but I am a little older. And like my most of my friends that are my age, they were stay-at-home moms. I was not. And granted, when my three older were little, I didn't send them daycare, but that wasn't because I wanted not to work. It was because economically, to put them in daycare would have cost my entire check. So that was absurd. You know, it used to be, oh, if there was a separation or a divorce or single parent, mom's always got the kids. That's not even that way anymore. I know Florida, for example, it's a 50-50 state unless you can prove the other person is unfit. And when I say prove, you have to have it documented and not just one places. One places. That sounded proper English, didn't it? But I will tell you, my youngest son, who is probably the most, is the most well adjusted to change, but he did go to daycare when he was little. Where my older three, they didn't know what a babysitter was. But then as I started working more, I worked from like 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. or 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. And no, backwards. I went into work. I went into work at 3 a.m. and got off at 3 p.m. And my husband was there in the mornings for the kids. And I was there at school because I couldn't afford daycare for 4 kids. There's no way. It does, Mafty. And with the way the economy has been, there has been a lot more pressure. I mean, there's even my one son, his wife is a stay at home, and they're in their early mid 30s. She's a stay at home mom, but it's starting to strain their family because of the way the economy's going. And my oldest son has had full custody of his 2 daughters. I mean, the oldest one just turned 18 and he's had full custody of her since she was 6 months old. And then my other son, he has, and she's only 2, has his daughter 60% of the time. And like in Florida, they just don't say, oh, mom gets and dad's paying child support. You can have every other weekend. There's now a formulary that, and I think most states are going to this, that they take mom's pay, they take dad's pay. And let's say mom's only working part-time or mom's in her 20s or 30s and she technically can work full-time. They take what any of her job experiences and what the average pay would be for that person, and they use that. And they're in there, like I said, there's a formulary. Would you say, bear with me, that we have to start looking at the right to bear a child is different than being able to care for it. And diving into this topic could be a far reach into human autonomy. Yeah, kids don't come with instructions, and you don't need a license to have a kid. That's just to have one. And then we get into parental rights. What I think is right for my children may not be right for your children, and vice versa. So that's leading a different direction too. Not everybody has the same beliefs anymore, and since they've been pushing this parental right thing, and I think parents should have more rights over their children. Yeah. And Matthew, I think that goes back to women's rights and abortion rights. There are truly some intelligent, articulate women that do end up pregnant, and they have a future, and at this point, they want children, just not this point. And I think that's part of what the problem is with the abortion issues. People view it differently. Right, Grace? Yeah, you have to. Matthew, if you want to come up, I'd be happy to discuss this family thing. And the reason I'm saying that is because I've raised 4 sons with my husband. Like I said, we've been married 40 years, but I have 4 sons, and I'm seeing each one of them lifestyles are a little different in how their family is. Yeah, it's in, and I wish the government would keep their hands out of it. Jeez, I wish the government would keep their hands out of it. And we know that the government using that is in my opinion, this is my opinion, is another reason to cause division amongst the American people. And morally and ethically, who gets to determine my morals and ethics? Yeah, and Grace, I see you as a very strong woman. It's kind of like when I went to nursing school, and I did it with small kids, and these nuns telling me, "You'll never make it through. We do not cater to pampered housewives." Oh, honey, you do not tell me I can't do something, and I can see that with you too, and getting pregnant at 15 and people telling you that, and the self-determination and the independence that you have. I can see where I guess they kind of challenged you a little bit, and you loved your child, but you also needed to prove them wrong. That's what I did with nursing school. I know it's a little different, but it's kind of on the same aspect of somebody who's a strong person and somebody tells you you can't or you're going to fail at it. Yeah, this traditional family, I would really like, oh my gosh, I would so like them to get out of that term traditional. Can't we just be family? Can't we just talk about the family environment? I mean, I have a girlfriend and I love her dearly. Oh my gosh, I just absolutely adore her. And she is married to another woman, and they have 3 beautiful girls. And that has been affecting the younger one, trying to explain, 2 moms. And just like my oldest granddaughter, she didn't really have her mom in her life at all. So, like, when people talked about, the mother daughter tea or, Mother's Day, other kids would question her because she would make her dad a card on Mother's Day, just like she would on Father's Day. So, I don't know, we all, and that's one thing about the American people. We are such, you can use the term melting pot, but there's so many cultures and so many heritages and so many beliefs and what people call moral and ethics. And it's hard to to tell somebody that theirs isn't right because mine's different. Angel tried to hang yourself with a bungee cord, kept almost dying. Well, bungee cords are, I had to think about that one, Angel, because bungee cords are elastic. My husband had to use a bungee cord sometimes to bungee me into the back of the motorcycle. Sorry. Oh, Jonathan, you realize women risk their lives every time they get pregnant and have a child. Every time. And with all four of mine, they were different. So, Angel, are we going to stop using, we're going to continue using bungee cords and not things that aren't so elastic, right? Just asking. It wasn't that, Christine. I loved my child before he was born. No. I womaned up at 15, and I'm glad I did. I know not everyone's life or circumstances are the same, and I have beliefs. And Grace, I don't doubt you didn't love your child. Even before you saw him, felt him move. I have no doubt about that. Yeah. And that's the big thing. We all have different beliefs, and I just feel we need to respect everybody else's beliefs. What's good for me isn't going to always be good for you. You had Bama. Okay, time out. You were at Bucky's. Bama. Is Bama a music group? Why were they at Bucky's? Was it opening or they just stopped in there with their tour bus? Sometimes I don't always understand things. Angel, why do you pop in, give a dad joke, and then move on? Oh, Alabama. Okay. And they're always an awesome crowd at Bucky's. Did it just open, Garrett? God, two Bucky's that aren't too far from me. They're always busy on the weekend. I mean, it's like a tourist destination trap. And I should say that because of the grandkids, and once every couple of weeks, we decide we're taking a field trip for the day, and we go to Bucky's. Get some beaver nuggets. Keith Urban came there. Okay. No. Actually, Bucky's is out of Texas. Hey, Amanda. How are you? They're out of Texas, and they're a very large. Hold on one second. It's anyway a very large gas station. semis aren't allowed to go there. They have broken into Florida, Georgia. I think they're even in Tennessee. I don't even think they're in the Midwest.
I've been to one. Matter of fact, I went to one with my brother. I was like, holy shit.
I know, right?
First
So I
time
said
I'd ever fucking been to one.
we take a day field
You
trip
could take
there.
a picture of this shit. And I did. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey
Amanda.
y'all. Hey, hey.
Hey, Amanda, how are
How
you,
are
big
you?
gal?
Good, good. I hope you are well. Just wanted to stop by, watching some videos and different things, and looks like we're finally going to get a little rain.
Oh, are you?
The dogs are having a fit because I have this curtain thing outside that keeps the sun off of part of the porch, like a sunshade, and it's come loose. So here I go at 1 a.m. to find my shorts so I can go out there and try to keep it from blowing away.
You can have that rain, girl. I don't want no rain. Had enough of that shit.
I could use a little bit now. We're getting a little on the drier side. I
We've
don't
not
like
had
running.
any weeks.
I am drought free. That we don't need none.
Ooh, so what's
We're
been
all
going on?
saturated here.
So what's been going on?
Oh, we had a little game night.
Yeah, I saw that. I was tied up earlier and wasn't able to come.
We had fun though.
Good.
I won a game, and of course Katrina kicked everybody's ass.
Her and Gina. Her and Gina. Her and Gina always wins.
But it was fun.
We're just kind of sitting here shooting the crap and talking just about life in general. Just about silly things, different things. Not getting too heavy tonight.
Good Lord. Not good
What do
Lord at you. Good Lord at this thing outside. Hang on, let me put y'all on mute here. Hang on.
Okay. That's okay. I was out there chasing raccoons. My dog's out there chasing raccoons. Keep those damn raccoons away from my chicken.
I know, right?
Damn. And a dog wrapped himself around the trunk. Oh, gosh. Poor puppy.
Yeah, I bet that was a catastrophe. Ugh.
You got a bone to pick with me? Okay. Good, pick away. Do I have to confirm or deny it was me? What's your bone? Big bone, little bone.
All right. Yes, Thumper. I'm going to get you a little food. This cat eats 55 times a day.
I have one the same way. He's a fucking garbage dispenser.
Yeah, I have to be careful because the raccoons, I've trapped several of them and taken them to the wildlife management area. I can't discharge a weapon in the city, so otherwise I take care of that problem.
Well, I'm going to take care of that problem. Okay, Mafty, you want to come up or do you want to ask that question there? Everyone always wants to pick my brain at 2 a.m. I'm just teasing Mafty. Let's pick that bone apart.
Well, ladies, I just want to come up and say, hey, I'm going to jump down and go back to my videos, hopefully, and my Law and Order.
You want Law and Order? I was going to say, what you watching?
Yeah, Law and Order, girl.
Is Law and Order still running, or are you watching reruns?
Reruns. But they do have a new
Yeah, they
one.
come on all the time.
Yeah. Oh, do they?
Mm-hmm.
forget the new one. I think the new one is a gang unit or something.
Is
Something
the
like
what?
that. A gang union
Oh,
unit or
oh,
whatever.
yeah, yeah.
I watch the old reruns for the SBU. So,
I used to,
anywho,
I used to love those shows.
yeah, I
I
really
just,
like them.
I guess now I don't watch much TV at all, and I know that sounds weird, but I just don't.
I don't watch a lot of TV either. It just depends on if there's going to be something on. I'm not a big like Hulu and all that mess. No, I don't. I'm not really into all that. So,
Yeah. Well, it was good, and if you get bored, we're still here. Come on back up.
all right, ladies. Thank you.
You can even pick a topic if you wanna, and you don't have to pick a topic. We can just talk about life in general.
Sounds good. Thank
It
you.
was good to hear you. Good for you to stop by. No, Jonathan, why would I do? They're not going to come. I have a wooded area preserve behind me. They're going to tell me you got to do what you got to do to the raccoon. I remember when I was a fetus, I used to sneak out and smoke weed with my friends while my mother was
He's crazy.
ill. Oh my goodness. I absolutely love Angel. I truly do, Angel. Um, Garrett, he did it when he was a fetus. So he really didn't have friends. Yeah. Grace is like, what the hell are you talking about, Angel? Yeah, Garrett gets it now. Oh. Yeah, you lost that part of it, Garrett. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that
missed
kind of
that
went
part.
over his head, and he was like, "Huh?"
Mhm. Didn't go over ours. We got it. That was funny. It was funny. You gotta admit, it was kind of funny. Yeah, Jonathan Garrett is a big movie person or music person. Garrett, I'm surprised you didn't decide to make plans and go to Louder Than Life. Flying raccoons, it might fly when I'm done with it. But see, at least I'm not relocating it to down the road to somebody early. That isn't really nice. So, Grace, I say I got one up on you, Grace. There. Well, Angel, if you want to dress up, but Grace, when he talks about kids, he knows they're all their children or adults. No, we're gonna leave it alone. We're gonna leave flying raccoons alone. Raccoons don't fly. Well, they could if I chose for them to. Yeah, but they're adults. No, Jonathan, domesticate or not domesticate, raccoons carry things. I can't risk that to my chickens, my rabbit. Go to crime. I'd have the bandits, wouldn't I? Wouldn't I, Matt? I'd have the bandits. To be honest, they're really cute. And we had this one, and it's probably the same one that's back. Last year we had this one that came all the time. And I'd sometimes leave the night door open, the dog's food was out there, and he'd come eat the dog's food. He was a bold little booger. Come in there and I'd be sitting here and he'd stand on his hind legs and look at me like he was laughing at me. No, I do not know him in real life. Money laundering, credit cards, social security scams, all with the raccoons. I could blame it on the raccoons, couldn't I? I'd be able to blame it on the raccoons. So saying, I don't know, saying, you gotta talk to those raccoons. They made me. They took me along as a hostage. Right? But Grace, in all actuality, Angel's a good guy. No, I do not know him personally. He's a great guy. He's witty. He tells dad jokes. Intelligent, articulate, educated. Good job. All those qualities that a lot of men do lack. All right, Angel? I don't know if you ever heard about him talk about his life. It's kind of an interesting one. He's worked hard at it. And yes, I believe it's not just a YouTube telling. You can tell. And you're right, you can't be too careful. Yeah, they ate their chickens. See, that's what this raccoon's trying to do, is eat my chickens. Yeah. It's kind of like Grace. I really don't normally swear a lot. And I really don't get too angry at people and really don't call people names, but some people just trigger you. No, see, they're words. I guess words don't bother me, and maybe it's because I had a son that was Navy. Oh my god, every other word out of his mouth was F. Every other word. Finally, it's like, okay, can you just maybe nut around, or when you come home, maybe not? Mom, their words. Mom, their words. Hey, James. Decided to wake back up? Well, welcome. So, you know, not everybody's cup of tea. Oh, we had a music game. We did Jackbox TV. Did a music game. Did some trivia. That was fun. I did it for almost 2 hours. You're right. They could have consequences, and Matthew, that is one of the two things I have said, and I've always said it. You know, there's free speech, but there's always going to be consequences to your speech. Yeah, I'm sure Summer will do it again, but it was fun. We had a good time, and of course, Gina and Katrina won. It's what they do. Darn Gina. That's what I'm changing her name to. Darn Gina. Oh shit! What, Matthew? Did you see what happened in court with that police officer? Which police officer? The one in Springfield? One that murdered Sonia Massey? I don't know which police officer. Sorry, Matthew. And the answer would be no, I did not. I mean, only 10 weekends after that. Are you kidding me? A 13-year-old? Oh, see, that's the problem. That's the problem. I know I know which one you're talking about now. So, has he still got a job as a police officer? The judge should be questioned. That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. Uh, it just makes me sick, James. He was working with high risk youth or something, and then it was two girls, I think. Not too sure, but judge only gave him specifically 10 weekends. So what, during the week he does his normal job and life goes on, but he has destroyed a young woman's life. I mean, that never leaves you. That's doesn't. Why aren't the judges thinking about the victims? Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, and that is wrong. I mean, they just get away with pretty much anything, and that's what concerns me. When they want more of a blanket type absolute immunity, what's going to happen then? Not going to serve anything. Not even going to be put in front of a judge. I don't believe so. He did for some reason a millionaire where he only spends prison time on the weekends while he works 5 days. He's allowed to stay out of prison. What the hell does that mean? He's allowed to stay out of prison. So what? He goes to the county jail on a Friday night, gets out on a Sunday night or Monday? Makes no sense. Where do they come up with this shit at? Oh. Would a judge like it if it was their child? I don't think they think about that. And he goes to his mansion, stays there 5 days a week, and then goes to a prison cell and a correctional facility Saturday and Sundays. God. And what does that do? I mean, did he learn anything? Is he being punished for his crime? Did the punishment fit the crime? I can tell you those answers. No. Why even sentence him at all? A paranoid retriever? The hell's a paranoid retriever? Okay, I'm not understanding that dad joke. Hold on. Hey, Chaos, can you just wave at me? Perfect. I'll let you up. Are you whispering at me?
No, I was just trying not to get her channel shut down. I forgot they didn't have like a shirt on.
Oh, I just top of your head, I figure it was fine.
Yeah.
Jonathan Summer is taking care of a thing or two. So you're stuck with me. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I hate the justice system, right? It's two-tiered. It's probably three-tiered, right? If you have money, you're pretty much on an ankle monitor, not even going to prison, if you know the right people.
Right.
Then you have everybody else where you commit the same type of crime depending on your background, like ethnicity background. You may get 5 years, you may get 35 years for the same crime. One person might get 5 years, but the other person gets 35. That's why I said it's almost like three-tiered. I hate the justice system. Uh-oh.
Well, I have a feeling it may be getting a little worse if this new administration gets in.
I know I'm on the fence because honestly, both sides. I see you have Trump that's just straight out putting white supremacy, Nazi stuff out there, but then you also have Kamala who decided, okay, I'm going to keep 1,500 black people locked up in prison just for cheap labor for California. So it's like I'm on the fence on who to vote for.
It's going to be a tough call. So I'm going to read what Matthew said. They based it on well, but you know something, you can't tell me. Hey, Matthew, you can't tell me that this officer's never done this before. So how do you put, because he's never been caught, so his probability is low?
I don't know if my mic's gonna like freak out, but could you hear me?
I can hear you a little on the soft side. Hold on, let's see if I can.
Yeah, no.
Are you muted?
No, I'm muted. Like this mic's been freaking out. Like if I don't say anything, like it'll spike, the volume will spike, but if I'm speaking, it just quiets down.
Okay. I turned up my volume.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like with the
But you're
justice.
I'm sorry. But to answer your, respond to your question, you said how like those things could be. Obviously it's state by state. So more conservative states tend to be a lot harsher with their punishments than liberal states. So for
Yeah,
example, if you look at New York City, there's like an argument to be made on both sides. So it's pretty rational and reasonable to an extent. But I think the problem with New York City specifically, well, it's not really a problem. New York City bases its legal framework on what Germany does. So, for example, between Germany and New York City, they share a lot of data on like certain things they do at the correctional facilities, how they have structured, how they recidivism, etc. So we pretty much take a lot what they produce and we try to implement it here. So, for example, the idea of bail was that if you commit a certain type of crime, and it wasn't really violent or anything. It was like maybe you stole a bag of chips. Uh, the consensus was is that why put you in jail? You're gonna cost us money. This is not really an offense that we're gonna like
right.
strip you of some type of like lifespan from you. So they let him go. The problem is that you have obviously people that abuse it and come time and time again. So then when you sort of make things fair for the smaller people, because of the amount of people trying to exploit it, then you have policymakers, meeting back at the table and saying, hey, we're going to now implement these new policies that's going to curb these little exploitations, and in turn it's going to hurt. So strictly depends on where a person's getting their first time charge. If it's probably in a red state, they're probably going to do some type of like prison time, jail
Yeah,
time, whether it be
right.
state, federal. And then more likely in a liberal state, it'd probably be like maybe a ticket, slap on a wrist, or like some type of like program.
Yeah. No, and I'll be honest. I don't want to see people in jail, prison, those things. I don't. But there's a line, in my opinion, and this is just my belief. There is a line when it is a violent crime. That's when jail time should be inflicted.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, like Kansas, right?
go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, KS.
Yeah, Kansas. It don't matter where you get in trouble. Once they do like your pre-sentence investigation, you can have misdemeanors out of California, North Dakota, some felonies out of Florida. They take all that and see how many misdemeanors you have, how many felonies you have. For every 5 misdemeanors, they tack on another felony charge. Every, every 3 other felonies you have adds another felony charge to you. So say you have like 15 different misdemeanor charges throughout the U.S., you're looking at an extra 3 felony charges on top of maybe a petty theft charge.
Would that qualify? I'm assuming that would qualify under 3 strikes, right? Because there was a homeboy in Alabama that got
Yeah.
caught with a blunt 3 times, like 3 consecutive times, like little split, like pretty much weed with like rolling paper, like just wrapped up. And I think he got life in prison. It was like an older gentleman in his 60s.
Now, but that hasn't happened recently, though, right? That is
Yeah, no, it
something.
actually no, that
Yeah.
actually happens quite a bit. No, it happens quite a bit in the state of Mississippi, Alabama, places that
Really?
implement that. That's a real, still ongoing thing in those red
Oh,
states.
you talk about like the 3 strike laws?
Yeah. So, like
Yeah,
for
like
example,
Alabama,
yeah, yeah,
Mississippi,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
California, Kentucky has it now.
yeah. So it's like, for example, they'll treat marijuana like a felony because obviously those red states typically, like specifically Alabama, they're quote unquote very. I want to say the state represents like a Western Christianity religion thing, but you know how they tend to be very hard on drugs, specifically marijuana, because they're very tied to the whole war on drugs thing, during Reagan's era, whatnot. So you can get life in prison if you get caught 3 times with like less than a gram of weed.
Wow.
You just got to get caught back to back. You got to get caught 3 consecutive times for them. But then they did do it to a gentleman. I don't know if they're trying to get him out probably I haven't heard anything about him, but he's already like an older dude. He's been there for years now.
What was it? I know there was a guy, I think it was in the late 60s, early 70s down south, had personal consumption of marijuana and they gave him life in prison.
Wait, was that in the U.S.?
Yeah, that was in the U.S. They gave him life in prison in the federal prison system.
I was talking to a friend today, something similar about family court, where I'm not going to get into that like specifically, but it looks like most courts, what ends up happening is that what people neglect to understand, for example, one of the like little things you notice that if you step into a courtroom, um, you don't have your constitutional rights are pretty much certain constitutional rights are suspended in a court of law, or you don't have a freedom of speech in a courtroom, right? Like things like that because the judge can always give you contempt. What I noticed that I don't know if the blame is individually the judge themselves and how they interpret the law or how it's supposed to be interpreted, right? So, for example, one notable example is that I have a question for you specifically. Are you pro 2A or are you against it?
I'm pro 2A.
Okay.
To a point. I believe even with certain felonies, as long as they're not violent, like harming someone, taking somebody's life, yeah, they should have their gun rights back.
Okay. I'm not gonna take it there yet, but you pointed something interesting. I'm gonna challenge that. I'm gonna put some pressure on it. But this is what I'm gonna ask you. This was for example, right? So obviously, to like regular folks like us, right? If we look at the Constitution, we kind of do a literal interpretation. Even at the court level, they pretty much struggle to interpret it. The only ones that can make a fair argument, for example, would be like constitutional scholars, right? And they'll make the claim that English was utilized way differently back then. So context is way much more different, not based on a time period, but based on how that literature was expressed at that time. So what I mean to say by all this is that what if I told you, and I'm not using I think it's called the Scully argument. I don't know what they call it, but what if I told you that 2A doesn't necessarily mean the citizens themselves, but rather the state themselves can arm themselves, but the individual may not, and that it's solely interpretation is that the right to bear arms is only given the authority to the state so that it can fight a tyrannical government in the case of succession.
Mm-hmm.
But
and we've lost that in the interpretation of the Constitution.
No, that's not an opinion that I share. I'm just presenting
I understand.
the perspective of it.
Yep, that's what it was meant for. That is what our forefathers meant it for.
Yeah, but if you look at when they created the Second Amendment, farmers are the ones that took up arms against the British, which would mean the citizens have the right to bear arms and defend this country from tyranny.
The state did, yes. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just only going to play devil's advocate just to progress this whole idea, right? So the state did, right? That could be another interpretation of it. So it's to say, for example, so the whole point of this, you see how we have our own interpretations, and then there's like professional argument that could be made past like the Scully argument, which is what I just noted, basing it off, hey, it's not the people, it's the state. So you see how these varying interpretations. The problem is that individually judges have this kind of spectrum of capability to interpret these things. So for example, it's very hard to figure out if a judge is being biased, right? Because at the end of the day, even if you put them to a polygraph is pseudoscience. It may be accepted by the feds, but most states understand that a lie detector doesn't do anything. Polygraphs really don't work.
All really a polygraph can do is maybe see if there's deception in you. That's about it. That's why they're not able to be used in court.
Well, also that, Also, that what if the person may be like naturally anxious or nervous? Those things can trigger like this, like an indicator for being deceptive, and that may not be always the case.
Yeah.
So I think ultimately what I'm trying to say with the whole idea with how people are getting sentenced is ultimately that sometimes I think that it's a way for the government to actually capitalize and to extract income. Because it's odd that you go outside, you get taxed for obviously having a car, right? So you need like the inspection stickers and you need whatever it is that you got to renew at the end of the year because I don't drive a car. Or how many often you have to, you every time you go shopping, whether it be groceries, for entertainment, for anything else, you get taxed. When you go out to an establishment to eat out, you get taxed. Every avenue or every facet of human culture, at least in America, and like most other countries, I'm pretty sure they have their own way of extracting wealth. But only in America is where everything is a business. I think it's fair to say the justice system is a business as well, because otherwise, why is there a probability difference when they assign you a free attorney, right? If you compare that quality of a free attorney, some do a good job, some don't, but the probability of you actually beating that case is much more lower than you actually spending X amount of money on a private attorney.
Yeah, but
Things like that
like
is unfair.
the court-appointed attorneys, they're not free. If they
Oh, no, they're
convict
not.
you, the judge can actually make you pay back the state for that attorney.
So look at that. I didn't even know that. See, another way they extract money from you.
Yeah, because I've been in trouble in Kansas, took a plea deal. They ended up wanting me to pay the attorney back like $1,500 in attorney fees, even though he was court appointed. They're not free.
I think stuff like that. I don't. But the problem is that they've tried to pass policies to make things better. The problem is that the one that keeps challenging the policies are lawyers themselves because they claim that it would destroy their career. They wouldn't have a way to profit because it's the justice like lawyers when it comes to law it's very compartmentalized. So a lawyer doesn't really fit everywhere at once. He has to specialize in something, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So when they make the claim that hey, you're going to put us out of business, it prevents like certain things from happening that gives probably that that guy coming into that courtroom with getting a lawyer or getting like a more substantially fairer system.
Well,
Public
I
defenders
think
get like
sorry.
$750 a case. That's why they hurry up and try to get you to do a plea. You can be completely innocent, but they're not going to waste 200, 300, 400 man hours to take it to trial because they're not going to get paid for it. Oh, we're getting $750 to take your case from the state. We're just going to hurry up and try to get you a plea deal so they can keep a caseload going until they can get out of the public defender's office and go into private practice.
I just think it's that stuff specifically because as a male, at least as a male in American society, being a minority myself, um, I feel like men kind of have this thing that when it comes to the justice system, it's kind of proven that typically they will get harsher punishments for certain things. But as a man, when they offer you the plea deal, I feel like that's kind of disrespectful only because if I say I'm innocent, I'm innocent. But if I lose and I contest a not guilty plea, I can serve more time in prison than had I would have taken a plea. So to me, that sounds like very. It sounds almost like a trap.
Oh, it is. It's even like DUI, right? A lot of places, agencies will get like 1,500 to 15 grand per DUI stop they can make. So they'll charge you with DUI. You need to be completely sober. They'll get reimbursed by the federal government and the state that money.
That's going to be hard. I mean, define sober because they didn't blow over the legal limit.
On the field test that the cops have, right? The one the cops have can't be used in court of law. They'll blow complete zeros on it, 0.00. And then they'll go blow the same thing in the station. But we still think we think you're under the influence of drugs, not alcohol. So then they'll take blood and it'll come back completely clean after like a year and a half because it has to go to the state crime lab and it'll sit there for 6 months to a year before it's tested.
Yeah, but those are normally continuance. And if a person's innocent, they're not going to plead, even with a plea. Take a deal.
I mean, you also have to remember that those, I think there was a court case that happened where they challenged the calibration on the breathalyzer so they can prove based on program. The guy really was like, yeah, I want to see the programming. And they had to show it to him. I think they did an episode on it on a show as well, but it was a real case where they examined the programming down to the calibration and they found out, hey, you guys aren't properly calibrating the machines that you take on patrol. The same thing with the things that read your speed. That's been challenged so intricately where it pointed out a lot of the flaws of the police radar when they take your speed all the way down to breathalyzers.
Even like the blood has been challenged.
Also, the way, you know how they make you do the walk in a straight line, this and that, they challenged that as well because there was a young kid that got pulled over. I think he got arrested. They thought he was driving under the influence. Passed the breathalyzer, passed the whole.
The kid in North Carolina that passed all that, and they still took him to jail.
Yeah,
saying, "Oh no, we think you're under the influence of marijuana."
I mean, at least in New York City over here, it's a big concern because I would say it's a concern at the very least. It's because of all the accidents we've had over here over the past, like since the pandemic, and things have been like marijuana's become recreational now, even like legal home grow and like private residence and everything. So with that, obviously, a lot of people have been very careless. I personally don't think if so, and this is coming from a pothead.
Yeah, I know there's a police department down in Tennessee that's in some hot water with the DOJ for arresting people that were never drunk in the first place.
I believe it.
Well, sure, we all believe that. I mean, and I understand they're supposed to be coming out with a mouth swab. Checking.
No, they already have it out. They already have it.
Do you think? Okay, I just haven't seen.
They haven't just distributed it yet. Oh, I think they have it. They just chose not to. I don't know if they're using it or who's getting what, but I'm pretty sure the NYPD, if they're the most heavily funded like police department in the country, I'm pretty sure if they're not using it yet, it's probably not widely available yet. But I heard they already have it.
I mean, I've heard departments asking people if they could do a mouth swab to check for drugs on the side of the road. I think that a lot of that's like California.
You know the reason why? You also have to consider that specifically in New York City, we have a thing where we call them spray packs, right? I think this originated somewhere in Sweden at the time. In Sweden, they call it haze. So it's pretty much when you take a synthetic cannabinoid that's already like synthesized in a liquid form, and you just spray it on CBD weed. It's a lot cheaper, and you would just, it would be like inorganic. It would be an artificial high, because it has like the cannabinoid sprayed on it. That's artificial. So over here, that's been like they call it here spray packs anyway. The point is that you could have situations where there's kids now stealing like brand new cars out here now. Like they attempted to break into like 6 different Kias in one night over here in front of my building. And like around like me and Easy's neighborhood, like they literally tried to break. They stole 2. They couldn't steal the rest of them. And then later on we found out, I think they took a Mercedes. They stripped 2 Honda Civics 2019, 2020, like 2022, something like that. They took the wheels off. They took the mirrors off. They took everything. They stripped these two cars down in a barren back road back here. And then you have the situations where these kids obviously get super high and they'll start racing stolen cars.
Yeah, that's so dangerous.
Have you ever heard of the Flipper Zero?
Isn't that the little
It's a little pie board,
yeah, it's
a little
the
device. That's how
what they
they're
call it?
stealing them. That's one way they're stealing them.
That's
You
the
can
whole
put,
penetration testing, right?
huh?
That's the whole penetration stuff, right? If I'm not mistaken.
The Flipper Zero can unlock cars, start them, at least get you in there and shut the alarm off.
Well, no, not even that. I've seen videos of kids using tablets with special adapters,
Yep.
and
Mhm.
they'll use like they won't even use a flipper. They'll use something else to just like encrypt the whole car. I guess they'll connect something to
What?
to the ECM, and then off they go with the car. They usually
Yeah, I
tell you,
know. I think it was Kia or it was Hyundai that was having an issue with like the USB ports for the iPhones in the vehicle.
oh, Kia. That was Kia. That was Kia.
Yeah, and then they sent a software update to those cars to where that no longer works.
That was crazy. I saw the Tommy G the whole interview he did with the Kia boys. The one by I forgot what state it was, but where like that's
Probably
where
Minnesota.
I don't know where it was, but it's like the place where it kind of got popular, where it first became a thing among the teens. And he pretty much showed his teacher and the camera guy, yo, I can open your car right now. They opened it. They were like, oh, you gotta. He was like, oh, look, an iPhone charger. He left his charger in the car. He just stuck the USB in and it turned on. He's like, yo, I don't even want to know how you guys learned how to do that. But imagine that out here. I would assume it's more severe because now we have a period where a lot of these kids don't have a lot of economic opportunity. So they're either probably going to commit crimes with stolen cars because it's easier to ditch to make some money. They might actually just scrap the car, which I heard they're doing in New Jersey now. And also, a lot of people overseas will pay you to steal certain cars. They'll load them up on cargo containers, and they'll sell it. You'll find your car on a GPS map all the way in Saudi Arabia. So,
Yeah, Canada banned the Flipper Zero because people were stealing cars up there with it and sending them like Saudi Arabia, Middle East.
I'm surprised they banned the use of cell phone jammers, but they haven't banned the use of flippers.
Right?
Canada, they banned them. I think it was Brazil or Guatemala also banned them. The use of them.
I just say ban them commercially. You could develop one for yourself, sure, because I guess that does impede on like people being able to innovate and create their own little devices. But I don't think it should be widely commercially available.
Yeah, I mean it ain't hard. I could build one right now with a DMR hotspot. Just reprogram the thing and run one of my radios to it and send the signal with a battery pack.
Do you know what app?
Uh-oh.
Are you both breaking up? Did I lose you? Oh,
no. I think we lost the other guy.
We lost Mafty. He'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a video on YouTube where it looks like they're using like network radio phones, stuff you use in ham radio to send a radio signal to a device that you plug into the OBD port that logs into the computer, and they send a signal to it and they can start the vehicle and take off. It's like, dang.
Welcome back, Mafty.
Oh, you guys can hear me now?
Yeah.
I closed the tab by accident. But have you ever heard of? Because I found out recently. I was looking into because I've always told people I wanted to go to China to visit. There's a I don't know if it's Hong Kong or Shanghai. They have a place where you could pretty much like buy PCB boards by the buttload, transistors.
I want to say that's Shenzhen, China.
There we go, Shenzhen. There we go. That I know that I remember. And so I was looking into it, and I found out that there's a place. There's a there's a website called Autodesk.com, but the licenses are expensive. They're like $85 a month. But it's pretty much a program where you can pretty much do all the mapping on PCB boards, and it'll just create like the layout so that you could send it out and have it recreated for you.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of the software program are on like GitHub, and it's all open source software. I mean, if you're smart in Linux, you can write the code.
Yeah, but this one, I think the reason why this one is like people allowed to use it is because graphically it'll kind of represent things in 3D, I guess, and the UI is pretty nice. And I guess it does like an auto check to make sure that everything kind of makes sense. You know,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
there's not going to be any
you
problems.
do that to make the board, and then you got to program the board.
Yes.
Usually with like a SD card or have a memory chip built on the board, but you got to get the source code, whatever you're going to use that board for. You can get it off like GitHub or write off of use Kali Linux and write the source code.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean that automatically. That's what I've assumed that most people are going to be using this for anyway. But because I know, because that guy that there's a YouTuber, watched them years ago, but he's the guy that lives over by that area where I think the first video he did was he added a microphone jack, and I think he's in another video trying to reattempt to resolder a processor, but I don't think he was successful in that one.
Yeah, because I know like my Pi board from my hotspot runs Linux. It's all Linux source code. You have to program the thing the first time. You got to do everything in Kali Linux.
That was my first time experiencing setting up like Kali Linux on like on a virtual drive. Well, Kali Linux then having to set up a virtual drive, that was like my first time doing that was so traumatizing because you had to put a command for any little thing you needed to do.
Hey, Mafty, is your mic a plug-in mic? Because it seems like what I'm hearing, it's like loose with a little bit of static every once in a while.
I'm gonna check the back. I was just thinking about that, but I was too lazy to check. Hold on.
It was that damn dog that got caught up in it.
Yeah,
So, Cass, was it you that said somebody with Puck got his third strike rule?
Kentucky just, when they did the Safer Kentucky Act, they added a 3-strike rule here.
Yeah, but does that include like pot that's not a large amount?
Up to 8 ounces here, right? Half a pound of wheat is a misdemeanor charge. Anything over 8 ounces is a felony.
8 ounces.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I got a question for you, actually, for both of you. So, not to get too politically involved in the whole Harris thing, right? But on the Kamala Harris side, I'm kind of upset that when Biden, I don't know if you guys remember, Biden was first, he did his first campaign, like the only campaign, obviously, for his presidency. Do you remember that people were kind of getting a sense of, okay, federal legalization could be a thing only because they were finally talking about different bills between the Senate and House, right? So obviously when Biden kind of pivoted and we kind of figured, okay, he doesn't want to touch the issue because, you know, he's still very war on drugs mentality from the Reagan era. Okay, cool, no problem. So obviously I thought at the time that, and I could understand why if Kamala brought it up to him, he wouldn't listen. Cool. But seeing her stance on it now, I still don't get the sense that she can federally legalize if she wanted to. But
I know the DEA reclassified marijuana from a class 1 to class 3.
Right, just like if it would be codeine, correct?
Yeah.
yeah,
So
but
I don't know what the penalties would be since it's a class 3. I think the penalties, the mandatory minimums, don't technically apply to a class 3. I think that's for class 1 and class 2.
the reason why I say that is because as long as it's federally illegal, it only hurts poor people. It only hurts literally the poor community.
Yeah, but I think when they reclassified it to a Schedule 3, it decriminalized it, I believe, federally. So, like, researchers and stuff can use it. And now the banks can take the money from, like, these dispensaries and allow it into the banks because it would be no different than pharmaceuticals doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I still think that, look, right now, the last what I've heard, Trump is sort of kind of, I don't know how this interpretation was made because I didn't read anything much into it. Someone just mentioned it to me. Someone I know who's into politics, and Trump may actually utilize one of his policies being to federally legalize marijuana, which is interesting because you would think someone like Kamala would kind of like run like that'd be one of her first top 3 bills, right? Because if you were to do federal legalization, in my opinion, you've pretty much probably secured your next election.
Yeah,
It's
that,
gonna make,
and
it's
if it
gonna
was
make it more
federally legal,
popular.
look at all the taxes you're going to get off of it.
No, I can't see
Absolutely.
them taking that away from the states, to be honest.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, no,
but if they federally legalize it, then federal authorities can't come in and raid you no more.
yeah, but something that you're allowed to sell
Yeah,
because you're a
the
dispensary.
states still can, because like when they did the medical marijuana, yes, it is legal in the state of Kentucky, but they also put a clause in there that cities and counties can still make medical marijuana illegal to use in that city and county.
Yeah, now see, Florida's just medical, but it wasn't made to where city and counties can make something different.
Well, you know what's really happening in Florida though? It's because there was I had a friend explain this to me in Florida. So when they were drafting up sort of like the whole dispensary thing,
Mhm.
pretty much they said I'll allow the bill if only I'm allowed to have like if only if I'm allowed to be the only licensed dispensary to exist in Florida, and just like that, he got his wish.
Yeah.
So it got
That doesn't
monopolized.
surprise me. But there's more than one, dispensary or one company that owns dispensaries here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
did
yeah,
they put it on? Did they put it on a ballot for the people of Florida to vote, or did the
It's going to,
legislation do it?
it's
legislation.
legislation. It's
Oh,
going to
wait.
go on November's ballot. It's on November's ballot.
Another well, the reason why I say make it federally legal is because you have a lot of things that kind of don't allow you to get subsidies if those things are in place. So, for example, I don't think you should be criminally charged for smoking marijuana because people smoke cigarettes, and I consider cigarettes to be way more of a deadlier toxin. And
Health-wise, yes.
so it's kind of like if we're allowing to drink at what is it, 21 now? But if we can drink and we can smoke cigarettes, I don't think making it federally legal is going to kill anyone. Life will progress as normal. Nothing will change.
Yeah, because I know when Colorado did medical and recreational both, they put it on the ballot for the people to vote on before they made it legal.
In Florida, it's on November's ballot. I honestly don't think it's going to pass, though.
Because I thought Florida already had medical.
We
just
have
not
medical.
recreational.
No,
Yeah,
we have medical. They're putting recreational on the ballot in November. But like I
yeah,
said, I don't think it's going to pass.
it might pass.
Well,
I don't-
but here's the thing: if Trump is running with that message in Florida, I think they'd probably have to reciprocate it. If that state is like very Trump MAGA heavy, then I think they'd probably approve.
Uh,
I think it's
DeSantis and Trump.
I mean, consider it. I
There,
think Florida would want to charge an exorbitant amount of tax just for you to sell weed.
there is so many commercials against it. I mean, it is just flooding our
I think
TVs and radios.
those could just be like the political opponents that happen to be very religious and they're just trying to protect the kids, but people don't realize that even if you like don't do anything about it, I mean, I think everyone here can speak for themselves that in high school, most kids were trying to get a beer, and most teens were actually drinking beers or smoking a cigarette. So it's kind of like,
I mean, I
like
was smoking weed in high school.
Oh, I
yeah,
I
that's what
used
I'm
to go
saying.
buy. I was able to go buy my mom cigarettes when I was younger because there wasn't an age to purchase them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I remember when I was like 17, 18 years old, this guy from Texas wanted me to go buy him alcohol. He thought I was older than I was. It's like, dude, I'm not 21.
Yeah. Well, I've taken many of alcohol from my kids before the age of 21. Trust me, a lot of it.
I'll tell you something that may shock you. In Puerto Rico, when I ended up moving there back in 2010, well, when I moved there, um, I was born there. I was taken to the U.S. a year after, but went back, ended up running out, and I remember I was meeting up with somebody there. So I was drinking a beer in my house at the crib, my rental, where I was just drinking, and then I was gonna go, drink beer too. And then they came, they're like, "Hey, come out," and I'm like, "No, I gotta drink this beer. I can't have this beer outside." He's like, "No, it's not legal to walk around with beer in Puerto Rico. You can drink outside. It's legal." So then I was like, "Oh, that's." I was like, so then I started to ask them more, and then they explained to me in Puerto Rico, the you can be 16 years old, I think 15, 16, and you can go to the bar with as long as they're accompanied with your father, and you too can actually like drink a beer. And then you're legal to drink alcohol at the age of 18 by yourself.
In Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know in Minnesota it might have changed because it's been a few years since I lived there, but I could, as long as I was with my child, they could have a drink in the bar with me.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Had to be with a parent though.
The reason why I'm sort of against it in a way because when I looked at Puerto Rico, the statistics at the time, I think Puerto Rico had a high number of people with liver cancer from alcohol consumption, and they were people ranging from 30 to 35 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got a question about Puerto Rico. Since now the United States owns Puerto Rico, wouldn't they have to follow the United States laws on alcohol?
No, it's a colony,
No.
colonial
Yeah.
state.
Okay.
But our citizenship didn't come from that. Our citizenship came from actually us having to fight World War One and Two. That was the trade-off.
Yeah, and like Puerto Rico, they don't vote in our elections.
So then they did give us a citizenship. The problem is that they also gave us something called the Jones Act, which is to me is modern day slavery on the like island level.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to talk about modern day slavery, look at CPS.
Economic modern day slavery, yes, Puerto Rico is a fine example why the U.S. shouldn't impose the Jones Act.
Yeah.
If we have our citizenship, we automatically have to like register to draft. That's no biggie. The other half of that bill is Puerto Rico can only export and import on American vessels, which happen to be the most expensive type of vessel to use. So we get taxed up the ass. And then when we borrow money to Puerto Rico, in case a lot of conservatives like to say that Puerto Rico is a money drain, no, it's not. Because I actually did the numbers, and actually a politician in Puerto Rico did the numbers. We borrow a certain fraction, and then we take that money and we give 3 times what we borrowed back to the United States.
Right.
So,
Is there any loopholes to the shipping?
nah. So here was a predominant. This is when the Jones Act became a problem. You remember Hurricane Maria? So when
Well, that's
Hurricane
been a
Maria,
few years.
yeah. So when Hurricane Maria hit, remember there was a whole like the island was knocked off the grid. So at the time, Africa, China, a lot of countries sent ships to Puerto Rico with aid. And the U.S., pretty much the U.S. military told them that they couldn't dock in Puerto Rico. That they were only allowed to receive aid from the U.S. and that we would have to be responsible for securing the money for the logistics.
Wow. You know, I vaguely remember something
We
like
got
that.
way less. We only got like I think we got way less money in what is it? You know when FEMA. You know how FEMA gives like, a budget or something, and
Right.
that's like, for like relief. We got a fraction of what like Florida got. Florida got like this big, huge package. Puerto Rico got like nothing at
Yeah.
all.
And I think Puerto Rico was much more devastated than Florida.
Wasn't that back with when Hillary Clinton was VP?
I don't know. That wasn't during Trump's era, though. Actually, yeah, it was during Trump's presidency.
Yeah, it was.
Because he was throwing the toilet paper, and they made fun of him on Puerto Rico for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I was asking if there was loopholes of the shipping, because I was wondering if like a U.S. citizen could go buy a bunch of ships, right, since they're from the United States, went and registered them with Panama, because that's pretty much where about 90% of the ships are registered. If they couldn't ship stuff out of Puerto Rico to the United States to Puerto Rico.
Well, okay, good question. I think no, because look what happened in Hawaii. Hawaii, there was an incident where even American ships tried to like dock in Hawaii to drop off supplies. Literally, that's all they were dropping off: water, food, blankets. Like people were donating stuff. They were told with gun in hand that they could not dock. And so what people ended up doing was people ended up taking smaller vessels, like those propeller boats, and they would have to sneak supplies into. So they would have to sneak FEMA like FEMA equivalent to FEMA supplies into regions. So I would assume it would be the same thing in Puerto Rico, where the military would have to step in, or local law enforcement would have to step in on the behest of the U.S. government.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Say that is because if you remember Massacre of Ponce, the ones that shot like over 400 Puerto Ricans, those were all law enforcement and U.S. military people, but they were following orders from an actual military commander or something like that represented the U.S. So in this case, one could make the interpretation that there would be a similar response if it happened in Puerto Rico, because the response was in Puerto Rico was no one could dock. Like there was, I know for a fact that China sent numerous ships, and they couldn't dock. They'd have to park out and just go back.
Well, how did that benefit anybody? Oh, I guess they didn't care if it benefited, did they?
No one benefited. The U.S. pretty much.
They did. Didn't they do the same thing to Haiti when Haiti got devastated by that hurricane?
I mean, I've heard Haiti didn't receive nothing because when they did recent documentaries and they went over there, a lot of people were blaming the Clinton Foundation because the money never got anywhere. But I think people misunderstand. Like, for example, the Salvation Army, right? The Salvation Army is for profit.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I won't donate to them anymore.
They literally pocket everything they sell. That's not money that's redistributed into like their programs. No, it's to profit. So I wouldn't be in disbelief if Italy did the same thing. And I'm not sure too much about the Haiti thing, but I do know that no help got over there in time, or nothing ever happened.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if something's going to happen to Matt Bevin, because he went and dropped one of his adopted children off. Was either to Haiti or the Dominican Republic, and came back to the U.S. Put his adopted child into to a boarding place down there and left them. And I know a lot of people are mad and are wondering if he could get in trouble for abandoning a child down there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. If you commit the crime in another country, you get charged as if you're still in your home state. That's how they catch people who go, like, for example, to Thailand, and they'll try to do stuff with minors. And then when they come back, they still get arrested because obviously they have their ways of figuring out what you went there for. So they can infer that you went for mischievous thing, like, naughty stuff, and then when you come back, they hit you with just, as if you've done it on U.S. soil.
We just let Smith up. If we want to say hi, Smith, why are you dark again?
I'm sitting in my car. I can light my lighter. I don't know why my
Oh
car
no,
doesn't have.
you're fine. I saw you,
No,
and
I know
I
how
know.
that works. I'm not. I have a channel.
No,
Look at my
you're
channel.
fine, sweetheart. No, you're fine. I know what you look like. I know it was you when you showed your camera back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
All
I know when people go to like Thailand, I think Interpol gets involved, and then they notify the U.S. authorities.
I even heard, for example, they have NYPD over there.
Yeah, I've
'Cause
heard
the
that they have.
NYPD
Sorry. I just heard when I jumped up, you were talking about China. I've heard that they have Chinese police stations in America.
Yeah, they
They
had them in
said,
New York. They closed one down.
They
New
said in 20
York, San Francisco.
Yeah. They said in 2020 that it came from China, talking about what happened. I'm not trying to say the word happened in 2020. And Pan is the god of child love. So they were covering up what happened with that guy that had an island in 2019 with a pandemic because Pan loves children. That makes sense.
Oh, Epstein.
I didn't. I'm trying to be respectful.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a pandemic because they love children. And then they wanted people to cover their face, which is like Islam, and Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl. So I love that.
But you realize you have to go back to the history of the word pandemic.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, no, I don't know the full history of it. I just not knowing that's it's not something that just came up in 2020. The first, okay.
No, I'm just saying, that there's a weird correlation between what they're doing with kids and the agendas they're pushing these days, and that Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl, and then we have open borders all over the world, and the people who cover their face like we had to in 2020 are invading these countries. It's armies. It's not families of asylum seekers. It's military age men.
Well,
like all the Chinese that are coming in through California.
Yeah. Rice Aroni, the San Francisco treat. Jerry Rice played for San Francisco, and San Francisco, I believe, has about the largest population density of Chinese Americans in America. Silicon Valley.
I think, yeah.
I'm different. I like that you guys were sharing some real truth. You see a lot of these panels, and like I saw one, and I don't even say their name, and they're like, girls poop more often than you think. It's like, there's more important thing to talk about than that. Really.
Yeah.
So
No, we try to have some real talk. Hey, Summer.
I was about to say, is that Trump?
Yeah. We're not going to make this a Muslim issue. Weirdos are weirdos, and Muslims are not. We're not doing it. So that's why I came up here, because we don't do that on my panel.
I don't. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't take it as.
I know exactly where you're going with it. It had nothing to do with the conversation that was being had on this panel.
Well, she was talking about China, and I remember Trump said that it came from China, but then Trump also said drain the swamp, which he never did. But when they did drain the swamp, they built the Magic Kingdom in Orlando.
Please, the Magic Kingdom was been here for.
Yeah.
I got this. Hold on.
You're being a government agent. I can jump off your panel if you're trying to censor truth. Islam's taking.
Okay.
Go on another fucking panel and do it. Christine, hold on 1 second. Please, hold on 1 second. Because I know he's still fucking listening because he's still in the back. Take your racist ass and go somewhere else with that bullshit because nobody's doing that over here. I have no problem getting up here. And yes, this is my goddamn channel on, so I'll govern it wherever I want. Take that shit somewhere else. Holler. Sorry, Christine, but I don't do that shit at all because you know what? I have family that is, no, we don't do that. Nope, nope, nope.
No,
Not fucking entertaining that shit.
thank you.
Nah, I thought you knew him, Christine. That's why I got quiet.
Yeah, well, I do, and sometimes he's okay, and I was just seeing where he was going.
Oh no, yeah. There were so many things to talk about there, but that was a lot.
Yeah, no, I was dealing with the chat too.
Although, I mean, if I had to pick a point to attack, I'd probably say that the whole pandemic thing. I've had friends and family that had lost 3 uncles and 2 aunts, due to COVID. I don't think it's appropriate to say that was a conspiracy because people really did die.
Well, when something affects the entire world, that's what I was trying to say with, back in 1912, we had the same thing.
I thought it was 1918 with the Spanish flu.
Yeah, it might be 18. I thought it was 12, but
I think it was 18 and 19. It was a back-to-back pandemic with Spanish flu.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
And it's crazy. The Spanish flu originated in a slaughterhouse in North America.
Yep.
But they still gave it a Spanish. They gave it a foreign name.
Bye, Smith. Thank you.
I just don't understand. I understand that there was a whole back and forth during early pandemic with the whole vaccine and stuff, but
yeah, we're going to be very careful with those terms though because we want to be careful with that.
Oh no, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think the response that was given was appropriate.
Yeah,
not from the I'm saying the response of I think it was better to make sure no more people died.
I just, and I'll be honest, I just didn't like the fear that was inflicted upon people. That was my problem.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of fear pushing.
Yeah.
I mean, I got it before I got the vaccine. I also got it after I got the vaccine and a booster.
Yeah. So, Matthew, you had a question you want to pick my brain on.
Hold on, real quick. I'll give you a virologist perspective, right? And not just the COVID itself, right? So, because it belongs to let's look at the genre of it, right? For example, so it would be for years now. There's always been these research papers being submitted, they're being peer reviewed for the last couple of decades. One of the biggest concerns, at least health wise, for doctors and stuff, was that what if one day, if we had to combat some type of infectious agent, for example, right? Let's say by one day, which one would be the most problematic in terms of transmission, right? It would be respiratory illnesses. So when I lived in Puerto Rico, the reason why I looked into it was because by memory, if you go to Puerto Rico, one of the specialties that's very popular on the island is respiratory therapy and respiratory doctors. And the reason being is because in Puerto Rico, it stands on this wind path where when there's a volcano that goes also in Africa, and all that ash and sand actually gets kicked up and it goes all the way to Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico has a high rate of people that develop asthma or pulmonary problems. So for a long time, I think the academia has been warning that, hey, when it comes to respiratory borne illnesses, this is very problematic because it's hard to treat no matter how you look at it. And considering that humans typically need their lungs to function, it's one of the most critical components in the human body. I think that was the lesson learned, where hey, we have to start being more health conscientious on how society moves on forward when it comes to, like viruses and stuff like that, outbreaks.
Yeah, and respiratory is like next to impossible to contain.
Yeah.
Exactly. The transmission of it, I didn't. But at first, when I was reading these, there was a book. I forgot who it was written. They were talking about respiratory diseases, and they were talking about stuff like the Milwaukee Protocol for rabies and stuff like that. But I remember that it stuck out to me. It was like one of the things that, like, typically we all catch, like, which is it, the flu, right? That's contagious.
Yes.
That's something people typically get. The difference is that most people typically vaccinate for the flu shot once a year, so it's normal. But now, imagine introducing an environment where now there's a wedge between, you know, people thinking that this is no longer a practice that should be condoned, and then you have the people that are willing to take it. But then you start to see that you could have a high mortality rate, and I think like respiratory illnesses fit that description. And I think that, for the most part, I think that of everything that's being done, that's something that should be heavily funded at this point, because obviously with overpopulation and less urban spaces to live in, you have more cramming.
Mhm.
What happens in China could typically happen here.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
but I think a lot of the respiratory illnesses was trapped in a lot of the permafrost in Russia and polar ice caps.
oh yeah,
Viruses that are millions of years old and they're thawing out and coming back to life.
did
Our
you
bodies aren't immune to it.
did you hear the research paper that suggested that there was I don't know if it was in Serbia or in Russia, something like that. It was like some part in the northern region, and they couldn't explain. There was a village that kind of like died off. There was mass disease. Like it was an outbreak of something. They just didn't know what it was, and they didn't. At the time, it wasn't something they could like verify at the time. They didn't have the technique or technology
I,
to do this. So what they
I
figured,
think I know which one you're talking about. I just seen a video about where there was like a 2,600 reindeer up and died and a village disappeared from like a virus that came out of the permafrost.
they think it was COVID. Yeah, it was. They think it was a COVID type strain. There's evidence to suggest that at the very least.
Well, and you do realize that that's a common cold. It just mutates.
Yeah, it's part of the
And
cycle.
and this one may or may not have had some help mutating.
That yeah, that could go either or. But
Right.
that,
And that's why I said may or may not have.
that's why I'm trying to stay away from that portion, because
Right.
that would be the point of contention.
Right. Right. Well, and that's I felt nobody who chose to or ever chooses to have a vaccine or chooses not to, except for a couple. Polio, I have a tough time with when people don't want to be vaccinated against polio, and polio's coming back. And what I find is really weird, like TB, for example. TB is on the rise in the United States.
Yeah, but
But like,
we all
Yeah, but I think TB's also mutated too.
wait. Well,
There's
hold on.
people that have been vaccinated for it, and they're getting
well,
it.
that's what I was going to say. In the United States, there is not a vaccine for it.
Well,
I
okay.
thought there was.
Yeah,
No, there is in Asia and in China and some of those countries, but not in the United States.
Wow.
Are you aware of that?
because in Puerto Rico, when you have to get a certificate of health to work, they have to
Hmm.
test tuberculosis.
Yeah,
So
we gotta screen. Yes,
yeah,
everybody
so
should screen, and that's part of the problems with the migrants that are coming over. Nobody's being screened.
yeah, that's what I was about to say, because to my knowledge, when I was talking to like the health professionals there, when I was getting, like, I had to get blood tested for hepatitis, and I had to get tested for, because I was managing money, and that's kind of like a law. If you're dealing with money, You can't have tuberculosis or hepatitis. So I got both done, got cleared, but I was asking like, where does this typically stuff usually come from? And the thing is that if you look at places like Dominican Republic, if I'm not mistaken, they have a high tuberculosis rate.
They do, and
Yeah,
so does Africa, and
yeah, pretty much. You get
the
the whole.
Congo. Yeah,
Okay, I think it's Southeast Asia. There's what's called black syphilis, and if you contract it, you cannot leave that country.
well, that
I've,
could very well be.
I've
I've never heard of it.
the reason why I believe that is because if you look at, let's say for example, you're applying for a visa, or even if you're applying for citizenship in another country, like a working visa, whatever,
Hmm.
specifically one of the things they test you for is for all these bunch of different diseases.
Yep.
Like they need to know if you have HIV, they need to know everything, and they could
Hmm.
deny you on that. So, for example, technically speaking, if I tried to gain citizenship in Japan, and God forbid I had HIV, most likely I can get denied off of that because I'm a danger. If I start fornicating, promiscuous without a condom, that's what they're gonna think. They're gonna be like, oh, he's gonna spread and cause a pandemic in our country.
Well, and like a lot of countries, like if you come from the United States, they want malaria and all that other stuff, and it's weird what they require.
Yeah, because I mean, my professor is the one that told me that because a lot of like Vietnam vets and Korean vets couldn't come back to the United States because there was a bad epidemic of black syphilis going through Southeast Asia, and they didn't want it to come to the U.S.
That
I
kind
mean,
of sucks.
I don't know what it is. I know what syphilis is. That version
Right.
of it, I don't know exactly what it is.
Right.
I could only imagine that. What is it? Is it syphilis turns into what, neurotic?
Well,
Uh,
that's necrosis. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That
I know
it's
there's a
a
stage.
syphilis that's necrosis, necrotic.
That's late stage though. I mean, no. No. Syphilis actually gets to your brain, but there's a term for it. But it's not neurological. It's like it starts with a, and I just can't recall. But I think that we classified as late stage. I'm assuming if this is something similar or it's like something else entirely because it sounds horrible if they're calling it black syphilis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll have to look into. Actually, I've never heard of it. But then, if it's confined to specific countries, I will. I don't know everything in specific countries. I
I'll tell
my
I'll tell you one even better quick. In New York City, they tested the rats. This was like I think a year before the pandemic when they released the study,
Mhm.
or I think it was during the middle of the pandemic. But I recall a study stating that they found bubonic plague in the train in the New York City subways. They found the black plague strains of it in the mice
Really?
population.
Well, I guess I could see that because it's not like the bubonic plague just totally disappeared,
Oh
and
hell! I
and
remember it
rats.
in Colorado.
Yeah, rats live forever, and they carry diseases, and their mutations they carried even.
Yeah, because Colorado's having a big issue with the squirrel population with bubonic plague out there, and it seems like about every 10 years, it's real bad out there, and it's usually during when they don't get a lot of snowfall or a lot of freezing temperatures.
It kind of begs the question that if we look at how these things kind of affect humans and wildlife, imagine when there's someone out there that has the knowledge to genetically modify seeds to actually destroy crops on a wide scale, and that happens to be a storyline from like a fictional like video series, by the way.
Yeah, I always hated living where I did in Colorado, especially about 35, 40 miles north of the chemical depot.
What kind of chemicals?
Yeah,
Agent Orange, cyanide, mustard gas, stuff that's banned for war from the military.
yeah, but like cyanide gases, this fracking that they're wanting to do, do you know it's giving off cyanide gases too?
Oh, I hated when they were fracking down there in Oklahoma and
Oh, they're
southern
about to start
Kansas,
again.
because they would cause earthquakes all the damn time through Kansas and Oklahoma.
Well, yeah, because the earth shifts.
Yeah,
What's
that
the
and they're opening fault lines.
Sorry, Mafty?
Was it that? I think because I remember also that was way before the pandemic, but they were saying that it was causing crust displacement because
Yeah.
they were leaving like the spaces empty where they extracted whatever it was they were extracting.
Mm-hmm.
The ground unstable. That was
Yeah.
scary. 'Cause that was around the time that a house got swallowed in Florida.
Yeah, all those big sinkholes, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you
like-
start shifting, you start messing with things underground, this is what's going to happen.
yeah, a lot of like northern Oklahoma and Kansas, Nebraska is all limestone. It's all seafloor, seabed. It's just limestone. It don't take much for that stuff to collapse.
Oh, that's
Well,
scary.
That and the water table in a lot of places is only like 6 to 10 foot before you hit the water table.
I had to look at what we're on top of, and apparently we're on top of something that does not look great.
Mhm.
This doesn't
Yeah.
make. I'm not gonna sleep well tonight.
well,
Oh my God! I'm
you're
just looking
East
at this
Coast,
chart.
right? It's 3:30, so you're not sleeping well anyway.
I don't want to like have nightmare. Oh, I always thought about that because I live in a project, so it's like, yo, what if my half of the building just gets swallowed by the ground? Like, how am I supposed to survive?
Honestly, I think you need to be more worried about the new Madrid fault line
The one in,
than a sinkhole.
is it about the one in California?
No, the new Madrid fault line runs right up the Mississippi River.
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot about that recently.
That one's a lot more scarier than the San Andreas. Because if the new Madrid goes, it's going to open up. And a lot of, pretty much Missouri's gone, a lot of Illinois is gone, Arkansas is gone, parts of Kentucky are gone, because it's just going to open all the way to the Gulf and
Well,
let all
and
that
the
water come in.
aftershocks, you're going to
Yeah.
feel them across the entire United States.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the chart of effect. If it goes, I mean, I don't know when they did the study, but it looks like New York City is too far north. So
But didn't New York City have an earthquake?
yeah, the fault line underneath Jersey. It's a small one.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I just remember them having one, and everybody was like, why are we having earthquakes here?
Oh,
It's
there's
not
fault
supposed to
lines
happen.
everywhere throughout the U.S. It's just most of the earthquakes are so minute you don't feel them.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I
Well,
think it's
sure.
because
I mean,
they
we probably feel them we probably have them daily and don't feel.
they were
Yeah.
saying they were saying something about the that the reason why we felt the earthquake like a few years ago was because the kinetic energy was able to transmit further away through the type of rock that was between New York City and the origin of the earthquake.
Oh, that
Yeah.
could be.
Plus, I think it also depends on depth too. If
Yeah.
you're going to feel it, if it's closer to the surface, you're going to feel it more than say 2 miles below. I'm not even sure how thick our crust is.
How
I know I'm at sea level, so we're going under the ocean.
how big is 5.3 magnitude considered severe, or is it just
That's a medium one.
because that's the highest one?
I think 5.2 could. It depends where it originates. If it's severe or moderate.
I thought 7 and higher were the severe ones.
Yeah, but it like I said, it depends. If it's like soft sandstone ground, a 5.2 is going to be severe because it's going to liquefy that sandstone.
Oh yeah, it's gonna destabilize all that.
Mm-hmm.
The sandstone don't take much to crumble, but like a 5.2, say Colorado, where it's mainly granite, oh, that's just a mild earthquake to them.
Right. Well, and California, they have them all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something. Okay, I'm putting you guys in mute, but I'm here. I just gotta handle my dog for a minute.
I think now that we have to worry about earthquakes, we also have to worry about tsunami. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, the coastlines have to worry about tsunamis.
Nah, because I watched
There's
that.
one scenario I don't know if it'll ever happen in our lifetime, but it's a scenario that could happen is if the San Andreas fault line decides to completely tear off and decide to do a slip. They're talking of a tsunami about 1,000 feet up, going in thousands of miles, washing up all the way up into like the upper Midwest.
I don't quite understand that. Real quick, run that by me again.
The San Andreas fault line in California, right?
Yeah, but but where would the tsunami come from?
If the San Andreas fault line decided to break off and slip under the North American plate, that's what would cause the tsunami from the Pacific.
Yeah, but we wouldn't get this. Well, the San Andreas, if there was a tsunami, I don't think it'd head towards the United States, though, would it?
Yeah.
On itself, yeah, on that side, yeah, but not on the
They're
east
talking 1,000-foot high wave that'll could wash up into as far as Ohio. Would be oceanfront property. It would drown pretty much all of the western side of the U.S. just from all the energy of it breaking off and slipping like that.
I did see a study that it would go like all the way to Kentucky and possibly Illinois and Alabama and Georgia and all those. I didn't realize it was going to go all the way into Missouri.
Ohio's just
Right,
north
next
of Louisville.
Kentucky, right.
Yeah. So pretty much a lot of Ohio would be oceanfront property.
Yeah.
That's a lot to take in.
Right? I mean, we got enough to worry about. Let's not worry about tsunamis yet. Jesus.
I know.
Right? I don't want to worry about tsunamis. That's a whole nother ballpark of life. That's just my opinion. But I really honestly, when I lived in Missouri and we would get the little ones, and we always worried about the San Andreas Fault. Because I lived right on the Mississippi River.
Oh, you mean the New Madrid?
Or the New Madrid, yeah.
Yeah. That's the one I'm more worried about deciding to rupture.
Well, and that's my concern about this fracking that they keep wanting to do. I understand energy independent. I get it. We all want to be. But at what cost?
Yeah, no, I think it was somewhere in Kansas. It was either Kansas or Oklahoma. While they were fracking, somebody turned their water on, took a lighter to it, and lit their faucet on fire. And their water was burning because of the methane coming through the groundwater.
Yeah.
We need nuclear.
Excuse me?
We need a nuclear.
Yeah, no. There was a nuclear plant that just caught fire.
No, literally, seriously, nuclear solves all this issue. It's just, you just need to regulate nuclear.
Well, and that's true, but I think people have seen like Chernobyl and some of the
3
other
Mile and hell, there was There was it was either in the U.S. or Ukraine, a nuclear plant that just caught fire.
Yeah.
As well. A lot's happening. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's the war. But at least we can't judge. I think it's unfair because when people watch, like, let's say the Chernobyl docuseries, so they'll be like, this could happen here. Of course, would it happen? Probably less likely to happen here. Because what happened in Chernobyl wasn't just like
I mean, look,
by itself. It was just there was numerous mistakes already. You had graphite tips that were like a major problem that accelerated the whole process, which caused this like thing.
that and the reactors itself.
Yeah. So it's like the reactor itself was like had what the faulty sensors at the bottom, which they don't talk about in the docuseries. But if you look at
The RB8K reactors, they were unsafe how they were built, period.
they had a faulty temperature sensor at the bottom. So
Yeah.
there's
Yeah,
a
but
lot.
then you also had 3 Mile Island over here in the U.S. go completely melt down.
Yeah, but it wasn't that bad as Chernobyl.
No, that was controlled.
You know what I'm saying? So like the accident was contained. So that was
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't help with Hollywood too, making the China Syndrome movie.
Oh, well, you know.
Well, that's Hollywood though for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alien movies now, man.
Yeah, that's Hollywood for you. That's what they do.
Us and then, you know.
Yeah, but a lot of people will see movies like that and it's like, no, we don't want nuclear because we don't want what happened in that movie to happen. Even though it could have happened, I don't know. I don't really
You
understand nuclear.
Does life imitate art or does art imitate life?
I think it does both.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That question is always going to go unanswered.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why doesn't the government just admit that they're hiding aliens?
We're hiding aliens.
I mean, something like that, maybe, or maybe they know that aliens really exist.
Well, I wish that there was aliens. They'd take me back with them.
I don't think they're those kind of aliens.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you want to go. No.
I'm just saying. Can they take me back?
I mean, I do believe aliens are real.
Oh, so do I. So do I. Just like I do UFOs.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing I've been following up in Congress with the whole committee with the David Grush and everything. And it's like, hey, if this comes to a point where there's no admission made, but things were way too obvious because of the subject they decided to talk about, it's sort of like, okay, so if this is going to become a thing, like how fucked are we? Because people just don't come going to planets, and I'm assuming it's not for leisure. People are not coming here for leisure. If they were,
I think thousands of years ago, yeah, they showed up here and tried to help us. Just because of some of the ancient buildings and measurements on those buildings, we can't even do today with our technology.
I mean, to be fair, they did propose a new idea on how the pyramids could have been built, and it's still plausible because back then,
Yeah, I'm not even talking about Egypt here. Machu Picchu down in Peru, there's blocks down there that are true zero angled and cut lines in these blocks that engineers have tried to do today with technology, and we can't even do it.
I feel like that argument, like that theory falls apart because I feel like sometimes I don't know if it's Occam's razor or whatever, or is it Murphy's law? Well, it's not Murphy's law. I can't quote which one it was, but it's something that goes along the lines of it's usually like the simplest, like the simple answer.
I think that's Occam's razor. The simplest answer is the right answer.
Exactly. So I think the simple answer here is that I don't think they interacted with us at all. And I think the only metric we have is obviously we observe how humans interact with each other, and one could sort of make the claim that another species could be, in a sense, that introverted, like interspeciesly, where there's probably no incentive for them to try to communicate with us and do anything with us. So then that only leaves you with like, if you were to do it, it's like, okay, hey, we kind of like we could eliminate the idea that they're here to help. So then why would you still come here?
I don't know.
I could be Elon Musk, Lonnie. I could be.
Yeah,
If I had
because I
10
mean, like a lot of people that study it think they're not actual physical beings that are coming here. They're either made of some type of light source or they're like an android body because if like all these UFO phenomenon, UAP phenomenon are real and the calculations are correct, there's no way it's human technology because we couldn't survive the G forces that these things are moving at.
I wanted to bet they're more like drones, and they're just non-organic bodies inside.
Yeah.
Or non-organic body meaning like maybe just artificial intelligence that's just meant to survey. Because to
Yeah.
me,
So Grace doesn't think that aliens are real. She thinks they're fake.
yeah, but I
To
think
get people not to believe in God. But Grace, you realize not everybody believes in God or
okay, but here's the thing, Grace. Here's the problem.
Okay.
A lot of people accept that, like for example, Christianity, right? The idea that the devil strictly belongs in that specific religion, right? Like old school Christianity, right? The problem in there and then is that it's pretty much Druidistic mythology. It wouldn't be no writers that, let's say, for example, another person's religion. So since there's too many religions, I
Yeah.
think it's to say you'd have to be unbiased when it comes to aliens.
Yeah, because I mean, if you there's tens of billions of galaxies out there, and we've already found close to 4,000 habitable planets like ours in these galaxies that are in the habitable zone. Who knows if they're like ours, but they're in the right spot where life could be. But if there's tens of billions of galaxies out there, how can we be the only ones?
Well, and I agree. Are we? Because
Because
why are we and none of the other ones?
yeah, because like in the Mormon religion, right? I used to believe in it. I mean, I kind of still do. That they believe God has parents and he has brothers and sisters in all these other galaxies too. That there's multiple gods out there, but this is our God that we know in our universe. But there could be other gods in other universes. We don't know.
I like to stick with like the traditional, more classic way of thinking on the whole universal thing, but I do dare say that I don't think my take on it is based on I forgot who the fuck coined the term, but pretty much because we've kind of proven that you could pretty much find essential building blocks on asteroids, that the probability of us originating from this planet is probably a lot higher. We probably don't even come from here. Now, where we came from or where these ingredients, where they're being sprinkled from, wherever that may be, I'm not sure. But I think it's more plausible that we didn't originate from here. It kind of accounts to the whole idea that there's a percentage of our DNA strand that's not found on this planet, but we do share a certain percentage with what you find here. But I dare claim that could be genetic. I think it's called genetic adaptivity, where I'm assuming it would just compensate during period of like evolution, for example. But possibility that we're probably not from here.
Yeah, I mean, where was it? I think it was NASA or there was somebody else talking about Mars, that we may have originated from there because they're finding xenon gas, and the only way xenon gas would be in that low type of atmosphere is if some type of nuclear event happened.
Yeah, but they already debunked that. There's another way of having that type of radioactivity without having like going nuclear. It's just, but it does occur in nature actually. Some places it probably happens more, but over I think here on Earth here we have something like that. It's just just the normal process that happens in a nuclear reactor. It's just at a slower pace. There's nothing to accelerate.
Isn't xenon gas the byproduct of like decaying uranium and plutonium? So I think it's also it's the fusion process. But I'm wondering if it couldn't also happen when like uranium and plutonium decay.
I'm not sure on that, to be honest with you. Matthew?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. So, Cass, where have you researched that? Have you just saw that in passing, or?
I put up a paper on it. It's called the Martian Large Natural Paleo Nuclear Reactor Hypothesis. In Mars acidilium, a large ore body of incompatible elements formed with concentrated uranium, thorium, and potassium at kilometer depth, probably from an asteroidal impact. Due to the lack of plate tectonics, the ore body was not disrupted over Mars history, but supported nuclear fission reactions based on thermal mode. The process began 1 billion years ago. When 235, I'm assuming this U stands for solar cycles or something like that, was 3% and may have been triggered by a deep intrusion of groundwater into the ore body due to loss of geothermal heat on Mars. The body was a high concentration of uranium and thorium oxides. After many millions of years in operation, the paleoreactor managed to begin breeding fuel in the form of uranium 233 and plutonium 239 faster than it was burned up. So pretty much it just states that there could be an organic way of this happening based on like astronomical events.
Okay.
It was it was cool while it came out in the mainstream though. But no, it's a natural byproduct.
Yeah, like a lot of this stuff I watch on like YouTube, universe stuff.
Well, here's the thing. So like a lot of the stuff is a lot simpler. So in a sense of like, oh, there's not always a true scary meaning. But I think if you were looking to like look at those type of scary topics, one thing I could like bring up is like, for example, the void. So the void is like a large portion of the sky that you can't see. It's pretty much it's voided of any planetary bodies. What they noticed was there's a trajectory of certain bodies that looks like it's being pulled outward. So because we're at a specific location where we have a perspective at this night sky, we don't have kind of like a 3D model to work with. What's really happening is that there's something past all that darkness. It just means that whatever is there, we won't ever see because you have to account for the expansion of like space, right?
Yeah.
So obviously light will never travel that far because because what's in between is always expanding. So infinitely that light can travel will never get to you. So you get the perception that there's nothing there, but in fact there could be layers and layers of more stars. The thing is about this particular point in the sky is that whatever is pulling all of that in has to be pretty gargantuan in size. So as far as we're concerned, I think one of the I think the only the one of the biggest black holes we've seen so far doesn't have that much kind of influence in that large capacity, and that's the biggest we think they can go. So that could be something you could look into. That's probably give you nightmares.
Yeah, that, and I've been looking into like quantum physics, like quantum realm type stuff. It's just fascinating to me.
Look into Machio Kaku taught a friend of mine in his physics class, but Machio Kaku's cool, but you can do Roger Penrose as well, or Heisenberg.
Okay, is March?
Gentlemen, we're gonna, if you one moment, we're going to welcome Mike. Hello, Mike. What you think about our conversation?
I'm just here to make this all even because I hate odd numbers.
Your OCD got to you, right?
Yeah, I was looking at it and I was like, "There's 3 people out there. There's 3 people out there. There's 3 people out there."
Well,
Gotta make it
welcome.
4. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not as smart, but I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm
you're
listening,
welcome to do
and
that too.
I will approach it with like I am a Christian, you know, but there's a lot of unexplained things in this world,
Mhm.
and just because the Bible doesn't say that, uh, like too many Christians, I think, believe that the Bible's just centered around Earth. When it does say in the Bible that He created all things.
Right,
So
and
is
and
there a
it also talks
possibility?
about other gods in the Bible.
Yeah, is there a possibility that He created other galaxies with other life forms? Yeah, I think so. I think if you look at everything, if you if you look at science and exploration, we find new things, and as you got to come to realize that it's a pretty big galaxy to be like we're the only ones in it 100%, just because the Bible doesn't say that He created you know another this galaxy with this planet that holds life you know uh, but when you dive deeper into the Bible, because there are some people that are like, well, the Bible never mentions dinosaurs. Yes, it does. It does in Job when he's talking about the behemoth. It gives a description of the Brachiosaurus or the Brontosaurus, or it's one of the largest dinosaurs known to man,
Yeah.
and it has the
Then you also
description
have
in it.
you got the books of Enoch, which
Hmm.
a lot of the Bibles we have don't have it, but like the Ethiopian Bible still has the book of
Yeah,
Enoch talking about the Watchers. What are
14 of
the
them.
true Watchers?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Yeah,
I have
and
a
I
question for you,
think,
Mike.
yeah. What's up?
Were you raised in a predominantly like religious family?
Yes, I was raised Catholic.
Okay, so I got a question then. So if you were raised by a predominantly like religious family, right?
Hmm.
Do you think that it's in your genuine opinion or your genuine belief that you believe in God because you believe in Him, or do you believe in God because at a young age this is what you thought you should do because you wanted to emulate a successful structure that you grew up in?
Okay. I barely understood what you asked. I don't know if it was me, but it was like breaking up for me.
Yeah, my mic's having a problem. So sorry. I'll repeat it.
Uh,
Since you,
okay.
I just pointed out if it's crackling. I just got this mic too. It's brand new. But
Okay.
since you predominantly grew up in a religious family, do you feel that you and your own? Do you feel like you have a firm belief that you've like constructed yourself in the faith, as opposed to you're just you saw that this is what your parents did, and you thought that this was the right path to take, and you went along with it?
Um, Growing up, yes, I went along with it with my parents. You know, every Sunday we went to Catholic church. We did the thing. My mom always took me to confession. And as I grew older, once I hit 18 and I was on my own, I kind of stopped going to church. altogether. I was like, this is stupid. But I had life experiences that were well, because I was in the military, I was in the army, and I deployed twice to Afghanistan, and I had experiences while I was in Afghanistan that I viewed as a wake up call from God to be like, hey, you know, and because I should have been dead several times, but I feel that God intervened. So then I started going back to church, and I didn't like the Catholic Church. There were things that they did that I
Stand,
didn't
sit,
agree with,
kneel.
but
Stand, sit, kneel.
no,
Stand, sit, kneel.
no, it wasn't that. That didn't bother me. What bothered me is because I actually started reading the Bible more,
Mm-hmm.
and what bothered me was that I was calling a grown man that wasn't my actual father and wasn't my heavenly father. And it says in the Bible not to call any other man other than your earthly father and your heavenly father.
Right.
And I was like, well, this is kind of weird. And then I discovered the Baptist church, and they don't call their pastors father; they call him brother. And I'm like,
Right.
okay, that's good. This kind of fits with the. And I'm not saying organized religion is bad. There's good and bad things that they do. I'm just, as I grew older, I realized that the church is not four walls and a roof and everybody getting together. To me, church was like an echo chamber because one of my favorite bands when I was growing up was DC Talk, and they had this one song called "What If I Stumble," and before it said uh, the leading cause of atheism is Christians. For those that could the go into the house of the Lord, profess His name with their lips, and then go out into the world and deny Him by their lifestyle, that is what an unbelieving world simply finds unbelievable. And I noticed that when I was going to church. I'm like, it's easy to be like, oh, thank you, God. I love you, God. Praise God. But then to go out into the world and you see somebody, on the corner, panhandling or whatever you want to call it, somebody that looks like they're down on their luck, and they're like, oh, I don't give them money. They're just going to use that money for drugs. And I'm like, that's not for you to decide. Once you hand it over, that's between them and God, not you and them.
Right.
I will always do something. I will always do something for my fellow man because God commanded me to love one another as I have loved you. So that's what I do. And, I pray for them. I'm like, please, Lord, let them use this money for the right thing. They're hungry. Please let them get food, or something like that. And that's why I don't believe in the organized religion. And another thing about organized religion too is a lot of people that do go to this, they don't, because I didn't do it, and I know that for a fact. But they don't really dive into the Bible themselves. They go to church, they listen to the pastor, the priest, whoever it may be, say a few verses from the Bible and go into not really go into depth of the Bible, but they have never picked up the Bible and read it themselves. And I learned that you have to be careful with that too, because when I was deployed to Afghanistan, I found out that there were, a lot of people would think that there's a lot of bad Muslims, and I don't really agree with that because my interpreter was a Muslim. He was a pretty cool guy, and I asked him, I said, why do we have this? Why do we have these extremists? And why do we have people that are cool like you? What's up? What's up? And he told me, he said, because most of the extremists don't know how to read and never picked up the correct Quran, which is more like the Old Testament, and they're being taught by these rabbis. I guess that's what you call them, rabbis or whatever, and they're teaching them the wrong thing. So they're being misguided. And I was like, oh, so if you don't pick up what is being taught to you and actually read it yourself, you yourself can be misguided. And it's not your fault, but it is your fault because of your own ignorance. You should pick up the Bible. You should read the Bible.
Well, and
You know,
and it's a matter of interpretation. It was written by men
mhm.
in story form.
Okay, so
And
here's my next question, real quick for y'all. Why is it so important for the universe to have a creator?
well, mine's faith, I guess.
I'd say the same because I don't think the universe just popped out of nowhere. There had to be something there in the beginning to cause the Big Bang Theory for it to start. There had to be some type of energy, some type of being.
Well, okay, I got one even better for you. I think we have to realize when it comes to the academia itself, like when it comes to these scientific institutions, there's a thing of separating what you want and what the data shows. The data just shows that we live in just something that just is occupied by certain elements, and when you combine these elements over time, you get things. But the thing in itself in its entirety through the academia doesn't scream anything about a creator. Um, there's like
I think
more
it
arguments.
does now since CERN found the God particle.
That's
Right?
just yeah, but no, no, no.
Right?
That's a term they coined to name something, but it doesn't necessarily mean the God particle. That's one of
Right.
many that they're looking for. They still have to they the next thing they're looking for is stuff like gravitons and stuff like that, which they don't think exists. But the point is that it
I thought they
you can
found
take
gravitons, black matter, the God particle.
you can okay, but the point is that you got to be careful because when I'm pretty sure people feel this way when they look at it and they see God particles, they assume something divine. It's far from the truth. We just give names to things in a very unique way. The military does it all the time with the military jets. The pilots name themselves these absurd things. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what they are, but that the point is that at this point, there's never been anything concrete in academia to suggest that there's even a creator. Or it's a possibility we live in an environment that's just eternal, and that concept doesn't make sense to us because we live a limited lifespan, and it's not something we can philosophically ingest properly, because again, we're mortal beings.
Right. Well, another thing with the academia and science. Okay, here's how I think science kind of proves that there is a creator. Is
In
how
your
has
opinion, right?
science?
In your
Yeah.
opinion, right?
Okay.
Okay.
In my opinion, I'll say
Okay.
that. I'll say it. I'll concede that it's my opinion. But how has science been able to create nothing? Or create something out of absolutely nothing? It
Can you
can't
give me an
because it
example?
couldn't.
Oh, I thought you were about to say you were going to run with that stick. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, okay, for example, cloning. They have to take something from something that exists and combine it to clone something that exists. It can't,
Yes.
like, science has never taken anything from thin air and just been like,
How far
hey,
fetched is
look, we
but
just created.
how is cloning so far fetched though? It's really simplistic. You're just recreating
Well,
reproductive
yeah,
the
yeah,
reproductive
but
process.
but I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying it. Science and academia has never been able to take anything, create anything out of absolutely nothing at all. They can't. Scientists cannot recreate that without taking something that actually exists now
Okay, the
and taking it
problem.
and said, "Hey,
Okay,
we're gonna make this."
I'll respond to that. I think it's unfair to you to say that. It's only because The only thing I could think of right now is creating life. And I think life is much more complicated, but it doesn't scream, I was created by a divine being. It doesn't scream that. It just screams that this is just a very intricate process that has to go through. And we just happen to be the lucky ones that won the lottery for that time. It
Well,
may
I mean,
not
it
be
doesn't
something
even
that
have to
could
be
be,
life. It doesn't have to be life at all. Like,
well, when you create, okay,
you
okay,
know,
if we get to the point,
if
hold on, if we get to the point where we can reassemble things at the atomic level, you still need something, regardless. It's still made of something, even at the molecular level. You still have to assemble these things the right way in order to get
Mhm.
that something, right? So, in the reality is that that saying is just it's the response to that only goes one way. There's only one right answer to that analogy. That's kind of unfair.
it's kind of unfair. No, I think
Yeah,
it
of
is
course it is
actually.
because okay,
I
because
think
it's
it's absolutely fair
okay. So
because,
how does this prove is okay? So then my next question would be, how does this prove that a creator exists?
huh?
How does this prove that a creator exists?
Because the creator made something out of absolutely nothing.
Okay,
Science
that could
cannot
change in the next
replicate
100
that.
years. That can change in the next 100 years. That could
Yep.
change in the next 1,000. Are you
With with
insane?
with
Then
the
what? Okay, let's
education.
say if it happens in 1,000 years, then your argument falls apart. Then what?
But
We couldn't
they won't
fly.
be able to.
We managed to
I don't
fly.
care.
We
I
couldn't
don't
go to
care if it's a
space. We
million
went to
years from now.
space.
They cannot replicate anything, or they can't even create new shit out of absolutely nothing. And it
I mean,
doesn't have to be life. It doesn't have to be life. Okay, if lithium mines, right? Why can't scientists come up with a way to create lithium without digging into this earth and pulling out lithium? Or how come we can't make gold out of absolutely nothing?
You can make a gold-like substance with lead,
Yeah,
tin, and I think aluminum, but it's never gold.
right.
It's
And
alchemy.
you have to make that gold-like substance, you have to use other materials that exist now. I'm
Okay,
Yeah.
talking about taking
here's
absolutely nothing and creating something.
here's the problem with your argument. Because at the end of the day, in the next couple of 100 years, maybe to 1,000 years, we'll move higher up in a what is it, Karshkov scale of civilization, which means
Hmm.
that we'll eventually do everything that you're saying we can't do. So again, how does this prove that God exists?
Because you got to
Because
I'm
have
gonna
God
go.
faith.
made
I'm gonna go
something
back to
out of
faith.
nothing.
Yes, but if I said to you in the next
Well,
1,000 years we'll be able to do that, then what? Then what's the next
okay,
part of the art? What's the
okay.
next thing you can say?
Here's a good example. All right, atheists believe that we came from nothing, right? When they die, they go back to nothing, right? So they go back to a creator.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at okay,
Okay, hold
look
on,
at
real
Greece.
quick.
No, this
Uh,
this is on your point. I think it was Zeus or it was one of the Greek gods. They took mud and created somebody out of mud, and they became a person on Earth.
Mm,
so he still needed mud to make something. He didn't make something out of nothing.
He
Unless
made
I'm
a
getting it
human
wrong.
being. It was I can't remember which Greek god it was that created all his children out of mud. But then, and if he would smash that mud, they turn into dust.
But
mhm.
how what Mafty's saying is that they took the mud to create.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you got to have like with the creator. There has to be a creator for us to even exist, for the universe to even exist. The universe didn't come out of nowhere.
right.
Okay, I got a question for you, KS. So define okay, we're gonna go through the steps, right? So obviously we're organic, right? We're biological life. We're made of cells, we're made of certain intricate processes, we're made of DNA strands, whatever, right? Even if we trace back, we could still make the argument this is how most likely life risen. It wasn't through mystical means, it was just like everything else, every other animal. you have to account the fact that you can find fossilized bacteria in other planets, even on asteroids, that did not come from here. So then, what would be the explanation for everything else?
Because, okay, I don't know if it's the God in the Bible that created this universe. Like I said, the Mormons believe God in the Bible had parents. So if that's true, if that's what they truly believe, that God has parents, they're the ones that created the universe and created life throughout the universe. And the God of the Bible is the one that created our universe from them.
Okay, I got one for you, KS. How about this? How about aliens came, landed on a planet, and said, "Hey, we made you guys." Would you then be willing to accept that they are your creators, or would you still feel like you'd have a loyalty to your faith?
If aliens came here and said they created us, they're the ones that created all the races and put them on a planet to see how we'd interact. And they said, yeah, we're the ones that did this, then okay, I would believe it. But
Okay, so let
until that
Yeah,
happens, I have faith in
okay.
if
who
Now,
I
that
have faith in.
happens,
here's a question for
if
both
that
of y'all. Then,
happens, they're the creator.
no, that's my next question.
So
So
there is a creator.
now, since you, like you stated, you've read the Bible, right, etc. How would you feel then if if this hypothetical really did like say did happen in this example, and you found out, okay, these guys supposedly are saying they made us? How would that make you feel about what you've done up to that point?
No, the
I
Bible's
still
fake.
believe the Bible was true because maybe the, what they call God in the Bible was that alien that created us. And that was his name. It wouldn't change really nothing.
Right. But I mean,
But I mean, they would be able to
it,
tell you though. So it's a
it, it,
50-50.
it may change my view on the creator, but it will not change my morality. What did I treat people the way I wanted to be treated?
That's
Did
fair.
did I you know did I do good deeds while I was here? Other okay, changed my idea about the creator, but everything else I would feel good about.
Okay, so now let me add a spin real quick. These guys are only just responsible for making us. There's no guarantee that there's either people out there, or if there are other things out there, that they had no interactions with these things. Then what?
Honestly,
They
I
had
don't know
no
because
interaction with the others. I don't know.
Meaning, like they're not responsible for creating everything else that's out there that may be organic in nature. So, for example, we're the only thing that was conceived in some means. So I'm just trying to eliminate. I'm trying to split the question of God in half here, because in one I'm restricting it in a way of, you know, that these guys are your creator, but then what about everyone else that they're not responsible for? Because they just said, hey, I just worked on you guys. We dropped you off here. Giant social experiment. Just want to let you guys know we're out. Now you get the sense that, you know, you're a unique situation. How would that make you feel looking at everything else that might have not come from the same circumstances as you did?
I don't think it would change the view because God created Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and it went from there. So if they originally did that and it snowballed from there, it wouldn't change really anything besides, okay, who is God actually?
And some people believe in evolution.
Yeah.
There could be, look, there
Yeah.
could be a God, but I don't think it's one that's based on moral ethics or anything, or has any type of emotions that we display. It could just be something that just spreads its DNA. Who knows?
But yeah, I mean, I don't think not everybody has all the answers, and if you do have all the answers, about that time is when you die. So I guess that's the way I look at it.
I don't think
have all
any
the
of us will
answers. You're gonna
ever
die.
have the answers. I don't know if the scholars
No.
will. I don't know if the biblical scholars will. I don't know
Hmm.
even if the
I mean,
Greeks will.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
I know there's a lot of scientists like Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was a scientist, right? But he believed in God. I
He was.
think that
He didn't believe in God.
I
That was
honestly
false.
believe that you can. I believe that you can believe in quite a bit. You know, like
Yep.
Christian. But I also believe that there's evolution because you know, not in the sense most people think. You know, like I think our bodies change just the same way as like if a lizard, you know, goes into a cave and lives in total darkness, their body is going to change to adapt to that darkness. You know, that's
yeah,
the type of evolution I believe in. Do I believe that we came from like a little like microscopic organism and then slowly became a toad and then slowly became, you know, that's no, I don't believe in that evolution.
I don't. I don't either because I mean, if you look at ants, right? They perform a job constantly. They really don't have free will. We as humans are like the only creatures on this planet that have free will to make choices
Mhm.
and have to live with those consequences of those choices.
That's not
But you,
entirely fair.
Right.
That's not entirely fair, KS. Not. You're both wrong. By the way, Einstein didn't believe in God. He had a different interpretation of God. And
he
KS,
did.
the difference is that you have
He
to
did.
account for
He
the
actually
7
believed
previous
in God. He
supercontinents.
set out to
No,
prove God
no.
did not exist.
Look it
Yes,
up.
he did.
No, he
Yes,
did.
he did.
He
Yes, he
believed
Right.
did.
in Spinoza's God. He believed in Spinoza's God. He did not say God. Look it up.
Right.
But to answer your question, KS, what about the 7 supercontinents that recycled through the actual lifespan of the planet? Since its exceptions, we have 7 different continents. I mean, 7 different supercontinents.
We only have
This
six
is
now.
well, no. We went through 7, is what I'm saying, or we went through variations of 7s with 3 supercontinents. So we went through Gondwana, Pangea, Panatoa, and I think whatever we call this now, right? Those are 3
We just lost a
distinct.
continent.
Which one?
I'll have to look up the article. There was an article that just came out and said that there's only 6 continents
I know
because,
that
like,
this.
the Arctic and Antarctica are disappearing.
You're talking about the southern part of the southeast portion of Africa. It's ripping apart and it's being swallowed back down. But the point is, how would you account for the point I'm trying to the question I'm trying to ask or the question I'm trying to pose is that if there were 3 to 4 supercontinental ships, you do realize that every cycle had its own breed of animals. So there could have been species or maybe some kind of human beings in those other 4. That's fair to assume, even though there's no data for it because the ground swallowed it. That's what the transition is for. But you still have to account for those 4 because we know for a fact in those continents certain animal existed that's not around. They go through the unique phases where it's only exclusive to that time period. Same thing with like dinosaurs. You find certain dinosaurs spread apart. Like the T-Rex was never with certain other dinosaurs that you would see in Jurassic Park, the movie. Like a lot of those dinosaurs were actually spread apart in different eras.
Yeah, and there's like different versions of T Rex too, because they just found out that there was a nano T Rex.
Mhm.
Yeah, so the point is that let's say for example in one of these 4 supercontinents, if they were, let's say for example, human life or a different type of human life, it could have been a different type of human species. Could have been Homo sapien, a different kind of Neanderthal, whatever the case may be, and they developed their own system, etc. Each cycle would have had their own beliefs. So for our time on this continent, for however long that was, right? You have to account that there's way older religions and doctrines out there. I
Mhm.
think, if I'm not mistaken, Hinduism is the oldest religion. Why can't they be the correct religion?
I'm trying to remember.
And it could very well be. So, gentlemen,
Yeah.
Summer isn't back. She's very interested in this conversation, but I am going to step down because my family will be getting up in a little bit and I need things to do. But continue on. You guys, this is a great conversation and we absolutely love the different viewpoints, opinions, and the discussions that you're all having.
Yeah, just make sure somebody else comes up too, because I hate
You hate that
odd
odd
numbers.
number, your
Yeah.
OCD. I need a placeholder for you.
Somebody get up here. We can't have 3.
Yeah, I'm
Have to
trying to
have
remember what like the
4.
Tibetan monks believe in. I think that's uh, the Buddhist stuff. And I thought the Buddhist and the Hindu are the 2 oldest religions.
I don't know about Buddhism, but I know
There's
Hinduism
Okay,
is.
Mike, Summer's going to come up here with you, but she's
Oh,
busy,
yeah.
so she's just going to mute.
Okay, that's fine. As long as there's a 4th.
I love you
Now
guys.
you
Thank
have to
you.
hop down. Now you have to hop down
I'm
because there's
hopping.
5
I'm
up here.
hopping. I don't want to give you odd numbers. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Christine. Good to see you.
You too, Mike.
Oh, there we go. Hey, we got the even numbers now.
Yeah, 'cause,
Sorry, I really have bad OCD. Like, and it's worse whenever I like go to fill up my truck and it stops. You know, and you have the 2 different numbers. You have what you pay and what how many gallons you put in, and I freak out when I'm like, oh, it's not. It's the one is a odd number, the other is an even number. What do I do? It sucks.
no, I think there's one creator, but they're known by many different names with all the different religions, the Buddhist,
Yeah.
Hindu, all that. But I think I think we're all talking about the same creator.
I think so too. I think because
It'd be
I
different
kind
though.
of did a deep dive. I did a deep dive into Nordic, gods and Greek gods and all that, and like Hermes, for example, right? Hermes is the messenger god. Well, in the Bible, it talks about a messenger angel, Gabriel. Gabriel's are the messenger angel, right? Are we talking about the same thing? We could be.
Yeah. Because the way I see the Bible, right? The Bible's leading me to become godlike, like our creator. So if I follow the Bible correctly, do everything I'm supposed to do, when I die, I'll become a god in the afterlife. Will I be as powerful as the creator? Probably not, but I'll become immortal and live among all the gods if there's multiple gods. I don't know. I just know I have faith in something, some type of divine being.
Oh yeah. Damn,
Because
I like how
I know
the
like
Native
with
Americans are too.
yeah,
They're very
because like
spiritual. Like, like that. I think that's kind of cool. I kind of want to
yeah,
live like that. Everything has a life, has a spirit, has a name.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'm
like
quoting Pocahontas.
like Tibetan monks, they
Mm,
believe in the rainbow enlightenment, where they believe they become light energy in the rainbow spectrum when they
right,
die.
right.
Who knows? We may all. I don't know what it's going to be like after my mortal body decides to die. Because we're made of energy, besides natural like organic material. We're also made of electrical material matter. So where's that going to go after my natural body dies? Who knows?
Right.
Depends. KS,
Yeah,
it
I
depends on your
agree.
interpretation there, though. You have to be careful what you said, though, KS. Because when you say electrical, like body, what do you mean? Electrical? You said electrical matter.
Yeah, electrical energy. Our body's made up of electrical energy.
So I'm assuming you're a proponent of like electrical. What is it? Electric field theory
Not
or the
really
electric
electric.
universe?
Like we have an energy inside our body that keeps our body alive, right? Some people call it the soul. Who knows what the soul is actually made of? I believe the soul is made of some type of electrical energy that keeps our mortal body alive. But when we die, that soul releases as energy and goes somewhere.
Hmm. You would have to make an argument for the idea of souls. I don't think soul exists, but I think something that I would accept is what Roger Penrose said when he had a conversation with another physicist where they were talking about uh, if the brain is basic computer computation, and they said they claimed no, it would more be of a quantum computation. So maybe that has something to do with the idea or the perception of a soul, but it could just be that that's probably has its own function for whatever reason. Because usually when you bring up like anything quantum related, you get a lot of weird things happening.
Yeah, but I mean, if you believe in ghosts and a lot of the photos of ghosts, if those are truly real, that's the soul of the body.
Or
Yeah.
people are having hallucinations, and that's a possibility of visual hallucinations. Um, I would say this: the only thing that can't be really disproven are like when they do EVPs. If it's like clear EVPs and stuff, and it's documented correctly, I'd say okay, that's something to work with. But uh, we haven't. I don't
Yeah.
think there's evidence to suggest of like a ghost appearing on camera. At least the recordings
Well,
is one thing.
I'm
I know there's
I'm glad
videos out
I'm
there.
glad you brought up ghosts. I'm glad you brought up ghosts because I used to be a ghost hunter, and I was their filmographer for a group in Georgia, and I put together, they would send me all their voice recordings and everything, and I filmed everything. And going through a lot of the videos and audios, I could say that I truly believe that ghosts exist. It's not a not a hallucination, because there was one particular time that I was filming, and I said, here guys, let me go ahead and shut off the camera to show you guys how dark it is in here. And there was only 3 of us down there. Turned off the light because we were filming a basement. Turned off the light, and it became really dark, right? And I said on the camera, I said, "See how dark it is, guys?" And nobody else said anything. When I went to go review the camera footage, getting ready to edit everything to put for our webisode, we used to put it on the Ghost Hunters website, Spirit Paranormal. They don't exist anymore, but as soon as I turned off the camera and I said, "You guys see how dark it is?" Clear as day, I could hear a black man's voice say, "Yeah, it's dark in here." And I was like, "Wait." I called up the other 2. I said, "Did you guys remember saying anything?" Nope. I was like, "Are you sure? Because I have a recording here of somebody saying, 'Yeah, it's dark in here.'" Nope, we didn't say anything when you said that. When I said that, see how dark it is in here, guys? So, and that was a jail that we were we were going that we were at in
Yeah.
Ashdown, Georgia, and yeah, as a filmographer, like I went in there with a very, like I'm very bipartisan, I guess you could say, or whatever, unbiased. I'm a very open-minded person, but I didn't really think ghosts exist. But they asked me, "Hey, you're really good at making videos and stuff. Can you mind? We want to do something like Ghost Adventures." I was like, "Yeah, sure." And plus, I can't stand Ghost Adventures. I can't stand Ghost Hunters and all that because it's a production, and I know how to fake evidence on there. Because if I wanted to, I could implement fake evidence in there. But I was like, no, I want this to be raw. I want this to be real. And when I approached it, all the investigations we went on, I was like, holy crap! Like, I didn't believe this, but it's true.
Yeah.
What it is, I don't know. Like, I've come to the thought. My own opinion is when it talks about hell in the Bible, I'm wondering if maybe hell is our souls. When we do bad things, our souls stay here on earth. And just imagine how hellish it would be for us to stay here around our loved ones, but we can't really interact with them.
Yeah. Almost like Dante's Inferno, where there's like
Right.
different layers of hell.
Wait,
Right.
Mike. So you said you heard a voice.
No, on the audio, I didn't hear a voice when we were down there in the basement, but when I was reviewing the footage, I heard a voice that was not there when we were there.
So is it safe to say that that was enough to convince you that ghosts exist?
That was one example. There was multiple examples, and we have come across demonic entities too.
How would you
That
know they're
maybe
demonic?
How did I know it was demonic?
Yes.
Just the body's reaction to it. My hair, the hairs on my body would stand on end. I got goosebumps. I had an unnatural fear. It was to my body warning me.
So you were afraid of the situation.
I'm trying to prove if there were souls. So he set a camera up near a mouse trap. A mouse dies, gets in the trap, dies. A few seconds after it dies, you see the spirit-like thing leave the mouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, people have put it through every software they could to try to disprove it, and they couldn't. And then there was another video of a fatal motorcycle accident where they're working on them. There was a fire cam on one of them, and they're working on the person. As soon as that person died, all you see is this ball of light leave the body and just shoot straight up. I do believe we have souls. I mean, they've tried to disprove the videos and they can't.
Yeah, but that's like saying, for example, I'm a tribe that's lived out in the boonies, far away from civilization. Never seen fire before, but when I see it, I call it something else entirely.
Okay, what about?
Sense?
Okay, what?
You can hear me or no?
Did you say something about fire in the boonies?
I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, the noise went away. No, I said. Let's say, for example, you're out somewhere. You're a part of a tribe that's not like high civilization. You've never seen fire before. All of a sudden, you see lightning strike a branch. The thing sets itself on fire. How do you know what you're looking at? If you get what I'm saying?
Kind of like how like the Neanderthals probably acted when they first saw that.
Yeah. So Why does it necessarily have to be a soul?
I don't know. That's just what I believe.
Okay, okay.
I believe we have souls. It's just I have that much faith to believe we have a soul. It doesn't mean do we? I don't know. We'll probably never know. We we may never really know.
I mean, I grew up in a Pentecostal church, so I only know so much. But why can't it? I guess like these are the only type of questions I could ask. Why could it be that if we die, nothing happens? Why is that a possibility? You think that maybe we just pass and that's it? We just lived out our lifespan, and like every other organic animal on this planet, we just we did
I
our
mean,
job
it's
and we were away.
possible. I mean, I don't want to believe that's what happens, but that's what could happen. I don't know.
The reason why I'm so anti-religious is because we could be doing a lot of things that spark innovation. And my beef, at least with religious institutions, is that time and time again, it's been at the forefront of blocking legislation that's meant to help people, whether it be things like for medical reasons or scientific reasons. Um, Religion has cock blocked America time and time again. So,
Religion's blocked a lot of shit since the beginning. It's not even just America. I mean, if you look at the Crusades, beginning ever since pretty much religion probably did start, we've always fought over religion. And religion's blocked stuff. Yeah, people saying no, this religion's the true religion. This is the bad religion. I mean, we fought wars for religion, but I mean, I just have faith that there's something else beyond this plane. I just want to believe that when I die, I'm going to go somewhere. Where that place is, I don't know.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to mute myself. I didn't want somebody getting a copyright strike or anything like that because I went inside the truck stop and they were playing music.
Lonnie, I think atheism is really hated. It's just fine. It's kind of like a cockier way of saying you don't believe in something. But I
Hmm.
think it's important. At the very least, agnostic would probably be, in my opinion, is what I would label myself as, because I can't prove neither God exists or it doesn't exist.
Right.
But that's not really my end game, because it's not within anyone's reach right now to make that choice. Maybe a billion years down the line, sure, but not now.
Yeah, and I don't mind atheism at all. The only time it becomes a problem to me is when things become toxic. I can't stand when things become toxic
I
because
mean,
like I've met some like you're a pretty reasonable atheist,
I'm
but
not an
I've met
atheist.
some atheists, or you're not okay. I thought I misunderstood you. But I've met some atheists that are pretty cool, and then I've met some atheists that are very toxic towards me and other Christians, because they'll be like, "Oh, you believe in your sky god? You're being lied to," and it's like, look, I don't care if you don't believe. It's no skin off of my nose whatsoever. I'm not gonna make fun of you. You don't make fun of me. Okay, that's when I have a problem. Is when people start, being toxic towards each other.
I'd say as long as people could treat each other the same way Jesus Christ would have treated people, fine, great. That's never the
Hmm.
problem. I think for I think when the time that atheism gets its most fuel is probably during political time, And for obvious reasons, with
Hmm.
how things have been now, with like the Roe v. Wade being struck down, the whole argument on like the pro-life, what is it, anti-abortion, pro-life, whatever it is, between the two groups, people that believe in abortion, the people that believe that don't believe in abortion, and then you have like certain things kind of being imposed and like where normally naturally we shouldn't kind of encourage that. Like for example, in schools, like if
Hmm.
we're gonna allow, like, let's say the Ten Commandments to be taught in school, the reason why I believe separation of state and church exists was for numerous reasons. But I think one of the reasons we have to realize that if we open the door for one group, we have to open the door for every group that follows.
Right.
So that means
Oh yeah, I
Islamic
agree.
people get their own space. If the Satanic Church wanted to put a statue of Satan out in front of the school, they can because it is a recognized
Hmm.
religion. So it's
Uh,
like you see, there's a lot of things there that will piss people off, and we're talking about multiple
Right.
faiths, going at it, not just like three or two, but
yeah,
you
I
have
think
a
the
lot
Eighth
of
Circuit's
problems.
already said they could do that. When
Yeah.
Oklahoma wanted to put the Ten Commandments in the state capitol, Satan has sued the state of Oklahoma and won that lawsuit. And they told the state capitol, no, they have a right to erect a statue of Satan. So either you put up the
Hmm.
Ten Commandments, they put up their Satan statue, or you don't put your Ten Commandments up and they can't put their Satanist statue up.
Right.
Yeah, you can see how that causes friction in a community, which it shouldn't
Hmm.
cause friction. It's just different faiths, but you can't count on the populate like a certain portion of the
Right.
population
I mean,
to kind of like do this in good faith.
like, do I agree with putting prayer back into schools? No, I don't agree with that. But what I do agree with is put back the Pledge of Allegiance back into schools.
I don't to be honest, I don't think that makes a difference. I just think we should keep that out of schools.
Why?
There's
Because
too
it
much of
mentions
the
God.
no, it's that no, not that at all. I forgot about that part. You reminded me of that,
Mhm.
but I'm just in general
Well,
of
that's why they wanted it out. And I look at it like this: just because it says God, one nation under God, it doesn't say one nation under the Christian God. Or it when it says
oh
God,
no no I didn't
God
mean it that
is
way.
all
No no
encompassing. You know,
no what I meant by it
that's
is
the way I see it.
no what I meant by it is that considering the very the egregious U.S. history, which kind of keep that patriotism out the schools for now.
I disagree.
I
I
understand.
disagree
I get
because
it. Your disagreement. I get it. I'm not saying
but
indefinitely, but
let me tell you why I disagree. Okay, like we are a republic. Yes, we have a democratic process. I get that, but we are a republic, and I think that if they put the Pledge of Allegiance back in there, we wouldn't have everybody saying, this is a democracy. It's not a true democracy, and the Pledge
it's
of
a
Allegiance
democratic republic.
says that it is a constitutional republic with democratic process.
But again, I don't think it does anything. I mean, you have to contend with the fact that at some point,
Well, I mean, it's
uh,
the same concept. It's the same concept as taking cursive out. Why are they taking cursive out of school? I learned cursive. Could it be
Oh,
that
they
they're
did.
trying to make it to where the new generation cannot read the Constitution and they have to go off of whatever Google says the Constitution says?
Hell,
I
they just
think
passed a bill here in Kentucky forcing the schools to teach cursive.
I think when
And
it
they should.
comes when it comes to the national anthem thing, I don't know. It's just to me, it does more harm than good. I think considering that people could call it woke, people
How?
call it this, people call it that. You have to understand that the U.S. is not clean in a lot of its moments of conquest, and I think that considering that we're trying to preserve some form of unity in an environment where it hinges on diversity. That's what the United States hinges on in
Oh,
existence on diversity.
well,
We have
why is
to
the
kind of
national anthem a bad thing?
I never said the national anthem was a bad thing. I thought
No,
about
you just
the
said the
flag.
national anthem. I was talking about the Pledge of Allegiance, and you said national anthem.
I'm not bad. I didn't mean the pledge of the national anthem. I meant the pledge of
Oh,
allegiance.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I think considering that there's a lot of friction between everyone that's had a part in creating the United States, I'd say, or at least economically, it wouldn't be this way unless certain things happened. I'd say singing an anthem. I mean, not the saying the Pledge of Allegiance. The national anthem, I don't have a problem with because it's a
Oh,
U.S.
okay.
thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's a sports thing. That's why I was like, nah, that shouldn't change. I think people blow that out of proportion. But when it comes to at least the Pledge of Allegiance in schools, it's like, uh, we're not in a headspace to like try to get the kids to form like some type of tribe. Like, you know, it hinges on being patriotic. I think that's the wrong route right now. I think we should teach U.S.
Why was
history.
it socially acceptable when I was in school, but now all of a sudden it's not?
Because the country was very much conservative back then when we were in school. I'm assuming we were both the same age.
How old do you think I am?
I'd say about 25 to 30.
Yeah,
Nope.
my same guess.
Older.
35?
Older.
40.
40. Yep.
Okay, so I'm 35, so 5-year difference. But the country back then was way more conservative. That would probably suffice as an answer. Definitely was way more conservative. So they were probably they were pretty much rooting in a manner where they couldn't get rebuttals even at the House of Senate. It was never going to be impossible to do that. I'm pretty sure they were trying to instill like patriotic, like a sense of patriotism amongst people, but the society's changing from that. It's morphing from us accepting the fact that we have to kind of take account for, like, you know, U.S. history, for example. We took this place from the Native Americans. That was a whole bloody situation. Then came
Let's not
slavery.
forget
Then
what we
came
did
all
to
this
the
other stuff.
Japanese Americans and Asians
Yes,
after
that too.
after 41. It wasn't until like early 42 or late 42 when we put them in internment camps.
Yeah. Also Hawaii, by the way. We took over
Well,
Hawaii
I
with
mean, is
pistols.
America the only country that is privy to doing bad things?
That
I
is
mean,
irrelevant.
every
Hold on,
country's
hold
done
on.
bad things.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
irrelevant. No, hold on. That's irrelevant because we're talking about the U.S. specifically. We're not talking about the rest of the world.
Okay,
But the rest of the world
but
does,
if you're
so it's
going to talk
different.
about the United States doing bad things, you have to also keep in mind that other countries did bad things too.
But that's irrelevant.
You can't.
Because, again,
It
it's
is
irrelevant.
relevant. It's
irrelevant.
relevant because what you're doing is you're painting this picture that America is all bad and we could do no good things whatsoever when other countries did worse things. Look at Adolf Hitler.
Again,
How is it
the
irrelevant?
topic, Mike, because the topic in question was about the U.S. itself, and it literally sprouted from the idea of saying your Pledge of Allegiance. It has nothing to do with other countries. Don't take the conversation outside of a realm where it doesn't belong, because we're talking about the U.S. We're not talking about Canada, South America. We're not talking about anywhere else but the
Okay.
U.S. Because that's
all
the only
right.
thing that concern. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the parties that are involved in these things reside predominantly in America. That's all. So the
Yeah.
participants we're talking about are already here. They're part of U.S. history, right? So it doesn't change the fact that other countries did their thing, but that's not the focus of the point. The point is U.S. It's between U.S. and
Okay,
the occupants that feel that things happened.
I get your point. I get your point, but you cannot have these blinders on and say because what you're painting the picture of is just America is this god awful place
that can't
has
be true
done. Yeah, no.
That's not true
Hold on,
because
let
we're
me get
talking
my
about
point.
America, though.
No, let me get my point across, okay? Because other countries did bad things, other countries did worse things. That's the Pledge of Allegiance is an American thing. Yes, I concede to your point on that. But you cannot bring up egregious things that happened in the past without bringing up egregious things that happened in the past to other countries as well. You you cannot do that.
Okay, let me rebuttal there, pal, real quick. That's again, we're talking about the U.S., and it's not fair for you to say that because I could automatically bring up what typically happens, has been happening for decades now, right? To minorities itself. That hasn't changed. So for you to sit here and say, hey, we can't draw from the past. No, absolutely not. You're wrong. We have to know what happened in the past so that it doesn't repeat itself. That's where the term goes,
I'm not saying
history repeats itself.
that
Hold on, no, no,
you
no, no.
don't
Let me
know
rebuttal. No,
history.
hold on. No, that's not what, I'm not even insinuating that at all.
No, you're putting words in my
Hold
mouth.
on. Let
I
me
never
rebuttal.
said
Let me properly
that
rebuttal.
you do
Mike,
not
you gotta
remember
let me
history.
rebuttal. Hold on. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's not
but
the
do
point I'm
not
making.
put words in my mouth, sir. I did not say that you do not remember history.
No,
I never
you're
said that. I
saying,
said if you're going to bring up
you're
the
saying,
egregious things that happened in the past in this country, you cannot go without saying that it didn't. You make it seem like it didn't happen in other countries too.
it
It
doesn't
did.
matter because okay, but the conversation's about the U.S. Why do you keep pointing at other countries when participants that are involved in problems with the U.S. never lived in those countries? So why is that relevant to you? Why do you keep
Because those
holding on to
countries
that?
are those countries are the ones that actually caused the problems for the United States.
First of all,
Exactly.
Columbus was Portugal. Was from
Okay,
Portugal. Came
America
over here
ended
and murdered.
slavery. Guess what? Slavery is happening in other countries to this day, sir. To
yes,
this
but we're
day, but
talking
yet we're
about
still
what
focused
happened
on
in
slavery.
America.
And then the
Mike,
black community talks about slavery
oh
back.
my
Oh,
God.
no. Black community talks about
Mike, you're
slavery
talking over me. Mike, you keep cutting me
but
off.
yet they're
Mike,
wearing
you keep cutting
Nikes
me
that
off,
are put
Mike.
together by slaves from a different country.
Okay, I understand that happens over there.
You can't
Mike,
argue that.
stop cutting me. I'm not arguing that. You keep going
All
outside of the
right.
country, and I'm telling
So,
you that we're only talking about the U.S. So why bring something into an argument where it doesn't belong? Because by your
right.
standard of what you just communicated, right? If we were to take slavery, can't say that about people that were born from ancestors that were a slave, because they would want these needs or these things to be attended to of things that they're actually facing in society. So to say that is to say, oh, you're not allowed to bring up the stuff that's happened in the past, even though those are
I never said
habits
that.
I'm giving you an example. You can't necessarily say what you said and then we got to stay here and say, oh no, but this country did this, but that's not the focus. I literally said before, hey, the participants of the US, you guys bought in other countries. We're talking about everything from
Who's you
Mexico
guys?
to Puerto Rico to anything from West Africa, any type of slavery that went through here. We're talking about the interactions between what the US had with all these other places specifically.
Okay.
All right. So
And
then
there's other countries
again,
that had bad
who
interactions
gives
with
a
other
fuck
places
about the
too.
other countries, Mike? We're not talking about fucking other countries. We're talking about the U.S.
My gosh. Okay. Next topic, because this is just going to go in circles.
It's not, because I'm literally telling you the format literally is U.S. only. Who cares what China's doing, what North Korea's doing, what they did in the past, how it measures to what the U.S. did? We're talking about specifically to the U.S. When if I was from like descent from a slave, let's say for example I wanted reparations, right? Do I not have like should I not have the right to feel some type of way what they did to my ancestors, and shouldn't the U.S. answer for that at some shape or form?
The problem is, okay, if the United States is going to have to pay reparations to
Well,
these
I'm not saying
people,
they would.
then
I'm not saying they do. I'm just giving you an
not
example.
go after Africa for the ones that kidnapped their ancestors from their tribes and sold them to the Europeans too?
Yes, I understand that social construct again, but it doesn't prevent someone from telling the U.S., "Hey, you indulged in these behaviors." Because it's not just slavery. There's also
Right.
massacres in other countries that's happened. So you can't tell a descendant from that family and say, you can't feel no type of way because it's happened in the past. Can't do
I'm
that.
not saying they should
Oh no, I'm not saying
feel
you.
a different way, but
I want to go in.
but
As far as
it
the
wasn't just blacks that were slaves back then either. There were white slaves too.
Yeah, but I'm just giving you an
am
example
I
of the
not
different.
talking? Hello. Okay, so like what I think he is saying is, first of all, I get what he was saying about like this started with the conversation about U.S. because if you guys were to start this whole thing started by you all talking about things being in the school, the Ten Commandments, prayer, or whatever, that has to do with the U.S. So when he's saying why are we bringing other countries in this, when we're talking about U.S. schools and U.S., the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff like that. So that's what I believe he was saying. I will also say, to what McFly was saying just a second ago, my husband's great grandparents were slaves, and you damn well best believe he's got a lot of questions to ask a lot of people, and he has every right. His family has every right. So, but maybe stick to the U.S. conversations because y'all were talking about the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes. So that's just my point. Just I'm saying that I think it's unfair because that's an argument that's been floating around in the conservative space for a while now. But I think it's unfair because at the end of the day, if we could give Jewish folks from the Holocaust reparations and we gave them that attention, why can't the U.S. do the same thing for every participant that want answers on why these things happen and why people ended up dying? Why were their regions placed under so much economical stress that only the U.S. benefited while these countries were extracted from? So these are questions they should be allowed to ask, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and just to point out this, that yes, the topic did start off as schools, and then it went into the Pledge of Allegiance. But here's the problem with conversations: they can lead into other avenues, and I interjected because the conversation was leaning into the point of where America is just bad, you know, and and to me it's like you can't say that America is the only country that's done bad things. That's what I was trying to get at. But you were trying to steer it back to just the United States, but I mean I have to interject when you start pointing out all the negativity that America did. America has done, yes, America's done negative things. America's also done some great things, and I have no control over the good things and the bad things that America has done. That's the that's the government, really. We the people um, need to have we need to take back control of the government. That's the way I see it, because they answer to us. They work for us, and right now, none of them give a shit about any of us. None of them.
So my question would be now is that you as an American, why compare what the US has done as opposed to other countries, even though that really doesn't affect us on US soil for the most
Yeah.
part, for example?
No, it doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect us, but I believe that there are other countries that have done worse egregious things for different reasons.
I mean, look at the Vatican with the Crusades,
Mm-hmm.
how they went after Muslims and other religions.
Yeah.
That pretty much was genocide.
Yeah, but then the argument there is that if it happens in some other place and they have a way of living, we can critique it from a distance, but it's not our environment, it's not our homeland. We don't have any influence there. We only have influence here. So if let's say for example it was made well known that people here on this panel, quote unquote, are empathetic enough, right? Then they would want to demand that the government treat its people, much more kinder. So with that, I'm trying to say is that we would need to then demand that our government perform better and not do the things that it's done in the past. But I think that's like the whole problem is that I mean, we could say like these things about, we could take back government or not, but I think the issue runs deeper than that. Uh, there's a lot of things I think there's a lot of things that has to be accounted for the most part. There's too many things that has to be righted.
Mm. And our history, like nothing we say today is going to change what happened in our history. That's history. That's our past. And you're right when you said, learn your history. That way, we don't. Those that don't know their history are doomed to repeat it. That's exactly right. 100%. I agree. And slowly, I believe, my opinion, that we're starting to get back into where we're doomed to repeat history.
I mean,
What it is? I mean, are we going to have another revolution? Are we going to have a civil war? Are we going to have a revolutionary war? Because we're split, and we keep getting these things thrown at us that just keep us divided. And like I always see a glimmer of hope that, oh man, we're on the right track. Everybody's starting to agree on this, and then all of a sudden they'll throw some bullshit out there, and now we're divided again. And we're divided on a lot. We're divided on religion. We have people that believe the Earth is flat and the Earth is round. We have people that are anti-LGBTQ. We have people that are pro LGBTQ, pro abortion, anti-abortion, blah 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 blah. In the end, does it really fucking matter? We have one common enemy, and it's the government, and they're doing shit in the middle of the night when nobody is awake. They're passing these laws and doing these things in secret.
Oh, like
And
how they passed the Build Back Better Act and snuck in changing the draft age from 18 to 65. They did that in the middle of the night while we were all sleeping.
Yeah. And then we have people that are left wing and right wing, conservative, libertarian, and we're all divided on it. And it's like the most common denominator that we need to be focused on is what the fucking government is doing. The government works for us. 100%. We vote them in, we vote them out, and they're doing sneaky shit. And then that's why whenever something happens on the news, you have some people that become conspiracy theorists. And the reason why is because the government and the media has lied to us and cried wolf so many times that when it's something legit, people are going to argue over it, whether it's legit or not.
Yeah, but
And
you
I'm
know
like,
what?
this is a bad thing.
But like I get what you're saying, but like I gotta jump in this conversation. Sorry guys. But like you say that America's done a lot of really great things and our country's not perfect, okay? But it has definitely continued to still do horrible things. There's horrible things that continue to go on. And some of it has to do with the government, and some of it has to do with the people. It's a split half, it's both. Um, so I just and when people say we the people, I mean you have had this discussion many, many a times. It's hard for me.
Yeah.
That is we the people these days is a trigger for me, right? Because we the people doesn't, and 2020 showed me that. And we've had this discussion, um where I stood and the things that I seen and the way we were treated and different things like that. We the people does not mean we the people. We the people to me seems like it only means we the people as if you believe in this faith-based, far religious fucking act that's government and state church is supposed to be government and church is supposed to be separate. And every time I turn around, there's another Christian fucking decision that's being made over my body or my actions or something like, and look, it's not okay. It's not fucking okay. And then, I mean, like right now, women are the bottom of the fucking barrel. Not only are you going to tell me what I can and can't do with my fucking body, not only are you going to tell people that have trouble having babies and they would need a little bit of doctor's assistance to get pregnant, or women that are having miscarriages, or women that have to have abortions, or women that want fucking birth control, or what the fuck ever. So when people tell me that America's so great, maybe for the people that are saying it, but some of us, it's a fucking fight. Daily, minutely, secondly. And God forbid if we open up our mouth and say how we feel. So I don't know, man. Sometimes it's hard to feel all bubbly inside when I talk about my country. Again, I love my country. I'm here. That's why I go out in my community every day to try to make it better. But every hospital stay, every dead body, every homeless person, every abused child, the fuck are we going to stand up and do something? When are we going to come together? And yeah, we're divided because some people believe in a faith-based way of living life and some people don't. And even people that are faith-based have a problem with some of these religious ass things that are going on.
Yeah. Okay. I got one question though, Summer. I mean, don't get me wrong. There probably are fathers that are standing up for their daughters, but why isn't every father that has a daughter not bitching about the Supreme Court with Roe versus Wade?
Because not every man cares. It doesn't matter if it's their daughter or not.
And that kind of pisses me off that they're not doing that, not thinking of their daughter.
Men need to start holding other men responsible then. Men need to start having conversation with other men because, listen, every time I open my fucking mouth up about my own goddamn body, I've got a bunch of fucking men making decisions about it and men telling me how I should fucking feel about it. But men aren't carrying babies. Men aren't having to, men might, yes, you have go through pregnancies and everything. But until you have that human being inside of you, you don't understand. And so for men that say they care need to start speaking up and standing with women instead of making a mockery out of fucking women. Because you know what? Women do matter. Women are also the foundation of this country. Women have fucking raised most of you all. And to continue every time we turn our fucking necks, we're just made to be like nothing? Like we're fucking just here? For whatever pleasures? Nah, man, fuck that. I don't even like Kabbalah that much, but I'm voting for it because my rights depend on it.
Well, you know me, Summer. Like, I was talking the other day on another live stream. I said, the thing is, a lot of these people have their extremist ways and their extreme thoughts, and the worst part about it is you've got these people that will counter protest, right? And they don't even know what the protest really is about, and they aren't even willing to go up to these people and say, hey, what are you guys protesting for? And I've gone up to them. I've gone up to the BLM rallies, the Antifa rallies, and I've gone up and hey, what are you guys protesting? What's going on? And I sit there or stand there and listen to what they have to say, and every single one of them has told me all I want is my voice to be heard. And
our voices to be heard, and our sons and daughters stop being murdered in the fucking streets.
Right.
That would work too. What I didn't understand is why people that scream "We're the People" didn't stand with us in 2020. I did not understand. If you could go back and go on my Facebook, anybody can. Summer Dickerson. It's fucking open to the public. Same picture as my fucking YouTube page. All my old fucking protest videos. Like, I'm like, don't understand. I'm begging these people. I'm so. Why aren't you standing with us? We're not burning. Like in our city,
Right.
we didn't burn nothing down. We had thousands of fucking patriots come to our city. For what? Not to stand with us. To only find out the cops didn't give a fuck about them either. So it's really hard when people talk about this kind of shit because, like, dude, we were standing in march and still fighting because the cops were raping and murdering people, beating up homeless people, murdering, you know what I'm saying, murdering people in our city, raping women in our city. And we had a bunch of patriots come with guns and tell us we were wrong. That's America, right?
Yeah, I know. I was pissed when I found out about Breonna Taylor.
How you think I was laying there asleep? I was laying there in my fucking bed. Cops came into our fucking neighborhood and killed that woman. For nothing. They all came into federal court. This is the thing, you know, because these same patriots, right, sit here and say that Breonna Taylor deserved to die and all kinds of other crazy shit they fucking say. But if they would have been at the federal trial for Hankinson, which is going to be replaying again because there was a mistrial, one fucking person came back and said he wasn't guilty and everybody else said he was guilty. I believe it was fucking plant, but whatever. Every one of those motherfuckers came in there and said there was the investigation was fucked up. They should have never been there. There was no reason for them to go in that, even go to her fucking apartment. Chiefs, everybody, all the fucking higher ups.
Yeah.
Where's those patriots now? You think they're standing with her family? You think they're sitting with us in court?
No,
So how is it we the people?
no, they got like their 15-minute fame.
Or here, I'll even not to interrupt, but I also take it here. How is it we the people? It's we the people when people think human trafficking victims are only children, right? But when then they find out they're grown women, or they find out they were trafficked off and on throughout their whole fucking life, well, we don't give a fuck about you because you're a grown ass person. They really don't give a fuck about the kid because as soon as the kid's out of the situation, you don't hear another fucking word from most people. Now, some people do actually care, but most, they don't give a shit. They'll sit there and tell victims that they're all kinds of shit.
Well, most of them are in the dark anyways. They don't know what the fuck's
Yeah,
going
I
on.
know. They'd rather believe some fucking QAnon theory than to sit here and understand what's really. I mean, these are what's going on in our streets. There's babies that can't even go to school and fucking have lunch because they don't have the fucking money, and then they got schools hunting them down to fucking pay lunch. I mean, like, there's all. So really, where's this America? I mean, like, we're really great because you know, when my husband was a kid, and his great grandparents told him stories before they died about how they were slaves and were sold in our city. Now he's married to a slave because, well, I'm a human trafficking survivor. And let's face it, that's what slavery is these days. Is human trafficking. So where do you think sometimes it may be in our family's eyes that things have changed a whole lot? I mean, yeah, they dress it up and like to make it look real pretty and call it something different. But it is what the fuck it is.
That, and they like to sweep it under the rug.
Oh, yeah. Because, you know, how many victims got to come out and speak up on Trump? Oh, he was just an Epstein's play, by the way.
Yeah.
I know, because he's, you know, Jesus walks on water. It don't matter.
Oh, who's that other one?
It was like
Who was
that
the
way with R.
producer
Kelly
for all that?
for a long time, too, so he'll have his day. For
I
years,
just wanted, real quick, I wanted to add, this is why I was saying earlier that patriotism doesn't work anymore, because to imply that patriotism works is that the government's doing good by its citizens, and because the government's not doing good by its citizens, we don't owe them any loyalty.
Yep.
Well, I
That's
mean,
why
to me, I don't think patriotism is love for the government. It's love for the country.
To love the country is to love the
But
government.
isn't the
No.
country the
government is the
people?
country.
No, you can love the country without loving the government. I love this country.
Okay, hold on, wait a
I
minute.
hate our government.
Okay, I'm going to take you up on that. So the government, so the love for the love of the country, right? The country is the people, right? And it's not just the grass and the trees, right? So then why did over 2,000 patriots come to my city and not stand with us, but stood against us when the police murdered Breonna Taylor?
Well, I wasn't.
Because a
I
lot of
wasn't
them were
there. I didn't.
bootlickers.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know you, I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Cause that,
Honestly, Summer, if I had been there, I would have walked up to you or anybody else there, and I'd be like, "Hey, what's going on?
and I know you
What
would
can
have. I mean,
what can I do to help?"
you
Like
know, I don't box you.
that's why I say there are extremes in
Hold
everything,
on, wait a second,
even in the
ma'am.
Patriot movement.
Hold on, wait a second. Hold on, slow down. I'm not boxing you in that, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
do you understand? Like, I'm thinking that, like, I was like, oh, okay. And then before even they came to our streets, I went to the park that they gathered, and the things that they were saying about people in my city, they look different from them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, wow. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I live in Kentucky, so not a lot shocks me, right? But at the same time, so do you see how, and listen, I have military family. I love my fucking country. I love my country. That's why I fight so hard for things to be differently. But so many people don't want to see this country the way it truly is. They want to see it how they see it and how they've experienced it. But just because how you see things and you experience things, all four of us on this panel has had completely different life experiences. But we're all here.
Exactly.
This is all our country. So until we can I always tell people, like, I don't need people to put themselves in my shoes, but like, just hear and understand. Don't just, it can't be, because dude, everything's hurting right now. Even people I know that love this country to the fucking core. And people are like, oh, it's the presidents. No, we just came out of a fucking pandemic. That's why gas and groceries and everything's fucking crazy. But we fight with each other. I'm going to blame it on this person and that person. Fuck both of them.
Yeah.
Smart. We just came out of a world pandemic. That's why fucking groceries and gas and everything else is through the fucking roof. God. But that's what I'm saying. We separate ourselves from so much. And there's so many different ideologies that people truly stand on. It's like, and again, I love my country. That's why I get out and fight every day. But you let some people tell it, because the way I'm talking right now, I don't love my country. I'm nothing but a stupid, uneducated fucking whore that don't love her country. Get called that every day. Just because why? I'm a woman that has had to fight my whole fucking life. And I continue not only to fight for myself, but for others. And I see the world the way it exactly is. It's weird. And no, I know you're not that way. You know, I love you to death. Like, we've had this conversation a billion
I
times.
love you to death too. I'd stand with you. You tell me that there's a problem, I'll stand with you.
And I know you will. If we can just get everybody around, and you know what I'm saying, in that lane. And the same thing with mine too. I mean, there's people. It's sides, right? Like, everybody's fucking stupid in some sense. But we just can't act like it's. We just can't act like everything's peaches and creams, because things ain't been peaches and creams for a long time, and it's getting worse because we keep denying. And people take things personal and not hear just people's hurt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just, especially with the slavery thing. People,
I hear you.
instead of people listening to maybe people's pain and anger and frustrations about the slavery stuff, they'll automatically go, well, blacks weren't the only person that were slaves. Irish were slaves. These people, like, motherfucker, we ain't even talking about that. Like, just fucking shut up and hear somebody. And sorry, I'm gonna shut up now. It's just how I always feel.
But
I'm a little
I
bit
mean, I
behind on the
blame the
chat,
news
but I
media
saw
for
where
a
you
lot of
said
it
that
too.
about sex trafficking. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Go
I
ahead.
blame the news media. They're the ones that push all these narratives to divide us. Maybe it's time for people to actually shut the news media off and actually go figure out and find out what's really going on, instead of listening to one of these news agencies' opinions on it.
It's too late. It's too late. Nothing you guys will propose actually helps at all. And the reason why is because the majority of U.S. Bonds are owned by one singular person already. There's already, like, we already got encroached. It's too late to save the country. What the country you know now is not going to be the same country in the next 20 years. BlackRock owns most of real estate. They have a large sum of money.
Oh,
This is
BlackRock,
no,
Vanguard, and
yeah, all those groups. Yeah, like it's too
yeah.
late. Like there, that whole thing about patriotism and loving the country that went right out the window. America now is gonna, as destiny ordains it, America would go through another shift. It's how societies continue. It's either they drop capitalism or evolve it into something else. But this idea of
Yeah.
like things are gonna get better, no, no, nothing's gonna get better. No,
I
voting,
mean, it could
voting
get
for the
better,
center
but
thing,
it's.
sure, but like long term and like the grand scheme of things, that won't get better.
It would get better if people would actually come together and we restart this country and make it better.
Okay, when you say restart, you would end up killing way more people in that reset. Logistically, that's unviable. You'd be asking to wipe away trillions of dollars of debt, and countries are not going to let you do that. What happens in America affects the rest of the world. There's a reason why we're pretty much at the high of the food chain when it comes to economics, or we're like our currency is sort of like the focal point of all these major industries. We go
Mm.
down, everyone else goes down. So there's an incentive
Yeah,
not
but
to
a,
disturb
a
that
lot of people are
equilibrium.
abandoning our dollar.
Yeah.
That's not
All these
entirely
Yeah.
other
Wasn't
true.
countries
it
are
Saudi
saying F the
Arabia?
US dollar.
No,
Yeah.
okay, but
Wasn't it
if you,
Saudi Arabia that just did that thing about the oil?
yeah, but
That they no longer accept our dollar
yeah, but
for the
the
oil
oil
or
thing,
something like that.
but the oil thing doesn't necessarily matter anymore because once crypto was introduced and chain block was introduced, and then they came with the exception to the CBDC. None of that, like the backing of resources doesn't really make a difference. Now you could prop the American dollar in a different way where if you were able to do it first, you would gain that financial domination and pretty much in the next 25, 50 years. Everything's moving digitally, electronically. That's just no doubt about that. We're not going to be holding cash anytime soon. So I'm pretty sure the way that these digital currencies are going to be backed, they're going to be way different than what we're typically used to. And that changes the
Yeah, but I
dynamic
think the
a
digital
lot.
currency and stuff's coming a lot sooner
Yeah, that's what I'm about to
because
say
the
too.
National
Yeah.
Public Database that holds everybody's social security number, who's ever had a background check, aliases, everything from the DOD all the way to Social Security was hacked in April, and now everybody's social security numbers out there. So they're going to either have to come up with some type of digital ID for everybody, and then it's probably going to happen. We're probably going to lose our social security numbers probably by next year.
I wouldn't say that,
Yeah.
but I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure we'll
trust
digitize
crypto.
it though.
I don't trust that shit.
But I
Well,
mean, they've already implemented Fed now to where with almost every bank account, prepaid card, all of it, to where they can control your spending if they wanted to.
Hmm.
So you
the
go try to pay
reason
your rent one day with a debit card, decline. Federal government declined to transfer your money because we don't think you need to spend the money there.
I think the reason why the crypto thing makes sense and why it's actually needed is because at the end of the day, we need a digital ledger. And having a centralized digital ledger allows us to actually make sure that people pay their fair share of taxes. And that's something the country struggles to kind of like stop entirely. It hemorrhages a lot of tax dollars because people aren't being charged correctly or people are not being upfront with what they make. If you make things digitally, they can't hide money anymore. You hold people accountable to the money they have to pay because that's the money we rely on for social services and subsidies. It's very
Yeah,
important for everyone to pay their fair share of taxes.
yeah.
But
The
but
problem is we'd have to
do you really
redo our
trust
tax
the
code.
digital system though?
We don't need to do a tax
That's
code. We
Yeah,
just
we
need to
do.
supplement it. No, we just need to
No,
supplement
we
it
would
with
have to
digital
redo the whole
currency.
tax code because we'd have to get rid of 501c3s, S corps, shit that people are doing now that are hiding money under that shit.
Well, yeah, that's why I said you would supplement it. You would literally make counter policies to pretty much close those loopholes. I'm not saying that it could, I'm not, I'm pretty much saying that it could be done. Like if we make the switch, it can be done. But at the same time, I think it's important that we have to digitize and centralize all these things into one place. We have to consolidate it, not only for cybersecurity reasons, as you may well know, but for other reasons like making sure that everything is tracked. Things like people laundering money from drugs, prostitution, things like that. You can curb or decrease a lot of crime if you take away the method that they use to barter in currency. Take that away, they may not even have a business because they're going to be dissuaded because they're not able to tangibly use that money. It's not soluble.
Yeah, because I know like a lot of
But
the money laundering goes through the Cayman Islands and Swiss banks because it's
Yes,
untrackable.
yes. But then you could just prevent that by just centralizing it in a digital ledger
so
because they won't be able to hide anything. It's going to show you what comes out of the country and what goes into the country. You could pretty much infer that there's something happening if a certain amount of money has to be passed.
Yeah, but I don't think Switzerland's going to agree to that because they try to stay neutral out of everybody's business.
Don't we have a law that says we can't like we can't open up whatchamacallit? I think U.S. residents can't open up a Swiss bank account. Even if they go there, some of them can get denied.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, that's why a lot of these billionaires go to Switzerland to open bank accounts.
But they're telling me you
The
have to go
same
all
for the
the way over there for that.
Cayman Islands.
So I want to ask you, Matthew, are you for digital currency? You are for it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not.
I'm against it. I'm against it because, like, I see your point about money laundering and all that, and it would prevent a lot of crimes. I agree, but it also will introduce newer crimes because it can they for the digital currency can they guarantee that they won't be hacked and all of our money cannot be stolen?
Okay. I understand where you're coming from, but we already have something like that. It's called a FDIC. It will still translate into the digital market. In a bank, in a regular bank account, if you had $1 million, your bank account can still get hacked. The same way that a digital centralized bank can still get hacked.
Yeah,
And the
but
difference there's pretty much going to be. I'm assuming there won't be any differences because the FDIC would probably transition pretty well and just say, "Hey, we will insure up to $250,000." That's why a lot of rich people split into chunks money into different accounts because they're covered under FDIC for the most part, or they just translate, or they'll just purchase something else that they can liquidate at a later time for the exact amount or with an interest fee. But we already have a system in place where if they hack your account, they steal your money, the FDIC actually does give you back your money. The bank will give it back. So that doesn't really change, even if it happens at the digital side at the very least.
yeah, but the digital side, they can stop you from using it. The government can't.
Right. That
They've
too.
already been talking about implementing this. If everything goes digital, I go try to pay my rent with a digital account now. The feds can say, sorry, we don't think you're spending this on what you're trying to spend it on. Denied. Now I'm getting an eviction because the feds won't let me pay my rent. I don't think we need digital. I think we need banks and paper currency because if I want to go into the bank and pull out the $500 I got to pay on rent, I can go pull that $500 out or get a money order from them and pay my rent.
I mean, I get the need for money in a society that's already adapted to it. But remember that it doesn't necessarily have to happen in our generation. It could just be that the slowly, like the same way I don't know if you guys have ever been in New York City, but we used to pay to go into the subway, you used to pay with a token. Then it progressed into a MetroCard, and then it progressed to I want to say NFIC, which is pretty much like you just tap the card on the thing or your back of your phone and it charges you or it detects that you have like a actual membership and it lets you in. Um, I think over time, like it's gonna phase out entirely. But I think the idea of the government stopping you from using your money in a in a manner where it's like uncontrolled, I'm not saying it's not far-fetched, but I'm saying it's very less likely to happen. I don't think it's probable that they're just gonna start shutting down accounts to fuck with people. Unless it's like a national security threat and,
No, they're not going to shut your account down. They're going to watch your spending. And if they feel you don't need to be spending your money, say on groceries, or you're spending too much money, they can control on how much you spend on groceries, how much you pay on rent. If you can pay your rent, pay your cell phone, pay your internet.
Yeah, but
And
then
if they don't want you to have internet or cable, oh, sorry, you can't pay these people, and then you lose it.
well, no, I mean they could normally do that now. They could just flag your social security every time you sign up for internet service. It's the same thing, wouldn't it be the same thing? Except, it's less restricted, but they could still block certain type of access. They could flag your social security for cell phone carriers, internet providers, satellite TV. Uh, They could still do the same thing because most of those services require an identity in order to set up a subscription.
Yes and no. Like prepaid cell phones, not really.
No, not
Like
prepaid. I'm just
carriers,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends because they said they're gonna switch to SIM card standard. So they're trying to make SIM cards an identifier marker, meaning that it's no longer you could be able to buy a SIM card without proving like providing an ID or personal information. They want to make it so that every time you buy a SIM card, you have to provide like a valid state ID that's not expired, and then that SIM card is they know it's
I know
registered
they've
to
been
that
trying to
person.
go to like eSIM cards, so you can't buy a physical SIM card.
I heard of that too as well, but I didn't know. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
too much
heard
about
that
that
too.
one.
Because I know I've looked at some companies and they're like, oh, bring your phone. Do you want a physical SIM card or do you want an eSIM card? If you want an eSIM card, you got to put your IMEI number and pretty much all the serial numbers of the phone, and then it activates that phone. It's like,
Yeah. So I mean, even in modern times, like what you're saying could happen, but it hasn't happened. Like government just doesn't. There's no incentive to block you from participating in society. They want you to pay bills because that's how the person who's running you the apartment is getting paid. They want you to go out and
yeah,
spend
they're
money because
still
that's how they
working
collect
on
their
the
taxes.
centralized banking system. They're still trying to figure out how to implement it and
Well,
bring it all digital.
now, if you were to say something like, "Hey, it could be something similar to what China does with their social credit score," but then again, I, I don't know why their society would do that or why their culture would like ordain it. But I don't see that type of like behavior happening on U.S.
I
soil.
do because almost almost most of the trillions of dollars we owe to China.
Not anymore. It's this guy, Warren Buffett or whatever his name is. We owe him now. He bought out almost
Buffett and
everything.
George Soros.
You're talking about U.S. debt?
I think Soros owns some of the debt. Buffett owns it. Besides BlackRock, Vanguard,
China owns
but
some of it. I think
China, I
China's the
think,
second
still
one.
owes some of it.
Japan as well, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Canada, some of it. Europe, some of it. Everyone has this. But I mean, then again, each country likes to buy out each other's debt for the most part. I don't know how that makes sense in wartime because I don't know if, let's say, for example, if China and the U.S. were to get into a war, would that absolve the debt? Would that debt be on pause? Is there anything that states that they have to, like, contractually continue that agreement?
I think it talks about that in any debt in wartime. I believe any wartime debt can be forgiven. I'd have to go back and reread the articles on debt. There's, I think, a few exceptions where debts in certain situations can be forgiven and wiped. If both, so if we did get into a war with China, pretty much, I think we can sit there and say, okay, you take your debt, we take our debt, and then we just make it disappear. But I think it has to be a mutual agreement. I don't know. I'd have to go back and reread the Constitution, and it's in there about the debts in certain circumstances.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up right now.
I think it's in the articles. I don't think it's in the amendments part.
Because what I'm seeing here just says wartime debt can increase the debt of nations at war and neutral nations for years after the war ends. They give me some examples, but some examples don't state, like nothing states that it just gets absolved. But then I don't know how it is for country to country.
Yeah.
Tupelo said the UK just finished paying off their World War II debt to US this century.
Yep, I believe it. I was just looking at that right now. Bermuda paid off their World War One debt. Actually, no, these are the countries that owe the U.S. money, and number one is Bermuda at 77.4 billion. Germany second, Norway third, Korea fourth, Saudi Arabia fifth, France sixth, Singapore seventh, and Brazil eighth.
Yeah. Wasn't it Trump that said he wanted to pull us out of NATO, and that the only way the U.S. would help them is if they paid us first?
I think that's a bad idea.
To me, I don't think we need to get out of NATO.
I know he wanted other countries to pay their fair share because he said the U.S. is giving the most money to UN.
You have to look at it like this.
Which I agree. I wouldn't want to pull out, but I would agree. Like other countries should.
No. The reason why you wouldn't want to do that, and hear my reason out, it's because it just makes sense. It's just another way of you getting someone else to fight a proxy war on your behalf, why you don't have to put U.S. troops on soil. So it's like, if there's an incentive to have people that are willing to let you arm them, if you're the one that's gonna be fighting whoever it is that the U.S. has an incentive that you fight. Same thing with the Ukraine thing. A lot of people, I heard the sentiments of, we shouldn't fund the war, this and that, but we have to consider who it is the opponent is for the most part.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, Ukraine and Russia have been fighting for years back and forth.
Yeah,
they get into a war, then they quit. Then they get into a war, then they quit. And I don't think we ever funded them before.
No, we didn't. It was, at the time. It's because I think this is before the collapse of the Soviet Union. What happened was, the Soviet Union at the time gave nukes to Ukraine, and then somehow, at the end, I guess towards like the lifespan of the Soviet Union, they wanted it back, and they just made a promise of, hey, we're gonna let you become your own thing. We're never gonna invade you. That's the deal they made when the Soviet Union collapsed, and then Russia was, whatever. I think it's the Federation of Russia, some shit like that. When they came on the scene, Putin came on the scene. He's like, hey, we don't have to go by the deal you made with the previous group, with the Soviet Russians. That doesn't account us no more. And that's pretty much how this whole war got restarted. It was give us the nukes back and we won't invade you. And then
I wish there was somebody I think it was FDR who didn't want to get into World War II. I wish we had somebody like him running for president.
Well, not really. You know why? Because you have to consider what Germany was about to pull off if it wasn't for the U.S. and Europe. Hitler was technically going to be, if you read a book, Hitler's, I think it's called Hitler's Diaries. It was a book that was lent to me. Hitler was pretty close to having the atomic bomb first. What ended up happening was I think it was the British that sabotaged I don't know if they were using uranium or plutonium at the time. I think it was plutonium. They sabotaged the refinery, because refining like weapons grade, fissile material could take months or even years. during that time period. So that stalled the atomic weapon that, Germany would have used hadn't the US gotten involved. So I think it played out the way it was supposed to play out.
Yeah, but we only got involved because of Japan.
Yeah, I kind of don't understand why Japan would take a swing at the US when it did. That never made sense. I wonder if Pearl Harbor never happened, would the world would have been a different place.
That
Hey, Summer, I got to take this phone call. Thank you
all
for
right.
having me up here.
No problem.
Thanks
Mike.
for
You
the
have a good
awesome
night.
discussion, guys. You guys have a good night.
Yep.
You too, buddy.
Because I can't remember. I know there was one of our presidents because China helped us in World War II with the dual little rates.
Yes.
But then China was having issues. I think it was with the USSR, and they asked the US for help. But one of our presidents said "F you," and that's kind of what ruined the relations between the US and China.
Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't Russia. That was that was when the two political parties were fighting in China. I remember the faction that got pushed back. At first, China was for the dudes that took over Taiwan, like the ones that are from Taiwan. China was backing them first. Something happened, and then somehow the United States started backing the Communist Party, the one that's led by Xi Jinping. That was that. That was like a inner fighting in China, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Because I mean, I've heard one of our presidents. They told one side of China "F you," and then somehow our relations with China went to shit after that.
I think it went to shits when was it Clinton? I think when Clinton opened up the was it the World Trade Organization? They invited China to participate, something like that. And that was pretty much, I believe, the decline of like the traditional like American way of living, right? Because back then, if you look at like let's say before Vietnam, right? After World War II, before Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
Most of everything in the United States was American made. You had fridges made in America. You had most of your cars made in America. Most of your production and manufacturing was done in America. The quality was way different. People were still getting paid. They got paid enough salary that one man, a husband working, could provide a family of two kids, a wife, and a dog. That includes the house and a car.
Yeah, because back then a car was like $3,000. The house was anywhere from 15 to 20,000.
Exactly. Nowadays, let's say for example, you look at New York City. In New York City, if you look at let's say buy like let's say just a house, let's say all the other boroughs besides Manhattan, because that'd be way too expensive. Even if you look at Queens or parts of the Bronx, you're still paying close to $500,000 for like a dingy house. It's not even like it's not the same quality as you find like if you go look at Arizona, you see them nice houses, maybe a single story, but it has like these large glass like living room and windows, and outside looks nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
those don't look like
the
that over here.
stucco with sunrooms,
Yeah,
with the
we don't
clay
have that.
roofs. Yeah, houses out in Arizona are nice.
So it's like when you compare when you see New York City prices, it's like it's like it doesn't make sense to spend $500,000 here. There was a unit someone put me on, like not a unit, actual house they were selling in Brooklyn, I think, and they wanted over 900,000. And when you looked at the property, it was a piece of shit. You could have sworn that it was like squatters were living in it, and they wanted 900K for that. And it's
Yeah,
because it's not so much the house, it's the real estate.
yeah. I've looked at houses here and where I live over here in Kentucky, and it's like some of these houses they want two, three, 400,000 for, and you would have to put probably anywhere from 60 to 80,000 into it to make it livable. And it's like I wouldn't give you 400,000 for this house. I'd probably give you about 175,000. Put about another 80, 90,000 into it. If I don't have to redo every floor joist under the house. So, I remember living in Colorado. My grandparents bought a house in Fountain, brand new, $109,000, 3-bedroom, ranch style, 2-bath for 109. Now, if I wanted to go buy their old house now, I'm paying almost 400,000 for it. And they bought that in 99, and this is 2024, and it's worth 400,000. It's like, damn.
I had a buddy's mother, a friend's mother moved from Maryland to Texas. I forgot exactly how it went, but I think like she sold her house, gave her a large sum of money, and I guess she went to go buy another house in Texas, which she did. And then, because at the time I didn't know much about this until this went on, and then I asked a bunch of questions, but then it came to her. I think it was something about the property tax, how it could fluctuate based on what's built around you. And then she had to break it down. It was like, well, let's say, for example, all these new businesses prop up in my neighborhood. It makes and then they generate a lot of taxes, and the locality starts to benefit. It starts to look nice. Now, what I would pay yearly on it would be this much, well, now could increase because someone decided to build this in this spot, this in this other spot, and now the aesthetics looks pretty, that merits them to increase your property taxes, which I think it's like the biggest theft in America right now.
Yeah, because like my best friend from high school, her mom, somewhere between '08 and 2010, went bought a $3.3 million house up in the Broadmoor area, Colorado Springs, for 240,000. Just paid the bank note off
Oh wow.
because it was foreclosed on. That was what was left on the bank note. The bank was just tired of it sitting empty and them holding on to this loan. So she just paid the bank note off and got the house.
I don't understand how, you know what's crazy though? I don't know if you remember during the pandemic, they were talking about how, you remember how the rent was increasing and people couldn't find like either affordable or they couldn't find like units to rent. And then that's when you found out that the banks were starting to buy real estate and houses. So they were like pretty much buying out the rental apartments and they refused to rent them out because no one was willing to pay the amount they wanted. So
Yeah.
because they pretty much took control of like limited available units and they kind of like inflated the market because they were trying to attempt to get more money out of it, out of the market. And it's like that little act should have been, I'm not saying it's treasonous, but I would assume.
I think the FTC's looking into it as it was illegal. And because a lot of big corporations like Walmart, Amazon went by whole entire neighborhoods up during the pandemic. We're talking like 50 houses for like a couple $1 million because landlords were struggling on rent and stuff and couldn't afford the mortgages on them. They weren't getting the income to help cover the mortgages. So they started selling to these corporations. And I think the FTC is actually looking into that, saying, hey, wait a minute. I think this was illegal. I don't think these corporations should have been buying all these single family homes, these apartments up and doing this to people.
It's the same thing with the groceries. I didn't know. I just found out today that Kroger's is number 2, right underneath Walmart.
Yeah, and they're being looked at by Congress and the FTC for price gouging and price fixing.
Yeah, and then
along with a bunch of other companies.
Yeah. I was just looking at how many franchises Kroger owns. It's because they're allowed to stick with their old name that they bought out, as long as they stay within that that state that they resided in. So it's
let's see. Kroger owns Food City, Fred Meyer's Jewelers. They own like 30 or 40 different companies under the Kroger brand.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, they just buy Albertson, King Supers, and Safeways.
You see, it's a monopoly at the end of the day. That's what it's ended up being. The very thing that shouldn't have happened is happening.
Yeah, because you have Tyson, Cargill, and National, right? They're pretty much under one brand. They're owned by one company, but ran as individual companies, so they can't be considered a monopoly, but they're a monopoly.
I mean, when I don't know if you heard this, but did you remember when I think it was Marlboro, the owner of Marlboro wanted to, or Newports or something like that. It was a cigarette company that wanted to start. They were lobbying, or they were advocating for weed legalization because they wanted to open up like a giant weed farm. And then the concern was is that, oh no, you're trying to create a monopoly.
I think that was Altria, who owns Marlboro and created Juul and owns a bunch of different cigarette brands. They wanted to open a weed. I think it was Altria that wanted to do that, because I know they started lobbying against the vape industry.
I heard the argument about the packaging. That these colorful packagings like attract the attention of kids and it makes them do it. But then
It
I just
started
feel
with the
like
packaging, then the flavors, and it's gone downhill from there. Just, yeah, when vape juice started 2014, 2016, when there was no age, 16-year-old could go in the vape shops and buy it because it was never regulated. But they were packaging it like Skittles, Twix, whatever the flavor was, looked like the candy off the store shelves.
yeah,
And
pretty much.
then,
I heard the same thing. Yeah, flavors was a big thing, like Rice Krispies and all that, Skittles and shit.
yeah,
They were making it taste
Skittles,
like.
Rice Krispies, M&Ms, Grape Jolly Ranchers. It's like, and they were packaging it where kids were buying it, but it was never regulated. In the beginning, like I said, 16-year-old could go into a vape shop and buy the stuff. You didn't have to be 18. And then they said, no, you have to be 18 and you have to change the packaging. It can't look like stuff you can buy in the grocery store. So then they started doing that. And it's just trickled downhill ever since 2016. Because by 2017, when they started with the PTMAs for vape juice to get it FDA approved, you had to pay $1 million per nicotine, per flavor, and per every level of nicotine to have it tested.
Oh no.
Yeah, $1 million per. So if you have Great Jolly Rancher out of 3, that's $1 million. Out of 0 is another $1 million, which shut down a lot of these vape shops because they were making their own juice. So they would never get through the PTMA process. They didn't have the money. And they had to do that for every flavor of their own flavors.
I think because I remember around that time when they came, the whole vape thing. I don't know if you remember when the kids were buying the gas station vapes, and I think there was like some kids died. I think there was another one that became quadriplegic, blind. Her skin started to whiten for some odd reason. I never looked into why that was. She pretty much became like a vegetable for the most part.
What was okay? I think I know where you're going with that one, because it started dealing with illnesses. They lumped that in with the nicotine vape. It came out that it was
vitamin E, right?
bootleg THC carts from China causing that, from vitamin E actane that was put into those carts.
Oh yeah, the Actate. Yep, you're right. It was. It
Yeah.
was to cut the live rosin. Yeah, it was that and the fake capsules because they were saying that they have to be made a certain way or made out of porcelain because when they were heated, they would create micro cracks, and that's how you would get like iron or metal particulate poisoning.
But
That was
I
like a
never
big
have.
issue.
I've used Canthol. I've used titanium, nickel wires making coils.
That's the when they used to sell in the neighborhoods. They were the power wasn't regulated on the vape pens. So when you hold the power, it's just gonna keep heating that piece up over and over and over. And I can see where, since the material's coming from China, I'm assuming it's not gonna be as resistant as if it was made here in the U.S. Like I'm pretty sure its integrity would get compromised over
Yeah,
time.
like a lot of the wire that comes out of China, the testing on that is atrocious. Like a lot of like the toy cars and stuff, that the fake Hot Wheels and that are high in lead. Their metals are high in lead. Like if you got your vape wire from Kidney Punch, which was a company out of Florida, it was a little, it was a little more safer than getting it from China. Yeah, it's just
I mean, I don't know if you heard well, it's not really, well, it's in a documentary, but it was like oh, actually, it was the LA Time articles that came out maybe a month ago, where it was they ended up, two laboratories did an independent study, and what they found out was uh, weed growers, farmers that were growing large outdoor crops for dispensaries. What they were doing is that they were getting chemicals sent, legacy chemicals, or legacy products.
PFASs.
Yes, so like the stuff that you have to wear a hazmat suit to be around with respirator because
Eh,
it poisons you pretty much. Like that's what they tell the inspectors. Like when they went, they had to pretty much don a hazmat suit, respirators, then afterwards just to examine the crop because the pesticides were really strong. And it
Yeah,
got to the point where they were telling them like, hey, when immediately after you get done doing this inspection to make sure that they're regulated, quote unquote, um, you need to go get have your blood tested for like any poisons because we that needs to be resolved. And then come to find out that a lot of the stuff that's coming in from China is not even legal here to begin with.
yeah. At one point, it was legal. Some of that stuff that comes over from China, but we started banning it. I know
Yeah.
there's been a lot of farms getting shut down for forever chemicals showing up in food and crops from
Yeah, I
soil.
mean, well, I mean, look at the whole Monsanto thing that happened when they were literally saying, "Hey, if you get any seeds from these crops, you have to legally give them back to me, or else I'll sue you to oblivion." And it comes to find out that you're using a genetic seed, sure, but then their products are pretty much killing off the soil in your region. It just makes it a barren wasteland after that.
Yeah, almost all our foods genetically modified. I don't think if we were to go to the Arctic and pull out all the seeds we stored there that were never genetically modified and tried to plant them and make crops, now I don't think they'd ever survive.
Nah, probably not. Soil here is. I mean, there's probably parts of America, like large land masses, that is fertile, but probably government will never allow it for agriculture use because for some odd reason, for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's like 20 something thousand square miles up in Michigan that tested positive for forever chemicals.
Did you hear how Finland banned farmers from having farms? Or they're like slowly the same thing with China. China's doing the same exact thing, but no one knows why it's being done. Like I don't think it's so much of a conspiracy theory because they have proven that most countries are kind of like presenting bills and imposing policies that restrict people from growing their own food. That's
Yeah.
true up to that point. Now, for what a reason why they
Oh,
keep
it's like
bringing it.
even collecting rainwater in the U.S. A lot
Oh,
of
I heard
states,
about
it's a
that.
federal offense. Federal government thinks they own the rain.
Wait, so why is it necessarily illegal then?
Federal government says, "Oh, you're stealing our water from the clouds that we seeded to make it rain." Yeah, there's places you can get arrested for collecting rainwater.
Yeah, I heard about that. I was looking at I was looking at certain state laws. They can actually give you like hefty sentences for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's states doing it, and then there's even federal laws on it, and it's like what? It's pretty much like if I want to go buy some land, like a couple 100 acres, not hook it up to the sewer system, put a septic tank in, and put solar there, and collect rainwater and stuff just to stay off the grid. Nope, can't do it in a lot of places now. No, you got to be on the electric grid, and you got to be on the sewer lines and the water lines, so we can collect the taxes off of that.
Well, I mean, this is what I was telling you guys earlier that I think we should just end up going back to nuclear because that's the most consistent and cleanest form of energy compared to like most of how we source our energy from.
Uh, Actually, Elon Musk figured this out, but you would have to kick everybody out of Nevada to do this. Northern half,
Solar
northern half of the state would have to be completely covered in solar panels. Southern half of Nevada would have to be completely covered in batteries and charging stations for those batteries and transmission lines. But if you were to fill the whole entire state of Nevada and run transmission lines throughout the US, you could run this country 24/7 off of it. Every household, factory.
You know how much wildlife you're destroying in the process?
Yeah, that's another thing he was talking about too. It would decimate wildlife populations, plant life.
The migration of birds, I'm assuming, is gonna be tough on it. I'm assuming the birds are gonna drop because I heard in I forgot what country it was that the solar panels are pretty much killing birds while they were flying, and they were just falling down and just smashing on the solar panels.
Yeah, from the heat coming off of them, and and he also said you would have to decimate a bunch of native burial grounds to do this, and it's like it could be done. Practically, it could be done. Ethically, no, it can't. It comes down to morals and ethics.
I dare say I think the best hope we have, at least, even though it's not gonna eliminate it's still gonna take some form of production, helium-3. Just go to the moon and just start dumping helium-3 back.
Helium?
Helium-3, yeah. Helium-3 is deposited on the surface of the moon. It's typically deposited from like it's a byproduct of the sun. So the reason why it's not deposited on Earth because it is deposited on a little tiny amount, but it's because it's an atmosphere prevents that layer from forming. When you look at the moon, most of the helium-3 is on the surface. So you have layers of it. All you have to do is kind of scoop it up, put it in a container, I'm assuming, and just shoot it back into the ocean. We're talking about like if you just take the cost of like all this engineering and space and you just look at, for example, what you can do and what you could get out that product or how much energy they could output, like single canisters will be able to power up cities for like months at a time.
Yeah, but wouldn't that eventually
It crashes the
destroy
market.
the gravitational pull of the moon on our titles?
No, probably not really, because we're already losing the moon at what centimeter, 1 inch per couple of years, right? So like eventually we're gonna lose the moon. Like its orbit's already degrading. It's just it's about like little centimeters type of like loss every so often. So we might as well take what we can get now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if helium-3 could even get past the radiation belt between the moon and Earth and not be compromised.
Oh, if we set people up there, probably be fine. Should be fine. It's not that far. I mean, it's a couple of days, sure, but that's back then. I'm pretty sure it'd be perfectly fine to set a base up there. Because if I think I think there's a particular reason why Elon Musk focused on having a re-entry rocket that's able to land itself. Because the whole point was to kind of preserve the equipment. So back then, what it was is that every time you launched the vehicle into space and the boosters fell off, you know, it's either they retrieve them or they don't retrieve them, and that still costs money. And then I think you can't reuse them more than once. So with Elon Musk's rockets, it's sort of like you could reuse them as many, I think up to, I
Yeah,
think
because
they
I think
quoted,
there's still booster rockets out near Cape Canaveral
yeah,
around the Florida Keys.
yep. They don't pick them up for the most part. They just leave them there. It's expensive to keep creating them as well. So that's why I say with these guys, it's sort of like, okay, you get 20 trips out of each ship, maybe 20, 25 with proper maintenance. And I don't know what happens after that, if they just total the whole thing or they'll just figure something out. But they could just typically just launch them back to back and you could just like land them back and save so much money.
Yeah,
Because he's talking about the whole mission to Mars. I don't know if he's really serious about that.
I don't know if we could, quite honestly, because
I mean, it's
NASA is talking about trying to go back to the moon, but they said we've lost the technology to go back to the moon.
yeah, it's this. Oh, you know what they're referencing? There's an old movie. It's not an old movie. I'm sorry. It's a movie about during the inception of NASA. So it was a story of a black woman that worked at NASA. I don't know if she was an engineer. She wasn't an engineer or something, but this is like I think during like sundown. What is it? Sundown towns, something like that.
Oh,
They
sundown
said
cities.
yeah, it's like during segregation and stuff. So when she found out, it wasn't that they lost the tech because she was the one that pretty much came up with the equations, and it wasn't really the equations. What she did was the math or the programming that they used back then to make this work. No one knew how to read it. People just ended up forgetting. And if I'm not mistaken, she kind of did her research with the archives on NASA. And she figured out, oh, this is what you guys forgot, this type of math. That's what it ended up being. And then that's how they ended up going, okay, we could launch things back into space. So when they reference the whole going back to the moon thing, you have to remember that there's probably data that hasn't been stored. Like there's probably like real life data they needed on, like if we were to send something up there, what's going to be inertia, how we going to compensate for this, how we going to compensate for that. It's probably things that kept on floppy drives that never been transferred over to like a full digital copy. So now we're probably going to go back into the swings of learning how to land back on a moon. And to prove that point, a perfect example is it's not Hayabusa, but it's Japanese or India. It was Japan or India. They sent a ship up there and it landed on its side. So that it just goes to show you, like, we could
I
send
know
something up
India
there.
sent two up there. First one crashed. Second one landed on its side. I think Japan landed one successfully and China's landed one successfully besides the Russians.
Yeah. So it's like if you look at I think Hayabusa mission was the retrieval of comet samples, asteroid samples, comet samples, which I think it was the asteroid one. And if you notice during that landing, they they had everything written down. They just wasn't accounting that when the thing landed on the asteroid to then repel itself back to capture like samples, they wasn't expecting that kinetic and like that rough kinetic energy, like that whole ship to come down and hit hard. So it's so much that it's not that they forgot to go back into space. It's so much that hey, we forgot how to land this on the moon because it's been so many years and we could put as much you know shock absorbers on the thing. It's something NASA lost its engine.
That, and I think the calculations of gravity.
It was the space shuttle incidents that caused NASA to fall off. That's why people were too scared to go back into space, and that's when NASA started losing its funding.
Because you had what Challenger blew up, Columbia disintegrated coming in 03, 04. and then Atlantis almost did the same thing as Columbia.
It was the foam. It was that foam is so light because I've had a sample in my hand of the heat shield. It's light. The problem is that when you're going at high velocity, especially on a rocket, um, when that thing falls off, the little piece could like puncture a huge hole into the hull. And the problem with specifically with these with the reentry portion, I forgot. I don't know if it's Challenger or Discovery.
Cha-
Which one of the two?
Challenger blew up because of an O-ring. Columbia
Yeah,
blew up because of the
the
foam.
foam.
Atlantis went up. Same thing happened to it. That happened to Columbia foam strike, and then they had to send Discovery up with panels to repair Atlantis for
Yes.
re-entry, and they had to land both Atlantis and Discovery back on Earth.
So like typically you could see like why everything went wrong, and then the it was the same thing like sort of like 3 Mile Island. People had like saw 3 Mile Island happen, and then you had other states, for example, like up here in New York, they wanted to close down the power plant near what is it, Bear Mountain, I think it is, up by West Nyack or something like that. And it was the same sentiment with like the whole space industry where it was like it was too dangerous to go, not for the reasons of radiation or anything like that. It was unsafe to go because they couldn't afford to keep losing spaceships, and on top of that, it looked bad for publicity. Like no
Yeah.
president was going to run under a policy to fund NASA more after it lost X amount of people in space or on their way to space.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really wish I knew if we actually went to the moon in '69. It's just there's a lot of it that don't add up.
Well, I can tell you this much. If one of your concerns were why we didn't see stars, it's because those cameras weren't meant to absorb that light. It was a wide angle. The aperture wasn't meant to take
It's
that type
not the
of photo.
stars. It's more the radio communications being in HF frequencies.
Mm,
Because if they're going to the moon and Johnson and Cape Canaveral are facing the sun and they're headed to the moon on the dark side, how did the HF frequencies come down unless it pinged into like Europe, and then Europe bounced it into a repeater system back over to them?
that's most likely. I mean, that's what happens now. We bounce off signals off of either satellites or we
Yeah, we got all the
bounce them off on
communication
land.
satellites. Plus, like the ISS has a repeater system which bounces off satellites and other repeaters throughout the U.S. and
But
other countries.
But also, I think it's safe to say that probably the idea of radio communication at that far distance, it wasn't kind of like a 100% thing. So they probably was like either it's gonna work or it's not gonna work, which is like evident throughout that whole mission. You do have times where it cuts off and times where it doesn't. But at least the whole moon thing, I'm pretty confident we went there. I
Yeah,
just think
I
that
mean, like the videos I've seen, it seems like they're constantly talking back and forth, like they're holding a conversation. Like if I'm talking to one of my buddies 10 miles away through a repeater, that's how it sounds in the video. Like, wait a minute, they're like 220,000 miles away from Earth. How are they holding a conversation like I'm holding on 2 meter and 70 centimeter? Because HF, you got to deal with propagation and a bunch of different factors depending on which band you're in. And certain bands only work at certain times, and certain solar outputs will affect it.
don't you think they probably use radio telescopes to consistently hold that line of communication?
I mean, it's possible. I don't know what satellites we had up in '69. I was born in
I mean, not
'86.
satellite, like a ground satellite, like what akin to what to
Kind of like
like
SETI.
Arecibo, like SETI, Arecibo, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like I said, I don't know.
One
I was
thing I
born in '86, so
one thing I won't buy though, if we ever get to the point where they start sending people to Mars, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some casualties, and not everyone's going to make it there.
I think we could go to Mars and everybody make it there.
Well, no, the reason why I say like it's it's hard. The hard part isn't the. I think the hard part is, let's say everything goes right, nothing damages on a ship, life systems, everything goes precisely the norm. I think the failing point is gonna be the psychology, the psychological aspect of making that long trip. So there was this old, not old, probably 2019. It was an unnoticeable film. I think this was a like a Sundance Film Festival type of movie where it's pretty much the guy's going to Mars. Stuff goes wrong, but he's just stuck in this one capsule. It's like a elongated capsule. So the whole movie's in this one environment, and pretty much,
Kind of almost like Event Horizon,
uh,
where they go crazy, where the guy goes crazy.
yeah. But Event Horizon, that was the but that was a gateway to hell, wasn't it?
No, it was another ship going interstellar to another ship that they were trying to see. They lost communication with, so they sent a rescue ship. But then something on that, something took over that ship and infected one of the captains.
Oh, okay, okay. That one, the guy who played Morpheus from the Matrix is in on it. I know that one.
Yeah.
But I'd say, like, for example, you look at segregation in prisons. Like, typically, when you put an inmate there for like maybe 1, 2, 3 months of just isolation, and
Oh,
you
the
don't take
shoe.
them out, yeah, the probability of developing, like, let's say, some form of mental illness, hallucinations, some form of schizophrenia, whether it be auditory or like visual or auditory hallucinations, it increases like in space. So I'm assuming, because they say, okay, we can send like pairs of like groups of people up there, but because once you go there, you can't make it back. That's it's a one-way trip so far. At least that's what's planned for right now. And then they can send supplies afterwards. But you have to remember, it's 9 months to make that trip, more or less.
Yeah, 9 months, 9 month trip there. I mean, we could come back if it's like with the SpaceX rockets.
Oh, the Raptor rockets, I heard Elon quoted saying that he could push it to less than 9 months. Like 6 months, he said he could push it. 6 to 3 months, something like that, he claimed.
Yeah, but then you're still going to have to build habitations. You're going to have to send like all the habitations, food supplies, all those rockets ahead of any team going there, and it already being down on the surface. So when they get there, they can build it.
I mean, I'd say if I had to put my finger on it, although I like the Mars idea, I think it's a bad idea only because we should focus on a proxy base on a moon. That way you could work out any kinks of like how you would, you know how they do the thing here where they'll pretend they're in space, they're on Mars, but they'll have like a closed habitat on Earth, and they'll say, well, we're studying for this and that. I think the real experiment could just be done in on the moon, where you're like physically in a vacuum, and this is how physically you would feel more or less if you were on Mars.
We could do that at NASA already. They have world's biggest vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but I think yeah, but then we can't replicate inertia and stuff like that because now, like, once you're on the moon and you start opening up production facilities, you could start to do things that otherwise you couldn't do on Earth. Like, remember now, with less gravity, you could start thinking about building things like larger ships if you needed to.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about like being able to hold things in place or being, spending extra money on like carrying the materials up into space. You can mine most of the stuff in orbit.
Yeah, but I mean, like the habitats and that. First off, we'd have to build them somewhere
3D print them. They already done it, and I think it's
Yeah, but okay, even 3D printed, okay, if, even if that's going to work. First off, we got to build one 3D printed. Go put it in a same type of environment that happens on Mars with sandstorms, windstorms up there, where you have rocks and stuff that get blown into it, and see is it going to survive that. Now,
okay. So if I'm not mistaken, just to stop you there real quick, if I'm not mistaken, Mars storms are very light. They're about 33 to 66 miles per hour.
yeah,
Compared to on Earth. So, but the majority of the big storms are not threatening. Like for example, have you ever seen the movie The Martian?
yeah.
That was an over exaggeration of Martian weather. But one thing that wasn't over exaggeration was when he patched the hole with just like that thin fabric, whatever it was. I think it was aluminum, and
Oh, the
the
duct
storm.
tape.
Yeah, so that was pretty realistic because even though that was holding that realistically was just tape, like, yeah, it was just
Duct
taping it.
tape and then ratchet straps.
Yeah, yeah. Like the reason why it held up is because the storms aren't that severe on there. So it's like it doesn't get as fast to the point where it's gonna rip that, all that shit like apart. So it's like what they were suggesting was if we want to circumvent that, you could just go into capes, like cape systems that already exist on Mars that are I'm not gonna say they're stable because I don't think they've done any tests, but it looks reasonable enough to put like little huts in there. That way you could kind of stay away from the winds and stuff like that.
Yeah, little habitats. But I'm saying we should build these habitats, put them out in the desert for at least a year or two, and see how long erosion happens on them.
Uh, Erosion wouldn't necessarily happen on Mars because it lacks the atmosphere.
Yeah, but
Predominantly,
you have almost like a sandblast effect.
yes, but then remember you could circumvent that by just building the habitats in the caves.
Yeah, but before you even do that, you would have to land everything near a cave.
Yes.
Before that could we don't know where the caves are on Mars. We'd have to send people there, put them in a habitat, have them go searching for them, and then send a rocket there.
Um,
Unless we send some type of satellites that can do lidar on them.
I mean, I think we have that now, but I think this guy was suggesting converting because they're gonna land upright, that you could sort of convert the ship into a habitat. So
Yeah,
each ship would be like its own little. I don't know if it's a two-man habitat. Something. He
some
did
kind of
mention a
like the
few plans.
Martian ships.
Yeah, that was from the movie The Martian, just like that. It looks like where like it's upright. It's weird the way they have it.
Yeah, because I
Like,
think in the Martians they had what 6 or 8 people in them.
yes, but also the difference was is that they had artificial gravity. This is the only difference between the two situations is that I don't think we'll have organic gravity at the start of like that type of journey.
Yeah,
Because I guess for the most part is that I don't think we could build anything here. That's why I said, hey, build it in the moon. That way it won't be as difficult, and then off you go. Go as far as your heart's content.
I mean we could probably build a ship like that, but we'd have to build it in space,
Yeah,
like how we build the ISS.
and it can't be any countries that are going to be warring. That's another problem. You want pretty much a whole international hands-on for this.
Yeah, pretty much all the space agencies would have to go in together.
Yeah, absolutely. That and I mean, then again, it's most likely fictional for the most part. But I don't think uh I don't think I mean, I don't know. I mean, if something does go wrong, there's not much anyone can do about it. I just hope it doesn't, for the most part.
Yeah, it would be trial and error at first.
Summer, are you still there?
I mean, she might have went to sleep.
I don't know. I said, so notice the thing is live for 8 hours. But KES, it was nice talking to you. I'm gonna hop out. It's already 6:32 a.m. in the morning.
I know it's 5:32 here, and I got to get to bed.
All right, stay safe, brother. It was
You
nice
too.
talking to you.
You too.
Peace.
Peace.